Interlude, Rita Skeeter. Miss Skeeter. Flitwick said. Miss Bear has performed a service for the entire wizarding community. Why would you start making spurious accusations? Rita wasn't sure herself. She'd come expecting to do a puff piece. That was what her editor had expected, and that was what she'd promised Dumbledore. While she did not fear the man, exactly, his political power was enough that he could cause serious problems for her. In the current environment, it wasn't a good idea to alienate either of the two major groups who were vying for control of Wizarding Britain. Officially, the Prophet was very much on the side of the Ministry, but unofficially her editor was wary of offending the Death Eaters and their followers. That was a good way to end up disappearing, and her editor had a very strong sense of self-preservation. Rita despised his cowardice sometimes, though. It would be better to let people know what was really happening, instead of just being a Ministry mouthpiece. Yet her adoring fans expected a certain level of spice. Playing it safe was a sure route to the unemployment line, and Rita didn't know how to do anything else. Even if she had to make up some of the particulars to make things juicier, the bare bones of the truth would get through, and that was ultimately important. Her editor continued to stymie her at every turn, though. If they continued the way they were, she was going to work in a shop like a plebeian. The Cruciatus cure was a once-in-a-lifetime event, but it wasn't something that affected all that many people. Certainly, Rita's second cousin had been affected, and there was some evidence that she was getting better, but it wasn't exactly a complete cure, was it? The people who were waking up were likely always going to be half people, cripples. It would have been better for everyone had they died long ago, but wizarding medicine was able to keep people alive long past their allotted time. It was important, but not that important, and yet still, the plan had been to write a soft piece talking about how this young girl was a shining example of a young witch. It was what her editor and Dumbledore were expecting from her. It would be the easiest thing to write. If the girl had been ordinary, that was the piece Rita would have written. However, the moment she'd stepped into the room, something about the girl had struck her as wrong. There was a strange sense of horror that had washed over her the moment she'd seen Taylor Bear, and it wasn't going away. She'd done her research on the girl, of course. Before printing lies, it was important to know the truth, especially because the truth was sometimes much more juicy than any lies she could possibly come up with. What she'd found in her research hadn't been pretty. The girl had obviously been tortured with the Cruciatus curse, probably before she'd even realized that magic existed. She claimed to be an orphan, and anyone reading between the lines would realize that she was one of the Muggleborn who had families murdered before the school term had even begun. Yet there was no record of her, and the Aurors didn't know anything about the murders. There were questions, and there was nothing that Rita loved more than answering questions. She had a nose for news, and this was news. Still, writing a puff piece now, and an expose later wouldn't have gotten her in trouble. Yet from the moment that she had walked into the room, something about the girl had made her profoundly uneasy. It felt as though the girl's face was tied against a skull that was vaguely wrong. The way she moved was like someone who was wearing someone else's skin, as though there was something just waiting to explode out of her skin to devour her. It didn't just bother her human self, either. The beetle was always within Rita, and that part of her was screaming predator. On the surface, the girl looked like any other child her age. She was wearing the same uniform, her hair didn't look that much different. Maybe it was the way that she stared without blinking, her expression unlike that of any other child Rita had ever seen. Maybe it was the obvious attempts to be dominant, made ridiculous by the fact that the girl was tiny and a first-year student. People have questions, she said without looking at the diminutive professor. And they deserve answers. Bear took a deep breath. For a moment she looked as though she was going to say something acerbic. The girl had become increasingly aggressive throughout the interview, but suddenly a strange sense of calm came over her face. We were vacationing, Bear said quietly. The jobs my parents had were no longer an issue, and it was the first time in a long time that we were going to get to be a family again. The attack came out of nowhere. I don't really remember what happened. They say the attack left me with some kinds of brain damage. Brain damage might explain some of her behavioral issues, and maybe even her strange body language. Still, there was something off about what the girl was saying. Where had this sudden, sad sincerity come from? Was it an act, or was the girl so damaged that it was like multiple people were living in the same body? How hard would it be for wizards to make Muggle visitors just disappear? Bear asked. Making records vanish, officials forget. It's only surprising that they didn't make it happen to everyone. She was talking about the Muggle murders. Rita felt a sudden surge of excitement. She'd tried to report on them, but the ministry had completely shut her down. Her editor had refused to even look at anything she wrote about it, to the point that she'd been tempted to write an anonymous article in the Quibbler just to get the ball rolling. She leaned forward. And it left you all alone? She asked. Bear nodded. If Rita squinted really hard, she could almost see a tear in the corner of the girl's eye. She made sure the quill made a note of that. It could have been a trick of the light. Maybe writing the piece she was expected to write wouldn't be a violation of her journalistic integrity. After all, what was more likely, that an 11-year-old Muggle-born girl would defeat the book and the quill and the hat and all of the other protections Hogwarts had, or that she really was the victim she appeared to be. Her magic had appeared late, presumably around the time that she was tortured. That accidental magic would explain how she survived when her parents had not. A story about a plucky girl rising above tragedy to bring an amazing discovery would sell well. She could spin the behavioral problems as temporary side effects of the trauma of what had happened to her. She could probably write enough about what had happened to her that she could get some of the information about the murders out. She'd have to be careful and hint instead of state everything outright, but maybe this girl could be the lever she needed to split the story open outright. How does that make you feel? She asked. It was a hack question, but children were often rather stupid and weren't particularly good at expressing themselves. Sometimes you had to pull the information out of them, and being blunt was the best way to do that. If it made them cry, all the better. After all, emotion sold papers more than bland facts. It was Rita's command of the emotion behind the story that made her the #1 reporter for the newspaper. Of course, there were only 3 reporters for the entire paper, and the other 2 were off on assignment. Dumbledore had requested either one of the others, which had miffed Rita, but she'd understood. He'd wanted a puff piece, and she wasn't exactly known for those. He'd stared at her during the interview as though he could read her mind. Given his power, it was possible that he actually was a Legilimens. The girl grimaced at Rita's question. Write what you like, she said. Whatever I say wouldn't be a tiny fraction of what I really feel. Sad? That doesn't even begin to describe what it feels like when you lose your entire world. I had friends that I won't ever see again, family that I've lost forever. Do I feel angry? Rage is more like it. When I'm old enough I plan to find the people who did this to the people I care about, and I'm going to make them pay. Rita stared at her. The girl was talking about going after Death Eaters as though it was a certainty. She didn't show any fear at the thought, instead there was a gleam of anticipation in her eyes. The sense of being in the room with a predator grew even stronger, and to her surprise Rita felt herself starting to sweat. There are those who are whispering that you might become the next Dark Lady, Rita said finally. Do you think I should? The girl asked. Her curiously blank eyes turned toward Rita, and she didn't sound as though the answer to the question mattered much to her. The girl forced herself to smile, and it looked ghastly, as though a skeleton had skin draped over it. I'm just kidding. I'm a regular student at this school. That felt like the biggest lie Rita had heard since hearing that Cornelius Fudge was actually in favor of Muggleborns. He'd just used that as a campaign tactic to get in office. He was actually as prejudiced as any other pureblood. Rita herself was a half-blood, and she hated being dismissed by purebloods because of her blood status. It had always given her a vindictive sense of pleasure to take arrogant purebloods down a peg or two. The question was, this girl was clearly not an ordinary student. At the very least she was traumatized and clearly not in her right mind. At worst, she was like a Muggle cuckoo bird. It would lay its eggs in the nest of another species, and then allow the other birds to raise its chicks. Those chicks would push the children of the other bird out of the nest, killing them. Was this girl a savior, or a demon? Usually Rita's gut would give her the answer, but here she couldn't be sure. An exceptional one, Flitwick said from behind her. She's one of my 2 best students. He'd said that before, was he saying it again for the girl's benefit? Girls at that age were emotionally vulnerable. Rita had been afraid that she'd have to hold this girl's hand throughout her interview. How did they not see what a monster she was? It should have been obvious to every teacher. They saw enough students on a day-to-day basis to have an unconscious ability to know what was normal, and this girl was not. It should have been obvious from the moment that she'd first come to class. Still, if she tried to warn the world without some kind of proof, she'd be a laughingstock. The purebloods were convinced that the Muggleborn weren't really wizards. The way they comforted themselves was with the idea that Muggleborn were barely better than squibs. Telling them that a prominent Muggleborn was a magical genius would make them question anything else she had to say, and she couldn't afford that at the moment. Sometimes truth had to be doled out in small installments in order for it to be accepted. Worse, the families of the people the Cruciatus cure had given hope to wouldn't want to hear that the girl was a sociopath. They needed to believe that she was an angel of mercy, someone who was special. No one would believe that an 11-year-old was dangerous anyway. Most wizards tended to be dismissive of anyone who wasn't able to do magic. First-year Hogwarts students barely made the cut. The fact that the girl had killed a troll with a knife wouldn't be seen as realistic, even though Rita had heard it from multiple sources, including Dumbledore himself. Uncertainty gnawed at her. She had every reason in the world to write a glowing piece about the girl, and writing against her would cause her all kinds of problems. Yet her readers expected more from her than just to rubber stamp what the ministry wanted. Her job was to warn the public. The girl was staring at her, and after a moment, her harsh look softened. I'm not dangerous, she said. Not to anyone who leaves me alone. People just tend to be afraid of anything they don't understand, especially the Muggleborn. I'm afraid that a lot of the rumors about me are overblown to say the least. The implication was that she was dangerous to those who decided to attack her. The girl could have delivered the statement in such a way as to threaten Rita herself. If she had, it would have made Rita's course clear. Nobody threatened the press, and she would have found a way to get the story to print, if she'd had to go to the Lovegoods. But the statement was bland, and devoid of threat. It was a statement of fact. And how do you feel about purebloods? Rita asked. Some of my best friends are purebloods, A Bear said. I'm not unaware of some of the cultural implications, but I don't think that blood status really means that much. I believe that people should be judged by their character, and possibly by the power of their magic. By the power of their magic? Rita asked. That surprised her. Nobody is born with magic that is stronger or weaker than anyone else, she said. Magical power is achieved in the wizarding world through hard work, intelligence, and practice. Those are all commendable qualities in and of themselves. You don't think talent plays a role? Rita asked. Some people have faster reflexes, which might make them better duelists, or think faster, but for day-to-day magic any wizard can do anything, assuming they are smart enough, A Bear said. There's always someone who learns faster, but if you work hard you'll get there eventually. Would that all wizards felt that way, Rita murmured. Most wizards were lazy. It amazed Rita that so many wizards could not competently cast a shield spell. She would be dead 3 times over if she hadn't kept up her skills, and in the world they were living in, there was no reason not to know basic self-protection. Yet most wizards and witches would prefer to listen to the ministry and pretend that everything was fine. Rita reached her decision. She'd write both stories, the puff piece Dumbledore had asked for, and the piece about the dangerous Muggleborn. She'd hold the damaging piece until the girl proved that she was what Rita's gut told her she was. In the meantime, she would try to write the piece she was assigned now with references to what was happening to the Muggleborn. If she was clever enough about how she wrote it, it might just slip by her editor. He'd be angry, of course, but once the story was out, it was possible that she'd be able to write more of the stories she really wanted to write. Leaving the wizarding population helpless wasn't her job. She'd covered the First War with less censorship, and she sometimes wondered if there were ulterior motives behind the quashing of certain stories. Were there members of the Ministry in league with Voldemort? Did they somehow have some sort of hold over her editor? Rita forced herself to smile. I think we got off on the wrong foot, she said. Maybe we should start again. Tell me about your plans now that you have inspired a cure that has helped so many people. Her quill was linked to her, so it detected her shift in mood and automatically adjusted the slant it was taking on the conversation. The girl relaxed even though she wasn't looking at the paper. There had been rumors that the girl was a seer of some sort. It was hard to believe of a Muggleborn, but maybe she really was. Could the girl be a legialmen's, or was she just somehow reading Rita's notes? I'd like to help everyone, the girl said. Not just a few unfortunate victims. First, I'd like to enjoy my years at Hogwarts in peace. If that happens, I'll likely end up as a magical researcher. Rita didn't ask what would happen in the event the girl wasn't left in peace. The part of her that was still screaming that the girl was dangerous didn't want to know. Still, she'd be keeping her eye on the girl. Winter. Page 16. I said. Dumbledore made me go through all of that just for a little blurb on page 16. Page 16 was the health column, but I'd expected more from the way he'd built the whole thing up. Was anyone still reading by page 16? How much of a difference would a tiny little article actually make? It made you look good, Hermione said. It's not like she did a hatchet piece on you or anything. She'd hinted that I'd been tortured. It would explain the strange looks I'd been getting from the other students all day, a combination of sympathy and horror. Hermione had been careful not to ask about it, but I'd seen the question in her eyes too. It irritated me. Was the nebulous potential rewards in the future worth the loss of regard I'd suffer in everyone's eyes? I wasn't a victim. I'd given that up on the day I'd been pulled screaming out of a locker years ago. I was never going to be a victim again. That didn't mean that horrible things weren't going to happen to me. My luck had never been particularly good. But even having my arm cut off hadn't made me a victim. Being a victim was a mindset as much as anything. At the worst, I was a survivor, which was an entirely different state of mind. How can anybody believe anything they see in the paper? I asked irritably. I never had tears in my eyes or talked about how my parents would have been proud of me. Artistic license? Hermione said. She looked distinctly uncomfortable. Despite all of my training, she still sometimes tended to take things that she read as the gospel truth. Having the fact that sometimes lies were printed right in front of her had to be disconcerting. Don't believe anything the woman says, I said. I'd be more angry at Dumbledore, but I'd listened in as Flitwick had gone to him to protest. Apparently, upon learning that Skeeter would be conducting the interview, he'd gotten in contact with her editor. He'd gotten him to agree to let Dumbledore look over the article before it was published, and had given him the right to kill the story if he didn't like it. It was a corrupt system, but Dumbledore knew how to work it. Skeeter hadn't known about this backroom deal, and likely would have been furious if she'd known. I'd known journalists before, and even the worst of them tended to believe that the press should be an independent entity. Hermione nodded soberly. I hadn't realized that it was this bad. Journalistic standards in the wizarding world are rather poor, aren't they? I glanced at her and wondered whether she really thought Muggle newspapers were all that much better. Maybe they were, here. Back at home, the Protectorate had wielded an unusual amount of influence over the news outlets. In an ideal world, that would have been unacceptable, but it had happened nevertheless. The whole thing left a bad taste in my mouth, even if it had arguably worked out in my favor. Dumbledore had been pushing his Muggleborn agenda, but it could have just as easily been Lucius Malfoy or one of the other Death Eaters pressuring the editor to push their own agenda. How much of the war involved backroom deals like this? Politics in general had always disgusted me. Politicians needed to compromise to get deals done, but the problem was that the more you compromised, the easier it became to continue doing so. You lost sight of the fact that there were occasionally points on which you should never compromise, and in the end you became something that you would not have recognized. Political power was more corrupting than other types of power, because it required selling your soul. Well, Hermione said slowly. It's not like it's going to amount to much. It's just a page 16 article. Right. So why had Dumbledore insisted on it? Was he so desperate to change people's minds, even by a fraction of an inch, that he'd take any opportunity? Were things that bad already? I'd seen a lot of casual racism in the general population. It was there in the way that the students talked, in the implicit assumptions that they made, in the jokes they told when they thought no one was listening. Presumably they'd gotten that from their parents, but their parents were likely worse, because they weren't exposed to the Muggleborn on a day-to-day basis. Wizards were able to live in little insulated enclaves where they never had to expose themselves to the kinds of people they didn't like. They didn't even have to listen to ideas they didn't like. It was likely part of the reason that the Daily Prophet had so much influence on them. They weren't getting their news from any other source. The Quibbler, unfortunately, didn't count. It seemed to be a strange fringe paper full of conspiracy theories. More people read it to laugh at it than to seriously believe in what it said. Worse, wizards tended to live twice as long as Muggles, which meant that old, racist ideas that would have simply died out in the Muggle world were continued, spread to great-grandchildren and propagated. There were people who were progressive for their day, but by today's standards would be considered horribly racist. In the wizarding world, a lot of them were still around. Well, there was nothing I could do about it now. The article was out, and whatever plans Dumbledore had were already in motion. I'd been foolish to agree to it in the first place, but maybe Dumbledore was right. There were people who were going to be helped by the cure, and if that included people in power, I might be able to leverage that to my advantage somehow. It wasn't much consolation when people kept looking at me strangely. I wanted to snap at them, but given the fact that there were still a few boggarts left in the school, that was a good way to get wands pointed at me. Those same looks lasted for the next several weeks, even as everything else settled back into a routine. There were no more attacks on me, although I did receive letters from several people thanking me for what I had done. They were examined by Snape before I received them, of course. He'd done it because I refused to open my own mail for obvious reasons, and also because he probably worried that I was doing something nefarious through correspondence. If I'd really been doing something like that, I'd have gone through the Weasley twins, Hermione, Neville, or Millie. Most likely I'd have gone through the twins since no one knew about our connection. Neville had managed to drag me to both of the Quidditch matches, and while I'd been horrified about how dangerous the whole thing was to school children, it had been kind of fun. In retrospect, asking Vista to face Lung had been even less safe, at least this was entertaining. I watched and took note as the new caretaker stole several things around the castle. He didn't do it often, but I wrote all of it down. Having blackmail opportunities might come in handy later. It wasn't something I planned to use casually. Fletcher was Dumbledore's man, and he'd wonder how I knew what I knew. If I wasn't lucky, he'd go to Dumbledore, even if it meant revealing the things he'd done. He didn't strike me as the type to put the good of others over himself, but I'd been wrong before. It was time for winter break almost before I knew it. Settling back into school had been easier than I would have thought, even if I was using the human detecting spell on a daily basis. I didn't just use it for fear of intruders, I also suspected that any of the professors could use the disillusionment spells. On 2 occasions I'd found Mundungus Fletcher trying to follow me invisibly as I made my way to a practice session with the Weasley twins. I made sure that Hermione, Neville, and Millicent knew the spell too, and that they used them religiously. It was presumably good training for what I'd have to deal with once school was out in the summer. There was snow piled up outside, and that meant that most of my bugs were dormant or dead. The interior of the castle was warm enough for them to survive, especially the magical ones, but I'd taken to filling my fanny pack with as many emergency bugs as I could. It kept them warm and left them ready to attack with, but it reduced my ability to spy on the people around me drastically. In the future, I planned to see if there was a way to extend warming charms to others. Most likely I wouldn't be able to extend them to every bug in my repertoire individually, but it might be something to look into nevertheless. I had bugs nesting in inaccessible places around the pipes. The hot water was more than enough to keep them alive throughout the worst of the winter, but they were sluggish and difficult to use when they left to spy for me. That had been making me a little paranoid. Still, my reputation was apparently enough to stop further attacks, or maybe it was the idea that the staff and paintings were keeping a close eye on me. Rumors around school were that it was as much to protect them from me as vice versa. I would have been happy to have you come home with me for break, Hermione said. There were tears in her yes, which made me feel a little uncomfortable. I wouldn't endanger all of you like that, I said. And I'm glad that you are taking your holiday in Europe this year. I talked about it with my parents, she said. They wanted to withdraw me from school, but I convinced them that I was actually safer here than I would have been out there. They're safer when I'm here too. I nodded. At least her parents had been willing to listen. I was willing to bet that a lot of Muggle-born parents were likely to underestimate the extent of the danger they were in, especially as they didn't get the wizarding paper. Not that Skeeter or the others had done any real reporting about what was happening. There were hints of what was going on in the papers that I stole from Neville from time to time, but nothing substantive. They were doing a disservice to the general population as far as I was concerned. I'll be looking forward to seeing you when you get back, I said. She nodded. Her bags were packed, and she levitated a trunk behind her. It was funny that only a few months before she'd been amazed that I'd levitated an empty trunk, but now she was doing it casually, as though it wasn't anything. The holiday was only 2 weeks long, and the vast majority of the students were going home. Within an hour of the castle being emptied, it felt as though the whole place echoed and was much larger than it was when it was full of students. There was an eerie feeling to it. Normally it was a place that was filled with laughter, with the sounds of running feet. Now it felt abandoned. In some ways I was safer than I had previously been. There were fewer people who wanted to shove me off the stairs, and watching my back was going to be easier when there was no background sound to mask the sound of approaching footsteps. At the same time, there was no one around to hear me scream. Even part of the staff was leaving for the holidays, leaving them running on a skeleton staff, not literally, to the chagrin of some of the students. There would be no one to give me presents, and no one to give presents to. None of my friends had chosen to stay behind. Neville was spending the holidays with his grandmother, Millie with her family. The Weasleys were off doing whatever Weasleys did. Even the younger Weasley left. Still, it was an opportunity to redouble my studies. I found myself in the dungeons beside the fire in the comfortable chair as often as not, surrounded by books of the darkest magic I could find that wasn't in the restricted section. It was nice being able to doze by the fire. The heat there was enough that I could hide some of my bugs all around me to keep watch even as I dozed. I'd learned that my power worked even when I slept, and so I was actually able to relax. The Great Hall was empty at meals, enough so that one day as I sat down for lunch, I felt an unfamiliar presence sitting down beside me. The dark-haired Gryffindor boy was staring at me. Potter, right? I asked. He nodded. You didn't have anybody to go home to? He asked. I'm an orphan, I said. You might as well be, he said. Ah, bad family. I'd seen a lot of that when I was in the wards. Para-human powers didn't go to well-adjusted people who didn't have a lot of trauma. Most para-humans came from broken homes to say the least, unless their trauma was from some other source. Why are you sitting at the Slytherin table? I asked. Ron isn't here, and I figure it'll piss Snape off, he said. He grinned. Malfoy too. School's kind of fantastic, isn't it? It'd be better if I wasn't in Slytherin, I said. He glanced around. The hat tried to put me in Slytherin, but I begged it not to. It wouldn't listen to me, I admitted. I tried to get it to put me in Hufflepuff. He snorted. When he saw that I wasn't joking, he laughed out loud. You belong in Hufflepuff like you know who belongs there. You aren't comparing me to the Dark Lord, are you? I asked stiffly. Everybody else does, he said. I don't see it myself. I haven't thought that since I saw you save Neville from falling. He speaks highly of you. Then when you saved his ma. I didn't do anything there, I said. I just had an idea. Pomfrey and the others did all the work. I'm glad it was able to help him though. She recognizes him now at least. They're taking her home, Potter said. It'll be his first Christmas with his mother, and it's all thanks to you. I shrugged uncomfortably. So did you really stab a troll in the bollocks? He asked suddenly. I stared at him for a moment, then sighed. While Potter seemed nice enough, he was still an 11-year-old boy. Yes, I said. Several times. It was the best place to kill him since that's where the skin was thinner. How did you know? He asked, leaning forward. It was an educated guess, I said. I could have easily been wrong, in which case I likely would have just run away. He glanced down. You weren't scared. Everybody's scared, I said. Some people more than others, but it happens to everyone at least some of the time. The only thing that matters is what you do when you are scared. Do you run, or do you stand and fight? It's easier to run sometimes, he said. But you can't run from yourself, I said. And you'll always know that you were the one to run. He stared off into the distance. Sometimes there's things you just can't fight. I frowned. Was he talking about the Death Eaters, or about his unhappy family life? The wizarding world didn't have a lot in the way of social services. That was part of the reason that Dumbledore was having such a hard time placing me. Mostly orphans were taken in by the friends of their parents, or by grandparents of other relatives. People were so interrelated in the wizarding world that there was almost always someone willing to take them in. Only the Muggleborn didn't have that option, and usually ministry officials tried to place those with other Muggleborn families. In my case, doing that would doubtlessly result in the deaths of my and my foster family. I needed to be placed with a wizarding family, and one with strong wards, or who had other strong defenses. I hear the Christmas feast is going to be something special, Potter said. Hagrid is bringing in Christmas trees and everything. It's kind of boring without Ron here. Big families tend to expect their family home for Christmas, I said. Well, it's kind of your fault too, Potter said with a rueful smile. There's a great aunt that was a Cruciatus victim, she's better now, and Ron's mom insisted that they all come home for Christmas. The twins hadn't said anything about that. You want to play chess sometimes? He asked. Ron was teaching me. I'm not very good, but I'm sure I could teach you. I can play chess, I said. My mother taught me. So. Maybe, I said reluctantly. It would cut into my studying time, but Potter was possibly the only person the Death Eaters hated more than me. It was possible that he might know something, even though the glimpses I'd seen of him through my bugs were those of a happy, well-adjusted kid who was having the kind of first year that I'd only wished I had. His grades weren't even that bad, other than potions, and that was at least partially because Snape seemed to hate him. I felt Snape coming long before Potter. Potter seemed startled when the man loomed over both of us. I wasn't aware that you had changed houses, Potter, he said. Potter looked up at him and grinned. You think I should? Before Snape could assign points, Potter was already scrambling to his feet and heading back to his own table. Snape stared at me for a moment inscrutably before heading back to the head table. Reflection. On Christmas morning, I woke with a profound sense of loss. The past few months had been fairly decent, despite the attacks and other problems that kept cropping up. After all, I was in a school and I was relatively safe. I was learning magic, and while that didn't give me the same sense of wonder that it gave Hermione, there was still a tiny part of me that was still excited every time I managed to do something new. Keeping my mind off the things I'd lost had been my way of dealing with things for years. I'd tried not to think about Mom, about the Undersiders, about Dad, even about Emma, who had meant something to me once. When I'd been trying to save the universe, it hadn't been that hard. I'd told myself that I'd worry about having a life once there was a life to have. Nothing mattered but saving humanity. But now? In all important respects I was retired. Nothing I would ever do would be as important as the fight against Scion, and I wouldn't want it to be. This fight against Voldemort was just a regional conflict, and even if he managed to take over the world, it was just one world among an effective infinity of worlds. On a day like today, I couldn't help but think about my mother. Mom would have loved Hogwarts, she'd been a dreamer, she'd taught English literature in part because she'd loved fantasy. While I'd been a child, she'd made sure that I'd been raised on fantasy. She'd read to me when I was little, Narnia had been my introduction to fantasy. Later she'd weaned me on Spencer's Fairy Queen, on Tolkien, on Peter Pan, Susan Cooper. I'd stopped reading fantasy when she died. All of that wonder and magic had just blown away and left nothing but ashes and bitterness when she died. Hogwarts. She would have loved the ghosts, the house elves, the magical paintings. Doing real magic would have sent her over the moon. Even if she'd simply sent me here, it would have made her proud of me. That was a thought that I never let myself entertain. Would she have been proud of me? Of the choices I'd had to make, of the choices I was still making? I hurt people, and being overly bothered by it stopped being an issue a long time ago. There were reasons for that, of course, ones that I considered good ones, but not everyone would agree. When I was in the wards, life had been lonely, but at least I'd seen Dad for the holidays. It had made the pain a little easier to bear, knowing that I had someone. This Christmas was different. This was the first time I was completely alone. Before, even if I was on missions, I'd at least been able to call my father. Now I didn't even know if he was dead. I hadn't wanted to know, because this way I could at least assume he was alive out there. Slowly I opened my eyes. As I sat up, I felt a sudden chill go down my spine. At the base of my bed were a pile of boxes wrapped up in bright and cheerful paper. How had someone gotten that close to me while I slept? Even with my bugs as sluggish as they had been lately, I shouldn't have been surprised like that. It could have been the house elves. They were stealthy enough that they were sometimes able to evade me even when I was awake unless I was paying attention. How stupid did they think I was? This had to be a trap. There could be anything in those boxes, explosives, cursed items, anything at all. The safest thing would be to burn them, but that wouldn't be smart in the dungeons. There were probably magical means of ventilation, but I couldn't take the risk. The last thing I needed was to get a reputation for having tried to burn down Hogwarts. I'd have to take them and put them in the fire somewhere higher up. I slipped into my robes, keeping a cautious eye on the packages, and I pulled out my wand. Levitating the entire mass wasn't a problem, and a moment later I made my way down the stairs, the packages in front of me. Snape was waiting for me at the bottom of the stairs. I see that you haven't opened your gifts, he said. He didn't look surprised. Despite the early hour he was completely dressed and looked fresh as a daisy. Having an adult's need for sleep must be nice. Why was he here, of all places on Christmas morning? Didn't he have somewhere else to be? Traps, you mean, I muttered. Maybe you can burn these for me. I let the gifts drop to the floor in front of him. He looked down at them for a moment, but he did not step back. I certainly would have. You aren't even interested in who might have deigned to send you gifts? He asked. I snorted. Nobody would bother sending me anything. Not this year. You might be surprised, he said. I have taken the liberty of checking every one of your gifts a minimum of 3 times using every spell I could find. Only one turned out to be cursed, and I have taken that to the Aurors to be dealt with. I glanced down at the presents and frowned. Who would have? I checked the packages with my bugs. Hermione, Millie, Tracy, Neville. Strangely enough, I had a package from a woman named Molly Weasley. Since I knew every Weasley in the castle, I had to assume that she was a relative of some sort. There was even small packages from Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy. There was a package from Alice Longbottom, and at the bottom of the pile was a package from Snape himself. This one is from you? I asked. For some reason I felt like it was hard to swallow. He nodded. With a gesture of my wand, I summoned it to me, and I sat down on the armchair closest to the fire. I carefully opened the package. A mirror? I asked. It was a large mirror, the kind meant to be hung on the wall. It was plain and utilitarian. I frowned as I looked into it and saw only shadowy shapes. There was a brown-haired man in his early 30s. He was staring at me as though he wanted to kill me. Behind him stood a man with a face that was the color of bleached bone. He didn't have a nose and his eyes were red. It is a magical mirror, he said. It is called a faux glass. It shows the enemies of the possessor. The closer they are to you, the more clear the image becomes. I stared at him. This is too much. It was my hope that you would realize that not everyone is your enemy, he said. Although if they are close enough that you can see the whites of their eyes, it is likely that they are right behind you. Snape wasn't in the mirror, but there was a large crowd of indistinct shapes that indicated that I had more enemies than I had thought. I'd assumed that most wizards wouldn't really care that much about me. Maybe I was wrong. How does every wizard in the world not have one of these? I asked. Are they expensive? This one cost me nothing, he said. I managed to capture it in a raid during the last war. It is one of several. I looked down at the mirror, which I'd leaned against the chair. It obviously hadn't helped its previous owner that much, and I had to wonder what side of the war its owner had been on. Still, it wasn't the kind of gift I could possibly afford to turn down. Thank you, I said, and for once I meant it. It is not infallible, he warned. There are ways to fool it, and even if it tells you who your enemies are, it will not tell you from which direction they are coming. I understand, I said. But there isn't anything you could have gotten me that would have been better than this. I didn't get you anything. He shrugged. The best gift you can give me is to avoid creating so much mayhem over the next year. If this helps, then I will consider it money well spent. But he didn't spend any money. He turned. Finish up with your gifts. Breakfast will be an hour late this morning. It had been a long time since I'd been excited about a gift, but this was something I could actually use. As soon as Snape left, I tore into my other gifts. Hermione had gotten me a book, of course. She'd gotten me basic hexes for the busy and vexed. Flipping through the book, I found myself interested in spite of myself. There was a spell for scalping people, for turning their tongues into horns, for giving them fiery hot breath. There might be things here I could use. Millie had gotten me socks. That made me snicker a little. I'd been struggling with a look of socks all semester. Scour Jiffy apparently would get blood out, but tended to wear holes in socks and Reparo only went so far. These were warm socks too, of a nice quality. Maybe she was just tired of seeing my toes peeking out. Tracy had gotten me underwear. None of them had Arms Master, or any kind of designs on them, but these two were quality work and there were enough of them to get me through 2 weeks. They even had my name on them. Molly Weasley had knitted me a sweater. It was a beautiful color of emerald green, with the letter T embroidered on the front in silver. Those were Slytherin colors, and after a moment I slipped it on. It was marvelously warm and comfortable. There was a letter accompanying it. Miss A. Bear. You have returned my aunt to me, and my family will always be grateful to you. Consider yourself one of us, and should you ever need anything, ask one of my boys. That was it. Harry Potter had sent me some chocolate frogs. Draco had sent me a wizarding chess set. Was this a gift from him, or actually from his father, and was he trying to tell me something by it? Checking my faux glass, I didn't see Malfoy on there, although that might have been because it was a small mirror, and from the look of it I had a lot of foes. It was possible that he was somewhere in the back. Maybe it was a message of some kind. Was it a warning or an invitation? It was possible that I could go over and over the possibilities and never come up with an answer. I set it aside for the moment, vowing to reflect on it more in the future. That left only the packages from the Longbottoms. First was Neville. Opening his package, I frowned. Another mirror? I asked. This one was much more ornate than the one that Snape had given me. That one had been a rather no-nonsense kind of mirror, bare bones as was appropriate for someone like Snape. This one was something else. It was gilded and looked like it was worth a fair bit. It was much smaller too, this one was the size of my palm. I opened the mirror, and I blinked. Hermione was staring back at me. It took you long enough to wake up. I heard her voice say. What is this? I asked. Neville got you a two-way mirror. She said. He lent me the other one so you could see how it worked. A two-way mirror, there were possibilities here. The image on the mirror shifted suddenly. I was suddenly staring at a beautiful room with one wall that was made of glass. Outside there was a beautiful azure sea. It was a beautiful scene. We're not having a traditional white Christmas this year, Hermione said. But we're doing something different. The scene jostled and moved. This is my mom and dad, Hermione said. Her parents didn't look that much like her. Their hair was rather normal, and their teeth looked perfect. Yet there was a sense of intelligence in the way they held themselves, and in the way they looked at me. Hello Taylor, the woman said. We understand that you've been good to our daughter. Some of the things we've been hearing. The man started. It's Christmas, the woman interrupted, and Taylor is all by herself. Hermione was worried about you, you know, she was worried that you'd burn all your presents and spend the whole holiday brooding like Batman. She makes you sound like Batman, her father muttered. Are you sure your last name isn't Wayne? If my dad wasn't such a nerd, I wouldn't have gotten the reference. The old style of comic books had gone out of style when real para-humans had come on the scene, but my dad had made me see some of the old movies from Earth Olaf. I was actually flattered. Well, dungeons are a little like caves, I said. And I like to fight the good fight. I don't have a utility belt, though. Just a magic bum bag, Hermione said. Like you think I didn't notice. You pull more stuff out of there than can actually fit inside. Sounds like Batman, her dad said. My mates always wondered if he had half his equipment shoved up his. Dad. Hermione said. Her face turned beet red. He grinned. I was going to say cape. What did you think I was going to say? Anyway, Hermione said, I knew you were going to be there all alone, and I thought you might like to see a little of our Christmas. We took your advice, and we're doing a Mediterranean trip. She spun the mirror again, and I could see that there was a tiny Christmas tree on a table in the corner, with a large stack of gifts underneath it. I'll give you your gift when you get back, I said. I really appreciate the book. It's really cool. It's no two-way mirror though, Hermione said. I'm kind of jealous. Magic for Christmas, what could be better? Is it okay for you to be using this? I asked. Won't it violate the trace or whatever? I asked Neville's grandmother, Hermione said. And she said the trace only detects new magic, not spells that are already in place. We still have to make sure that no muggle gets their hands on it, that really would get us in trouble. I really appreciate this, I said. For once, I actually meant it. I didn't expect anything this morning. You've helped people, Taylor, Hermione said. And wizards and witches have long memories. You should enjoy it. I nodded. It's getting close to breakfast. I'll talk to you this evening after dinner. She smiled and it lit up her face. We can talk about the gifts we got. I know about a lot of yours, of course, but there might be some I haven't heard about. How did you all keep this from me? I asked. It worried me. Was it because of my reduced range because of the cold? I didn't have nearly enough bugs to cover as much space as I would like. Or was it because I'd been so focused on my enemies that I hadn't been paying attention to my friends? She shrugged. We passed notes and didn't talk about it much. I forced myself to smile. This means a lot. I was feeling a little down. Thanks for everything. A moment later the mirror went dark, and then it was a normal mirror again. The only thing that was left was a small envelope with Alice Longbottom's name on it. I carefully opened it, and I noticed that all there was a single piece of paper. The words on the paper were written in a childish scrawl. It looked as though the writer had struggled to complete each and every letter. The words weren't childish at all, though. "Thank you for my life," was all it said. There wasn't anything else in the envelope, but there didn't have to be. It was funny that the thing that Mom would have been most proud of that I'd accomplished in this world had been the thing I'd put the least effort into. It had been a casual, off-the-cuff remark, and yet there were people benefiting from it that I would never meet. As I gathered my gifts to put them in my room or my fanny pack, I found that my eyes burned. I must not have slept well the night before, probably because the house elves had almost woken me. My throat was tight too. I wondered if I might visit Pomfrey. It wouldn't be good to come down with something that wizards could cure. Still, as I headed for breakfast, that feeling of gloom that I'd woken up with had almost entirely dissipated, and I found myself actually looking forward to the day. Christmas Day. "This isn't the kind of Christmas you're used to?" I asked Potter. We were sitting on a ledge and staring out a window at the snow. There weren't enough students for a snowball fight, but a couple of students were making snowmen. I wondered if they were going to animate them. Could I make a Frosty the Snowman type hat eventually? Maybe having hats that could animate bodies would make the Sorting Hat jealous. It wouldn't even have to be snowmen, animating corpses would likely be more useful, and wouldn't have the whole heat and fire problem. Of course, snowmen would be easier to make than corpses, at first at least, but they were crap during the summer, so likely not. Or maybe I could get them to animate trash, a little like mush. Harry Potter snorted. "Yeah, this Christmas is fantastic. Only way it could be better was if Ron had stayed around. I actually got presents this year, and people are happy to have me around." "Must be nice," I said. "You should be glad you didn't end up in Slytherin. Being a half-blood would be alright, but killing off old moldy shorts would have probably ruffled a few feathers." "You aren't scared of him at all, are you?" he asked, looking at me strangely. "Everybody else, even the adults, are terrified of him." "He's a small-time symptom of a bigger problem," I said. "Most dark wizards are, at least as far as I can see." "What do you mean?" he asked slowly. "It's a problem with wizarding society," I said. "Actually, in parts of Muggle society too. There are people who don't get a fair chance to have a say in what's going to happen to them. A dark wizard rises and tells them that he'll give them that chance, but the new government he creates ends up just as bad as the last one." "You act like dark wizards win sometimes," he said, looking surprised. "Of course they do. I've read the history books. It's just that if they win they generally don't get called dark wizards. They're considered just and right. History is written by the winners, or at least the people who fawn over all of them." "You've got some pretty definite ideas about how things should be," he said. "I thought Slytherins were more flexible than that." "You mean that they follow whoever has the power?" I asked. "That's probably true. But you have to have somebody who thinks they know better than everyone else, or nothing would ever get done. What? Well, you've heard of comic book superheroes, right? Like Batman, or Bonanayman," he said. "Bonanayman? Whatever. Right. Well, superheroes think that things should be a certain way. Usually, that's the way things already are. Supervillains believe just as strongly that things should change. Because superheroes tend to side with the government, they get all the good press. So supervillains aren't bad. Some of them are very bad," I said. "But not all of them are as bad as the others. They all get the same label though. It's the same thing with Dark Lords. Somebody who is a revolutionary gets that label when they are really just trying to change things for the better." "I thought you said they didn't make anything any better." "Usually they don't. Some of them mean to, but power is addicting, especially power over other people. Even if they don't fall victim to it, their followers might, or if not them, then their descendants. So you know who isn't bad? His people tortured people until they were insane," I said. "And he tried to murder a baby, unsuccessfully. That's a combination of being evil and incompetent that's pretty dangerous." He stared at me, then laughed shortly. "Trust a Slytherin to make fun of the thing that ruined my life?" I shrugged. "Terrible things happen to everybody. The question is whether you get up, dust yourself and do something about it, or if you decide to lay down and die. I don't believe in giving up. Not everybody can be you," he said. "Sometimes you don't have any power to change things." He was right, of course. When I'd been abused by Emma, Sophia, and Madison, there hadn't been much I could do. I could have tried to fight back, but that would have only led to more pain. There were things that I hadn't been willing to do, but the consequences of those would have led to jail or worse. "Then you watch and wait," I said. "You won't always be powerless, and there will come a time when things change. That's when you make your move." You can be pretty cold sometimes. I'm a Slytherin, I said, shrugging. As much as I didn't want to be, the hat was probably right. Personally, I think that the people I'd want at my back would have the characteristics of all of the houses. I'd want people who were smart as a Ravenclaw, loyal as a Hufflepuff, brave as a Gryffindor, and as sly as a Slytherin. Give me 20 wizards like that, and I'd have control of Wizarding Britain in a year, and the world within 10. Isn't that what Yukonahu tried? Potter asked. He's an idiot, I said. Trying to rule through terror means that you always have to worry about someone stabbing you in the back. If you make people think they want you to rule them, it works much better. He looked at me strangely. Aren't you doing that? I'm not trying to rule anybody, I said irritably. I just want people to leave me alone. If they did that, I'd be fine. Even if people were getting hurt. He asked. What do you mean? Let's say they weren't targeting you. Maybe you're a pureblood, but they're still going after Muggleborn. Would you do anything or wouldn't you? I can't answer that, I said. Being a pureblood would mean that I would be a fundamentally different person. I'd like to think that I would, but there's no guarantee. The person I am now? I couldn't stand by and let people get hurt. They're getting hurt now, Potter said. I'm waiting for my moment, I said. As a first year, I'm not as powerful as some people would like to think. Not even me, really. It was frustrating, being this limited. Magic had endless applications. Para-humans typically only had one power, albeit often a power with multiple uses. Wizards could do almost anything, given enough time and creativity. I wanted to be able to do all of those things, but magic took hard work too, and spells were like math in a way. In math, everything led to everything else. Without addition and subtraction, you couldn't do multiplication. Without multiplication, you couldn't do division. Without all of those skills, you couldn't even start the higher order skills. It was the same with magic. I couldn't simply start wandlessly and silently casting spells like I was Merlin himself. Skills led to other skills, and while I had the advantage of determination and a good work ethic, I wasn't even as much of a magical genius as Hermione. Reading ahead was only going to take me so far. Some magic required practical demonstration, and the Weasley twins were only third years. In magic, I was finding, it was better to be a master of a few spells rather than know a vast number of spells that you could barely cast. Harry was silent for a moment. My relatives hate me for being a wizard. I stared at him. That wasn't the kind of revelation that you shared with a stranger unless it was something that you just had to say. Then it's not really about you, is it? He looked up at me, surprised. People hate what they don't understand, and I'm not sure I understand this thing that we do. It's got to be even scarier to be powerless. That's not so bad if nobody has power, but when somebody sees that other people do, they probably feel a little jealous. His face tightened. You don't know them. The way they treat me isn't right. Are they abusing you? I asked. Because there are things the Muggle authorities can do. The wizards don't seem to have a lot, but being a half-blood means you have a foot in both worlds. Use what you have to in order to get out. Nobody would believe me, he said sullenly. And I've had a talk with Dumbledore. He told me that there's magical protections on my house to keep me safe, which is why he keeps me there. He can't find another place with magical protections. I asked. Did you tell him how bad it is at home? He shook his head. Maybe you should, I said. Wizards have ways of changing people's minds, and if he has to keep you with them, maybe he can make them be nicer to you. Maybe he can just terrify them into compliance, or maybe he can make them forget that they hate you. Either way, you win. It won't be the same as if they really loved me, he said. But at least the abuse will stop. I'm not aware of any magic that can make someone genuinely love you, although I've heard of love potions. From what I understand, those are bad ideas, though. He frowned and looked down at the floor. It looked like he was considering what I was saying, which was good. I'd been lucky. My parents had loved me. Even though my mother had died, she'd left me with the memory of that love, and that had been part of what had helped me get through the dark days ahead. Even in the darkest days of my father's depression I hadn't doubted that he loved me. He hadn't been able to show it, but I'd known. What would it have been like to have been raised in a household without love, with people who actively despised you? Potter didn't look like he was terribly abused, but then almost no one did. He was underweight, but he'd been filling out over the past few months. He seemed to be gregarious, and seemed carefree and happy. Was that a mask to cover his underlying pain? I'd have liked to have helped him, but I wasn't in a position to do much. Going to his house and terrifying his adoptive parents would likely just make them turn their fear into anger, which they'd take out on him. It would require an actual threat of retaliation from someone that they knew who could follow through, like Dumbledore, to actually make a difference. Calling the Muggle authorities would just get him thrown out of the house, and then he'd be in the same situation as me over the summer break. The Death Eaters were on the rise, and leaving the protection of the house would be a good way to get him killed. You can't be loved, I said. Not at home. That doesn't mean you won't find other people who love you. Sometimes friends can be your second family. I felt a sudden wave of sadness. Sarah, Rachel, Brian, they'd been good to me despite being villains. I hadn't been as close to my team in the wards, except maybe Golem, but they'd been decent as well. He nodded. Ron was going to stay for Christmas, but there was something about an aunt coming home or something that interfered. Oh. I said casually. Ron wasn't that excited, because he'd never met her, but some of his oldest brothers remembered her. So essentially I'd cheated him out of Christmas with his friend. I'd have felt bad about that, except that the cure had helped more people than it had hurt, and sometimes it was important to be pragmatic about things like that. It's almost time for dinner, I said. I've heard that it's going to be something special. Yet. He said enthusiastically, seemingly forgetting his upset about his family and Ron. Hagrid told me all about it. Since everybody is stuck here away from their families, they try to make the dinner something special. So let's go, I said. He was right about the dinner. There were turkeys, roasts and potatoes. There was a kind of sausage that was apparently called chipolatas. There were other foods too, although most of them were undeniably British. There were wizarding fireworks on the table too, some of the Gryffindors pulled them, and they went off with a blast that sounded like a cannon. It engulfed them in a cloud of blue smoke, and ejected an admiral's hat and several white mice. Some of the other students also used them, and while the sound and the smoke seemed the same, the colors were different, and the things that emerged seemed almost random, like the old toys in the bottom of cereal cartons, from before people realized that kids would either swallow them or just tear the box up looking for them. Whenever anyone wasn't looking, I began slipping as many of the fireworks as I could reach into my fanny pack. They were free, and you never know when you might need a distraction in a puff of smoke. I was reasonably sure that my bugs would be able to activate one too. I might even be able to activate several. It wouldn't give me much of an advantage, but sometimes there was a thin razor's edge between being dead, and being not dead. I saw Snape frown several times as he looked toward me. I suspected that he was noticing the disappearing party favors, even though I was only slipping them into my pack when no one was looking. The best time to do so tended to be when one of the other students used their firework, because there was a human tendency to look at the source of a loud noise. I smiled at Snape sweetly, and he looked vaguely disturbed. I was either going to have to work on looking more sincere when I smiled, or I was going to have to work on my public persona. Dumbledore was wearing some sort of flowered monstrosity instead of his usual hat. It looked a little girlish on his head, but from what I'd seen, wizard fashions had diverted from Muggle fashions a long time ago. Scotsmen wore kilts, after all, and no one assumed that meant they were cross-dressing. I was going to have to learn to check my assumptions when dealing with different cultures. After all, my experiences with different cultures was very limited. I'd been in different countries during Endbringer attacks, but those had typically been frantic efforts to keep people alive, and the surroundings had barely registered with me. My only interaction with the locals had usually been to scream instructions to them or use my bugs to find survivors. Other than that, I'd spent my entire life in the States. While there were certainly regional cultural variations, the States were really homogeneous compared to the rest of the world. There was a silver sickle in my flaming pudding, which seemed like a health hazard frankly. I had to frown a moment. Galleons were worth £5, and there were 17 sickles in a galleon. It was irritating that they didn't use the decimal system for their money, because that made mental conversions a lot harder. It wasn't a lot of money, I had a lot more than that hidden in my room. Neither Millie or Tracy had touched it, and none of the other girls had gone after it either. I suspected that my reputation as a seer and as someone likely to seek violent revenge had led to that. The things that came out of the fireworks apparently didn't disappear, which meant that the kids who had shot them off left laden with all sorts of Christmas gifts. For appearance's sake, I did blast one off, and I found myself in possession of a Grow Your Own Warts kit. It was the perfect gift for someone living in a dorm filled with girls who hated her. It would make for a subtle form of revenge if used at the right time. All in all, I found myself satisfied as Christmas ended. I had stolen more than a dozen fireworks which were now in my pack. I had a belly filled with food that was even better than the usual excellent quality of their food. Finally, I was planning on sneaking into the restricted section of the library. Now was the perfect time, everyone was going to be in a food coma, and a lot of the paintings were off partying with paintings in other castles. Some of them were still on duty, but I could send my bugs out short-term to watch before going back into my fanny pack in the warmth of my robes. Reading those books might give me some of the answers I had. Among those answers were what was in the books that made them restricted. It had nagged at me all semester. There was no better way to make someone want to do something than to tell them that they couldn't. I wasn't even going to enter the restricted section myself. I was going to see if I could use magic to lift a book across the line, or if they had some sort of magical alarm system. I already had my escape route plotted just in case. If this worked out, my magical skills might get much better in a much shorter period than I'd planned for. This was going to be great. Fall. As we ran through the hallways, I wondered how it had all gone wrong. Apparently the entry to the restricted section wasn't protected at all, instead each and every one of the books were individually charmed to sound an alarm when they were opened. That seemed a little like overkill, but maybe magic didn't have a terrible cost other than the time it took to ward each and every book. The wizard hours that would have taken weren't something I was qualified to estimate. Apparently they thought it was important, which made it even more important that I get into the restricted section. What were they trying to hide? How useful were the books in the restricted section? Obviously I wasn't going to be able to find out until I was able to deal with the protective spells on the books or until I could convince a teacher that I deserved a pass. That second option didn't seem like it was a thing that was going to happen. Where in the hell did he get an invisibility cape? We were both running underneath the cape, but it wasn't exactly meant for running, and I was sure that our feet were showing sometimes. Worse, I kept worrying that one of us was going to trip over the thing. He'd already been in the library when I'd gotten there, and I'd detected him first with my bugs and then with my spell. It hadn't given me his exact location, but it had been close enough for me to sneak up on him. I'd figured that one of the teachers wouldn't have needed an excuse to be invisible, if they were it was because they were doing something underhanded. Yet stabbing Traverse, or worse, Snape wouldn't do me any favors. Putting exploratory bugs out on him had shown that not only was he too small to be a professor, and too large to be Flitwick. I'd been about to tackle him when he'd opened one of the books. That was when everything went to hell. If Hogwarts wasn't under increased security precautions, it would have been relatively easy to get away. But that wasn't the case now. Dumbledore had put in more security precautions than I'd thought. He's here. I heard one of the paintings scream. We were running through the hall under the invisible cloak. That had the unfortunate effect of leaving our footsteps audible, even if they were less visible than I'd thought. Grabbing Potter, I used my bugs to open a passage up ahead. This one was purposefully out of sight of any portraits. Pulling him inside, the door shut behind us, just as the animated suits of armor came moving quickly down the hallway. We were both quiet, even though the dust in the hall made us both want to sneeze. Grabbing Potter's sleeve, I pulled him into the darkness. If we were too close to the hallway, one of the professors would reveal us using the human revealing spell. I'd studied the spell extensively, and I knew just how far we had to go to be undetected. Unfortunately, that didn't take us any closer to the dungeons or the Gryffindor Tower. It took us into the bowels of the castle. The castle had been built in a time when Muggles still periodically liked to purge the wizarding population, so these secret passages were part of the castle's defenses. However, some of the secret passages had been forgotten in the 1,000 years since that time. There had been several passages that I'd hoped to explore over the holidays, some of which I still hadn't figured out how to open. This one required moving a torch sconce, but I'd seen other passages that required a code word, and I suspected that those were lost to time. Figuring that out might take someone with Dumbledore levels of skill. This was one of them. It had taken me forever to figure out how to open the door, and I hadn't gotten a chance to explore, because I especially was under close observation by the staff and by the other students. That was partially because I'd been the victim of an assassination attempt once already, and also, I suspected because they were afraid of what I was going to do. Even now I was using bugs to create a commotion in the hallways. It was only a matter of time before they thought to do a head check, and then the jig would be up. I had bugs knocking over swords on those few suits of armor that weren't animated, and doing other things that would look as though invisible feet would be making their way further into the castle. Pushing deeper and deeper into the passage, we finally got far enough that the spell wouldn't reveal up. We were far enough into the tunnel that it was pitch black. The place was filled with spiders, and spider webs, which meant that I had a good picture of the area around us. It was obviously old from the growths of spiders, and it was possible that the spiders here might be good to start growing a swarm. At home I'd been somewhat limited in what I could do with my spiders because some of them would eat each other whenever I left my range of control. Here, though I was hardly ever far enough away for that to be a problem. I'd have to figure out something to do with them during the summer. I'd already caused a bevy of boggots to infest the school. Some of these spiders were poisonous. We need to get back to our rooms, I said quietly. And soon. I don't know where this goes. I thought you were the girl who knows everything, he muttered. Where'd you get the cape? I asked. Having him reflect on my seer abilities was the last thing I needed. No one needed to know what my limitations were, because that would mean they'd figure out where my blind spots were. The fact that my friends had been able to surprise me for Christmas was horrifying enough. It was a gift, he said. Out of the fireworks? I asked. If that was the case, I was going to open mine as soon as I got back into my room. I suspected not, though. I'd been watching what people were getting, to see if anything was good enough for me to ignore the use of the things as a distraction. It had mostly been cheap crap, although there had been some nice chess sets and other items. There hadn't been anything that I'd needed. He shook his head. I got a note. Said it belonged to my father. Don't know who sent it. It was probably Dumbledore, I said. This is exactly the kind of thing he'd do, give a kid an invisibility cloak when I've been attacked by invisible people. That was always going to end well. It worked out all right, he said sullenly. At least he'd had the sense not to try to follow me around, although it was possible that had been the next thing on his agenda. Boys at this age weren't the brightest of creatures, and he was a Gryffindor, which meant he was predisposed to jumping in before he looked. Why were you in the restricted book section? I asked. I'd gotten an invisibility cloak, he said. What else was I going to do with it? It wasn't like I could bother Ron or Neville with it, and the girls' stairs work even if you are invisible. Tried that one out, did you? I asked dryly. Ron says the girls get better bathrooms than we do. He protested. With bubbles and pink, and magic mirrors. I would have stared at him, but I couldn't see anything. I compensated by letting some of the bugs out of my fanny pack, spreading them out and letting some settle on Potter. Only some of that is true, I said. And you still shouldn't be trying. Well, you shouldn't. He began, and then he stepped back. His foot slipped and he grabbed my shirt to try to right himself. The ground crumbled underneath us, and suddenly we were both sliding downward. Potter screamed, but I managed to remain silent, although it wasn't for a lack of trying. Was it a trap of some kind, or simply the result of 1,000 years of neglect? I barely had time to think about it before I crashed into Potter's back. I'd thought that the darkness before was bad, but this was a blackness the like of which I couldn't remember, darker than Gru's power. I couldn't see my own hands. I pushed myself away from Potter. It was shocking how scrawny he still was, even after all this time. Reaching for my wand to cast a light spell, I froze as I felt the surface we had landed on. It was soft, yet careful examination showed that it felt like there were scales. It was some sort of a skin, which no longer had its original occupant. There were only two kinds of things that shed their skins like this, and if it were one type, I'd have sensed and been able to control it. It was then that I could feel something like a strange, hot wind blowing over us. It smelled rank, like rotting meat and rancid blood. There's something in here with us, Potter said. I felt it was rather stupid of him to say anything. Whatever was in here with us had doubtlessly already heard the sound of us crashing through the roof. Why give away our position if he didn't have to? There were hardly any bugs in the chamber we were in. It was almost as though all the bugs that had once been here had vacated out of self-preservation, or they'd been killed. From my fanny pack, bugs began to scatter throughout the chamber. It took a moment, but eventually I began to get a sense of the chamber we were in. It was massive, but the thing that we were feeling, was right in front of us. My bugs encountered scales. Spreading out, they began to get a sense of the size of the thing. It was huge, about the length of a semi-trailer, maybe a little longer. It was taller than me, and as far as I could tell, it seemed like it was the shape of a giant snake. I froze. Either the thing could see us, in which case it would be attracted by movement, or it could hear us. It was close enough that even given its size, I wasn't sure that I'd be able to duck out of the way in time, and Potter would be dead for sure. Desperately, I sent my bugs further and further afield, looking for an exit. Until I knew where we were going to go, moving was just likely to attract the attention of the thing. Still, staying here wasn't an option. Sooner or later, the thing was going to get curious, and a lot of animals explored by taking a nip out of things. At the size of it, a nip would cut either one of us in two, or worse, it would just swallow us whole. Bugs who got near its fangs died almost instantly, in agony. I grimaced, glad there was no one to see. The thing was poisonous. How to tell Potter that we needed to leave without alerting the creature? If it was one of the Undersiders, I might be able to use my bugs somehow, but Potter didn't know anything. I think we should get out of here, I murmured in Potter's ear. I spoke almost inaudibly, but I heard the sound of movement nevertheless. There was a monstrous sound of scales sliding on stone, and the breath on our faces got hotter. I grabbed Potter's robes tightly and prepared to dodge to the side. Alone I probably could have done it, an animal that size probably wasn't all that fast unless it was enhanced by magic. However, given the closeness of the thing and the fact that I'd be pulling Potter along behind me, I was afraid that I wasn't going to be fast enough. I heard a monstrous hissing sound. There was a hissing and rasping reply from beside me. It was Potter. He says he's hungry, Potter said. Potter spoke snake? That wasn't a talent I'd heard about, but I was just learning about magic. It was useful now, but only if Potter kept his wits about him. How could you bluff a snake? Tell it we aren't food. It's not time for it to wake up yet, I said quietly. The last thing I wanted to do was to antagonize it. Obviously the snake could hear, because it was speaking to Potter, unless his speech was working on a magical level. He hissed and spit beside me, and for the next minute, there was a conversation between them that I didn't understand. I didn't like it, and I considered my options. My darkness powder likely wouldn't work on a snake, they were reputed to have the ability to sense things in the dark with their tongues. Also, it was already dark, we'd be more hindered than it would. The marbles wouldn't work on a thing with no legs. The Christmas fireworks might, depending on how good its hearing was. Despite its ability to hear Potter, it was possible that it was deaf. I had a vague recollection that snakes couldn't hear. They didn't have visible ears anyway, so even if it could hear, the crackers might do nothing but antagonize it. I sent my bugs out farther and farther, seeing a way out. I found a sudden breeze to the east, and I tugged on Potter's shirt. "If I make a light, is that going to set him off?" I asked. "He says that if we look in his eyes it will kill us," Potter said. He sounded fascinated instead of scared. "Isn't that lovely?" I muttered. "Trust Hogwarts to have a monster in the caverns underneath it with poison fangs and the ability to kill by sight. It would explain why there were no bugs, assuming that there was light down here sometimes. It was possible that enough sunlight got in from the entrance that I was sensing to make a difference. Or maybe there were magical torches that lit when the thing wanted them to. "I think it's lonely," he said, after another conversation with it. "It's poisonous," I said. "And it can kill us by looking at it. That means that even if it's friendly it could kill us without meaning to. Also, it's 50 feet long, which means it could roll over on us." "How do you know that?" he asked. "How do you think?" I asked. It wasn't really answering his question, but by letting him come up with his own answer, I wouldn't have to come up with my own. "I know the way out. It wants us to come back," Potter said. "Tell it we will," I said. Lying to a 50-foot snake wasn't a problem. Dying because of one was. Ultimately, I was going to have Potter say whatever he had to in order to get both of us to safety. He spoke, and a moment later said, "He'll let us leave." I felt a sudden sense of relief. I'd been afraid that I was going to end up getting Potter killed, and that was likely to end up bad for me. Getting out on my own would have been difficult but possible, but with Potter would have been almost impossible. Now we had a chance. With luck, I might even be able to pin Filch's murder on the thing. Wizards didn't tend to question very well, and if there was an obvious explanation, they'd be likely to go for it. "Good," I said. I pulled him along as quickly as I could. He stumbled along behind me, but I moved without a misstep. A carpet of bugs were moving before me, giving me a mental sketch of the room by feel. "Do you hear that?" Potter asked. For the first time he sounded worried. He was hearing the sounds of the bugs from my fanny pack moving in the darkness. He hadn't been scared around the snake, but now he was scared. "It's nothing," I said shortly. I kept pulling him behind me, and he stumbled along. There was an opening up ahead. It felt like it was blocked by brambles. "Don't look behind us," I said. The monster wasn't within sight, I had bugs behind us checking. However, the ones on the floor had already moved ahead through the brambles, exploring the forest outside. "Lumos," I said with my wand out. Although I'd intentionally left the light dim, we both blinked and struggled to adjust our vision. The bramble in front of us was thick and impenetrable. "Do you have your wand?" I asked. "Yeah," he said. "Make a light," I said. He did so, and I began using my wand to cut away at the bottom left corner of the branches. It required several spells, and even so I didn't cut more than a small opening. The last thing we needed was to encourage the thing back behind us to go out and explore in the daylight. The opening I'd made was small enough that the only reasons we could squeeze our way through was because we were both tiny and scrawny. Even so, I felt it rip away at my robes. As we stepped out into the outside, I could see the moon up in the sky. We were in the middle of a forest, and the trees looked like trees I'd seen before. We were in the middle of the forbidden forest. Gibbon. It was dark, but I was picking up more bugs all the time. Insects tended to use three main strategies to survive the winter. The first was to avoid the cold. Some did that by migrating like birds. Butterflies were widely known for doing just that. Others would hide at the bottom of ponds, where temperatures were more stable than at the surface. Some would burrow into the earth, beneath the frost line. Some survived the winter almost unchanged. Mites and snow fleas were in that group. Some would simply freeze, going into a state of almost suspended animation, waking when the heat of the spring resumed. The only bugs I had now were the middle group, the others either weren't around, or would die of the cold. There was still life all around, but it wasn't the explosion of life that had been there during the fall. Instead it was more subdued. Casting a warming charm on both myself and Potter, I said, "We need to get back to the castle. I can't imagine that a head check won't be one of the first things that they do, and the both of us are the people they'll be looking for first." "Yeah," he said grimly. He'd managed to hold onto his invisibility cloak, so we weren't entirely done. There was still a chance to get inside the castle without being detected, even though we were probably going to be caught as being out of our rooms. It hadn't been all that long, 10 minutes maybe since the alarm had been set. However, the more time that passed, the more alarmed they were going to be and the more in trouble we were going to be in. If it was just me, I probably could have bluffed my way out of it. However, I didn't know Potter well enough to know whether he would blurt everything out all at once. It was possible that for once that might be the best option. There was a death snake beneath the school. That seemed like something the administration should know. I sent the bugs up, but it was late enough that the castle was not lit up. None of the bugs I had available had vision that was good enough to see the castle in the middle of the night. The forest was to the east of the castle. I wasn't particularly good with directions. I'd always had my bugs and the city to follow. In a city, the bugs were always active, kept warm in human habitations. Checking locations had been easy. In a forest it was going to be much harder. Which way? Potter asked. The best thing I could do was pick a direction. We had warming charms which meant we wouldn't freeze to death, and in the middle of winter, it was likely that the more dangerous monsters would have gone to ground. Still, it was possible that there were more trolls out here. I was a lot better with magic than I'd been even a couple of months ago, but I had no idea how Potter stacked up in magic. Would he back me up, or would he run away screaming in terror? Just being a Gryffindor didn't necessarily mean that he was brave after all, it just meant that he wanted to be. Let's go this way, I said. I had no idea if it was the right way, but our only choices were to either keep moving or to hole up until morning when my bugs could find the direction of the castle. The last thing I wanted to do was to find out that the giant snake had changed its mind and felt like a midnight snack. He nodded. I'd felt drawn to something in the center of the forest before, I felt it again. It was something that I'd meant to explore, but this was hardly the time. Knowing that it was in the center of the forest, and knowing how far we'd walked underground, I could guess that we were on the side of the forest closest to Hogwarts. That meant that I only needed to go away from whatever it was, and we'd get back to the castle sooner or later. Suddenly, I grabbed Potter's robes and leaned into him. Keep quiet, I said. Easing us into the underbrush was difficult, but a quiet levitation spell managed to lift some of the branches high enough that we could both slip under it. I didn't like being confined to such a small area, but hiding was going to be the best thing I could do for us. We were surrounded by multiple groups of men. Potter was silent beside me as we waited in the darkness. I can't believe he's asking us to do this on Christmas, the first of two men stepping into the clearing said. It's the best time. Their guard will be down, and we'll get a chance to feel out their defenses, the second man said. The Dark Lord's given us enough spells not to be detected, but he hasn't figured out how to get us inside. Why is the boy so important anyhow? The first man asked. He made the Dark Lord look like a fool as a baby, the first one said. And there's a prophecy, although nobody seems to know what the whole thing is. Nobody tells me anything. That's because you're an idiot who can't keep his mouth shut. Yeah, but do you really believe that we'll find the boy or Avery's pet project out here on Christmas Eve? The seer the Dark Lord is using is one of the better ones, the second man said. Although he could be wrong. Prophecy is tricky. I never put a lot of stock in it. I marked their faces in my mind. I'd have Dumbledore look at the Pensieve later, or maybe Snape, and see if he could identify them. She was sure we'd find them, though. Yeah, the second man said. He was shorter and stout, but there was a harder look on his face. The first man was younger and didn't look particularly bright. Said we ought to be careful though. The terror is with him. How dangerous can a firstie be? The first man asked. I can take care of a little girl all by myself. She killed a troll, the man said. Avery checked. I doubt she's going to be much against full-fledged wizards, though. So we just have to find them, the first man said. And bring them to the Dark Lord. Just the boy. He said we're to kill the girl. I could feel Potter stiffening beside me, but I squeezed his shoulder tightly in warning. If it was just these two wizards, I might have a chance. Darkness powder and a good solid knife might be enough, although it depended on how competent they were. However, I could hear 3 other groups of 2 in the forest. They were searching in a grid pattern, and if I engaged with these, then the others would come running. There was no way that I could fight 8 grown wizards at once. It was possible that I might have trouble with just 2. The fact that my bug count was a lot smaller than normal also made this a dangerous encounter. I didn't have the option of revealing my secret and choking them to death. The bad thing was that the others were moving in a pattern that was getting closer to us all the time. It made me wonder if they were honing in on something, using some kind of tracking spell that I hadn't heard about before. We didn't have a lot of options. We could continue to try to hide, but it was looking like they'd caught our scent somehow. We could run, but a spell to the back might take us out even quicker. We could fight and die. None of those were options that I wanted to think much about. Our best option might be to go back to the entrance to the chamber underneath Hogwarts. It was possible that Potter might be able to turn the monster against the men who were chasing us, which would be delightfully ironic. With any luck they'd kill each other off and then our problems would be solved. The problem was that the entrance was 10 minutes away. I was closer to whatever it was in the forest that had been pulling at me now. Closing my eyes, I reached out with my power. My power had always gotten stronger when I'd felt trapped, and while this wasn't the same power, it seemed to work much the same. Magic was an expression of my mind, after all, and I had vivid memories of how it worked. I felt them suddenly. They were an alien presence at the edge of my vision. They were bugs, but bigger than any that I'd ever used with the exception of Atlas and his kin. It took me a moment to get control of them. They actually fought my control in a way that no other bugs ever had. Getting control of their vision, I could see that they were spiders. It was hard to get a sense of perspective, but it looked like they were huge, at least the size of dogs, and maybe as large as horses. I desperately wanted to know what they were, but now was not the time. Potter sneezed beside me, and suddenly the branches of the bush we were hiding under were pulled aside, and we were being dragged out at wand point. One of the wizards whistled, and I felt the others moving in. "It's Potter and his pet Mudblood," the first and dumber wizard said. He was pointing his wand at me, and he'd managed to get my wand while I was distracted. "We're supposed to kill the Mudblood," the second wizard said. "You think Avery would pay us to bring her to him?" the first one asked. A nasty smile spread across the face of the second wizard. "He's got some nasty plans for her. After all the shite she's pulled on pure blood kids, might be the best thing for her. Avery's been a right twat over this whole thing. That was the problem with having idiots working with you. They couldn't follow directions. Would I be better to stay silent, or to pretend to be afraid and to cry? That might actually encourage them to kill me. You'd better let us go," Potter shouted beside me. They hadn't even bothered taking his wand, an expression of contempt that they might live to regret. I was close enough that I might be able to grab it and use it. However, the wands in our face suggested that would be a bad idea without some form of distraction. One of the men waved his wand, and Potter fell to the ground screaming. It didn't last for very long, but it felt like it was much longer. My bugs would show up on the white snow, however, I had them moving under my dress, scattering to the inside of my robes and ready to be deployed. Some of them were moving things out of my fanny pack, including the darkness powder, the crackers, and the other things that I thought I'd need. The knife was heavy for the bugs I had on me, so I left it in the pack. I doubted I would be able to use it. "Gibbon," one of the men coming through the trees said. "You found them. This is a great day for the Dark Lord." The second man stared at me, and asked, "Why is the Mudblood still alive?" "We figured Avery might want some quality time with her," Gibbon said, grinning. "Maybe it'll put him in a better mood." "Humph," the other man said. "Well, we'd better get moving. Dumbledore has the castle on full alert. He must have added some alarms that the Dark Lord doesn't know about." "The Dark Lord didn't say that we couldn't have fun with the boy," Gibbon said. He pointed the wand again. "He didn't say you could, either," I said. "What? He told you to bring the boy to him unharmed, and you've already what? Used the Cruciatus curse on him? You think he'll be happy about that? What would you know about it, you little bitch?" he asked. He pointed his wand at me and a moment later my world was full of pain. I laughed. It hurt. On the scale I was used to it was an 8 on a scale of 10. However, I'd experienced a 12, and no pain I experienced would ever compare. Staggering to my feet, I forced myself to smile. "What?" the man said, his wand suddenly going limp. "This isn't a chance I normally give people," I said. "But I'm feeling generous. Run away and I will let you live, for today at least. If you don't, then I will kill you. I'll kill your friends, your families. I will destroy everything you've ever loved. You won't be going anywhere," the man sneered. "It's not worth bothering with you. He was going to try to kill me. I warned you," I said. The bugs dropped darkness powder into my hands, and I threw it to the ground, dodging to the side. Green light flashed to the spot where I had been, but the things I had summoned were already in the trees. They dropped down onto the men. There were flashes of green light in the darkness, with the screams of dying men. I lunged forward and I grabbed the wand the Death Eater in front of me was using. His grip tightened, but I reached up and shoved a cracker in his mouth. I felt his grip loosen, and the man began to fall. Apparently the Christmas crackers weren't as safe as they'd been made out to be. A moment later it was over. The spiders began to drag the men off into the forest. I heard Potter rooting around. He'd finally revived himself enough from the pain to try to do something constructive. By the time the darkness powder began to lift, there was only one man left on the ground. There wasn't anything left of his jaw, and he was unconscious. "Episky," I said. "Episky." It wasn't enough to repair his jaw, but it did stop the bleeding. "What are you doing?" Potter asked. "And where are the others?" "I saw some giant spiders in the trees," I said. "It looked like they were going to attack, so I dropped some darkness powder to help them." "And this?" he asked. "It might be good for the Aurors to have somebody to interrogate," I said. "We just have to get him tied up and get him to the castle." Most likely they'll forget about giving us points if we bring them something else to distract them. He stared at me, his face looked drawn and worn. I stripped him of his robes and used them to tie his hands behind him. After the death of Filch, I'd looked up the Levi Corpus spell. Casting it now, the man was levitated by one ankle. Let's go, I said. The man behind us had half his face destroyed, but I was sure that wizarding medicine could repair him well enough that he could answer questions. I had a feeling that this incident was going to improve my reputation with some people, but it was likely to move me up Voldemort's list. I'd been enjoying my time as being just Avery's pet project, but killing 5 Death Eaters and capturing one was going to be a setback for him. Most people like him didn't like setbacks. They often took them personally. I was going to have to be even more careful now than I had been before. The man was in front of us, floating. His face bashed into branch after branch. I didn't particularly care. What are we going to tell them about the snake? Potter asked. The truth, I said. We were out exploring after hours, stumbled into a secret passage, and fell into a snake pit. They'll kill it, he said. They should, I said. If you didn't speak snake, it would have eaten you. He looked at me strangely. I'd have gotten away, but then everybody would have blamed me, I said. Which probably means I'd have ended up in Azkaban. She's a person, he said. All snakes are. You've talked to snakes before? I asked. Sure. Haven't you? I thought it was just a wizard thing, like jaunting. Jaunting. Like on the Tomorrow People, he said. Well, the reruns. I did it once when I was being chased. Operating, you mean? I asked. He shook his head. It didn't feel the same when I did it. Operating feels like you are being squeezed through a tube. This was something different. Accidental magic he was talking about. He's apparently been awake when it had happened to him. Interesting. Well, I can't speak snake, I said. It must be one of the rare talents, like being a seer, or a metamorph, whatever. He frowned. That means the other wizards won't think she's a person either. I certainly didn't. Of course, it was possible that I was wrong. I'd been around enough case 53s to know that outward appearance didn't necessarily reflect on the inner life. Was the snake a person? If it was, would sending wizards to kill it be the right thing to do? She's dangerous, and she's going to kill someone, I said. I'll teach you to speak snake, he said. She won't, he said. I'll even teach you to speak snake so that you can talk to her. I'm not sure that's something that can be taught, I said. I think it's a magical power. You could be wrong, he said. Frowning, I thought about it. The snake hadn't made any waves so far, but telling the authorities would be the smart thing to do. I reserve the right to change my mind, I said. He whooped. But this is what we're going to tell Dumbledore and the Aurors, I said. And they're going to ask you to share memories with them. I'm going to tell you where to start them, and where to end them. Do that, and you'll keep the snake safe. With luck, it might keep me safe. Steps. Acromantulas. The girl said. Is that what they were called? Moody scowled at the girl. He'd been hearing earsful about her from a variety of people, and none of it was good. She was Slytherin, which was to be expected given the other things he'd heard about her. She was clever and violent and dangerous. It was a perfect prescription for a Dark Lord in training. Nothing he had seen had convinced him of anything else. Other wizards would look at her and they'd have seen an innocent-seeming little girl. They'd remember the ridiculous rumor that Muggleborn couldn't use magic as everyone else. They'd assume the was as harmless as she looked. Moody had seen monsters hiding behind the eyes of children, and he had an uneasy feeling that he was looking at one now. There was no guilt in her eyes, no fear. Any ordinary child would have been shaken by what had happened, even now, hours later. They'd given the boy a calming potion, but hadn't even bothered to offer the girl one. That was enough to tell him that Dumbledore and the staff of the school knew there was something seriously wrong with the girl. How did you know they were going to be there? He demanded. I know things sometimes, the girl said, shrugging. I always just assumed that it was my accidental magic protecting me. It stops being accidental at your age, Moody said. Especially if you do it all the time. The girl shrugged. I get some glimpses usually relating to things that are going to harm me. It makes it easier to take steps. Steps. Moody had heard about some of the steps the girl liked to take, and he didn't like any of them. The school had covered up the boy with the boils, but Moody knew who the real suspect there was. How many other things had the girl done that hadn't even been made public? I've heard they were looking into you for the death of Argus Filch, Moody said. Sent a couple of duffers in. Making an accusation out of the blue sometimes helped. People who were disconcerted made mistakes, said things they hadn't meant to say. They didn't find anything because I didn't do it, she said, shrugging. She was too calm, too confident. A first year should have been quaking in her books at the sight of him. She looked at his scars dispassionately, and without any sign of revulsion. That wasn't ordinary for purebloods, it was even less ordinary for Muggleborn. At the very least they tended to stare curiously. She acted as though she'd seen worse in the past, although it was possible that she might just have an excellent poker face. She was a Slytherin after all. Still, he'd looked over the files, and there wasn't a motive. It was likely that Filch had run afoul of a Death Eater with a grudge. Making enemies of the last 20 graduating years of Wizarding Britain really hadn't been very bright, not when you had no magic to protect you. Interrogating her about this might be a lost cause. If she'd done it, she'd covered it up well enough that she was confident that they'd never find him. If she hadn't, interrogating her was just going to antagonize her, which would make her a worse witness about more important matters. So you and Potter got lost when you fell through a hole in a secret passage, you found yourself out in the Forbidden Forest. What happened then? I had a flash that the Death Eaters were coming, the girl said. And another flash warning me about the Acromantulas. I decided to see if the two things coming to kill me would cancel each other out. The girl said it coldly, as though the deaths of 5 men and the mutilation of 1 more didn't bother her at all. Moody had been out to the crime scene, and he'd found the blood-covered wands that confirmed her story. Following the tracks had showed that 2 more of the Death Eaters had escaped, most likely they'd operat. There was blood that showed they'd been injured, with any luck at least one of them had died before he could get treatment for the venom. So you decided to kill them all, Moody said. They decided to kill themselves, the girl said calmly. I just chose not to save them. Right, and then what happened? I dropped some darkness powder when I saw that the Acromantulas were about to attack, the girl said. And shoved a Christmas cracker in that guy's mouth. I'm amazed that you guys let kids have those. I got a nice hat out of it, though. She gestured toward the hat on her head. It was a jaunty sort of beret, colored in the Slytherin colors. Moody could see a bit of blood on the brim though. He wondered if she knew, but was choosing to wear it for the intimidation factor. The Acromantula killed the guys who were farther away, but didn't bother with us, probably because we were small and scrawny and they had a lot to eat. I healed up the guy I just killed, as much as I could, then I dragged him to the castle using that spell that lifts people up by 1 foot. I'm sure the headmaster has told you the rest. She wasn't afraid of Dumbledore, but she also didn't have that hero-worshipping expression that a lot of the younger kids had. As a Muggleborn that wasn't unusual, they didn't have a sense of who and what Dumbledore was. Moody had a feeling, though, that this girl knew exactly what Dumbledore was and it didn't bother her. It matches up with what the Potter kid said, Moody said, turning to Snape and Dumbledore. He'd questioned them separately, not that this would make much of a difference. They'd had at least 20 minutes to get their stories straight. The Potter boy didn't seem like he'd be a very good liar, even though Moody knew that all kids lied. This girl, though, would lie without question. Send the girl outside, Moody said. While we look at the Pensieve memories. He wouldn't trust the girl not to stab him while his face was in the pool. That was mostly true of anyone other than Dumbledore himself, but even more so of the girl. He waited until they sent the girl out, and then he asked. Do you believe her? I am not certain that I believe them about how they found themselves in the Forbidden Forest, Dumbledore said. But I do believe that they met Death Eaters outside. Oh, the man she brought back was definitely a Death Eater, Moody said. I've got a hand-picked team questioning him right now, as well as they can given the state of his jaw. It was possible that this was the break that they'd needed. Moody was sure that there were agents in the department, but if they could find out who, it might go a long way to restoring the balance of power. Even finding out how Voldemort was always a step ahead of them might help them find ways to ambush his people in return. Success bred success, and the more Voldemort won, the more people flocked to his banner. Some losses would help to stem that tide, and maybe even get the higher-ups in the ministry to get up off their asses and do something. Let's look at the boys first, Moody said. The other 2 men glanced at each other, then nodded. The 3 men plunged their faces into the pool. Potter's memories were muddled, he hadn't seen much, and he'd been distracted by the Cruciatus, which caused all of the memories to become jagged and unreliable. The girl's memories were clear. The first part of the confrontation played out just as the boy had remembered, but the memories were clearer. Stop, Moody said. Repeat that. They listened to the Death Eaters again, this was before they'd discovered the children. Voldemort has a seer. Moody said. One specific enough to pinpoint the general area of the children? That's disturbing. That's new, Snape said, looking pensive. Moody scowled and turned toward Dumbledore. Most seers aren't worth spit, but a good one can be bad in the wrong hands. Your pet seer is still here, right? Sybil is right where she has always been, Dumbledore said, and her skills, while real, tend to be somewhat overstated. Look into it, Moody shook his head. The Death Eaters already have too many advantages. We need to keep them from getting any more. The scene continued. It surprised Moody that the girl hadn't been more aggressive. From what he'd heard, he'd have expected her to roll into the bushes and grab the boy's wand, or to do something other than simply sit there. Being trapped at wand point would have been enough for any other wizard, but... She's waiting, he said, pointing. Delaying. She knows that they are coming. The girl had her eyes closed when they'd been discovered. Was that the point where she'd seen what was coming? It was an impressive ability if that was true. Moody watched the girl while the boy was being crucioed. Most children her age would have been screaming if they'd seen their companion being tortured right beside them, especially knowing that they were going to be next. She simply watched him dispassionately, with a slight tightening of her mouth the only sign of a reaction at all. A moment later she was taunting them. Interrupting their plans to further torture the boy looked deliberate. He saw that realization on the faces of Dumbledore and Snape as well. They stopped the memory again. She intended for them to turn on her instead of him, Snape said. Dumbledore frowned. Because she thought he would break. Was it because she knew the Acromantulas weren't ready to arrive yet? A delaying tactic. Letting the boy be tortured would have worked just as well, better in some ways, because they would have moved on to torturing her afterwards, perhaps doubling the time they had before she was killed. It was subtle, but heroic. Did it mean that she wasn't as bad as everything else he'd seen so far indicated that she was? Moody couldn't be sure. Even Death Eaters occasionally showed mercy, all but those who were irredeemable. She didn't mention the torture in her story, Moody said. Not something that I would have expected. The boy hadn't either, but he was a Gryffindor. He probably would have hated anything that made him look weak, especially in front of a girl. Perhaps she didn't think it relevant, Snape said. She has suffered something similar before. There weren't any records of the girl's family's murder, which was disturbing. It was possible that there were other Muggle-born murders that the Aurors had never heard about. The only thing that indicated there weren't was the book and the quill. It was easy to match known names with the dead. Why was the girl's family simply disappeared, when the others were made to look like accidents? Resume, Moody said. The girl staggered a little when she was hit with the crucio. All of her muscles were tense, but there was no visible expression on her face, though. She didn't fall to the ground, screaming. Moody had known full-grown Aurors who would have been incapacitated. Staring the man directly in the eye, the girl laughed. It obviously wasn't a real laugh, but it was enough to disconcert her attacker, who let his wand drop. The man was obviously a fool. Stop, Dumbledore said. That was most peculiar. Did it look like he miscast the spell? No, Moody said grimly. It affected her. She probably wouldn't have done as well against someone like Riddle or Bellatrix, but it shouldn't have mattered. She shouldn't have been able to push her way through the spell like that. She has brain damage, Snape said. He was staring at the girl, whose face was frozen mid-laugh. He looked seriously disturbed. It was scans of her brain that allowed the Cruciatus cure to be developed. All three men stood, staring at the scene before them. Moody turned. His magical eye didn't give him any advantages here, these were just memories after all. But years of experience had alerted him to small details. It was an ability that had kept him alive. Look, he said. In the trees. The Acromantula were in the trees, hidden. Only their eyes were visible, with an occasional limb being placed to look like just another part of the tree. The Death Eaters were facing away from them. She's not looking at them, Moody said. The girl's gaze was on the Death Eater, but there was something about her expression, a minute change. It was almost a look of anticipation. It fit with what he'd heard about her, how she'd often know things without looking. The Death Eaters should have seen her expression and realized that something was happening. They were likely too astonished by her shrugging off the Cruciatus. Laughing had to have been a calculated gesture. It had convinced the Death Eater to stop his attack, and it had gotten all eyes on her. Dumbledore gestured, and it began again. This isn't a chance I normally give people, the girl said. But I'm feeling generous. Run away and I will let you live, for today at least. If you don't, then I will kill you. I'll kill your friends, your families. I will destroy everything you've ever loved. You won't be going anywhere, the Death Eater sneered. It's not worth bothering with you. He still thought he had the upper hand. It made Moody feel a little better. If this was the quality of agent Voldemort was hiring, then the Ministry still had a chance. Not that there weren't a lot of Aurors who were just as stupid. The certainty the girl had. Was it all a bluff, or was she actually the type who would try something like that? I warned you, the girl said. The image froze. The girl was already in the process of dodging to the left. The powder was on its way to the ground. Darkness powder. Good stuff, Moody grunted. He liked it in particular because his magical eye could see through it. The Acromantula were already dropping from the trees toward the unsuspecting backs of the Death Eaters. It looked like the girl was telling the truth. It was amazing. She led them right into the trap, Moody said. Kept them talking long enough so that they were all in the right place, and then she executed it. Everything went black and they could hear screams and see dim flashes of green light. Moody had already explored the scene. He'd seen the tracks, and this memory and the locations of the flashes matched up with what he'd seen perfectly. He could heard the sounds of two men operating. Watching the girl unflinchingly stopping the bleeding on a man whose face was half blown off was interesting. Seeing her lift him in the air with magic by one foot and then drag him behind her like a muggle wagon was interesting as well. Did the girl just suggest that bringing him in might keep them from getting house points taken away? Moody asked. Snape nodded. He was staring at the scene in front of him, his face expressionless. I suspect that Miss Bear does not care about house points at all, Dumbledore said quietly. Yet she chose to leave us with this memory. Trying to distract us from something? Moody asked. Or maybe she was taunting us. What will the Ministry's position be on this? Dumbledore asked, staring at the scene frozen in front of them. Exactly what the girl wants, I suspect, Moody said. We're going to cover it up. It's Christmas so most of the students aren't around. Warn the boy not to talk about what happened. I doubt you'll have to tell the girl. I think that would be best for the school, Dumbledore said, nodding. And the country. Were people to know that Tom was preparing for an attack on the school, there would be a widespread panic. They were just scouting, Moody said. But I think that it would be best if you continue to upgrade the school's defenses. We need to think about what comes next. I think Tom might attribute this to his men's incompetence, Dumbledore said. But I fear that this will have aroused his interest in the girl. If they come in force against the school, what will you do? Moody asked. I am not helpless, Dumbledore said. This school is safer than anywhere else in Britain for the students, and I will continue to make it so. Unfortunately, we live in a world where no place is truly safe. The students would be less safe at home. Moody nodded. I've got a Death Eater to interrogate, he said. I'm assuming that you'll take care of our two pint-sized heroes. I am uncertain who is more at fault, Snape admitted. Miss Bear is dangerous, but not foolhardy. The boy on the other hand. He's a Gryffindor, Moody said. He chuckled. What do you expect, he's the spitting image of his father. Snape's expression turned sour. Both of them shall receive adequate punishments, Dumbledore said. I would like to accompany you to the interrogation. Perhaps we will finally be able to take steps to win this battle of attrition. Moody nodded shortly, and they both left Snape alone with his thoughts. Lily. 12 Death Eaters are in custody, Hermione said. And 3 safe houses destroyed. She'd barely gotten off the train, and all she wanted to talk about was the same thing everyone else was talking about. Nothing else had been making as much news over the past week. Rita Skeeter had apparently been run ragged along with her co-workers. Apparently Moody was better at getting information than I'd thought. I suspected that the Ministry didn't actually know that there was a surviving Death Eater at all, otherwise his companions in the government would have been trying to spring him. More likely the Death Eater was at some kind of black site, being drained of every last thing he knew through enhanced interrogation. I doubted that they were torturing him, not when they had access to truth potions and mind reading. If Voldemort was smart, he was going to have to retreat for a while. He'd need to reorganize and use a cell structure for his organization, like other terrorist groups, instead of a top-down plan. Agents couldn't reveal knowledge they had never had. If I were him, I'd be obliterating my entire organization, starting from the bottom up, making sure that only the leaders knew who else was in the organization. Of course, that ran the risk that spies could infiltrate more easily, but there were costs to every strategy. That's great, I said. It really was. I really appreciated the gift you gave me. I'm sorry I didn't get you yours before you left. You didn't have to, she said. I really did, I said. It meant a lot to me. I handed her the package. I'd had to ask McGonagall to transfigure wrapping paper for me during my detention with her. None of the professors had been overly critical during my detentions, even when Potter and I had claimed that we'd gotten lost and didn't remember where we'd slipped into the secret passage. I suspected that Dumbledore knew better, but he didn't know that actual truth, because the monster was still in the basement, alive, at least according to the bugs that I sent down there. It's not much, I said. They didn't let me out so I couldn't buy anything. She gasped as she pulled out the handkerchief I'd made. Given that I'd only had a week, and I'd had to make things for several people, it wasn't a large handkerchief. Some of the spiders in the castle made golden webs. They weren't golden orb spiders, those were native to Madagascar and the climate was all wrong for them. These were more hardy and resilient than those. There weren't as many of them as the others, and so I'd had to use the golden thread to weave Hermione's name in the otherwise white cloth. It was a risk giving her spider silk, I certainly wasn't going to give one to Snape. However, I was reasonably certain that neither she nor Neville would reveal anything that I asked them not to. It wasn't obvious that the handkerchiefs were anything other than ordinary cloth anyway. They were abnormally tough, but Hermione didn't seem like the kind to try to rip her handkerchief. You did these? Hermione asked. Did you use the spells in Margaret's homemaking guide? I didn't use spells, I said. I carefully didn't say that I didn't use magic, because that would be a lie. As far as I knew, my insect control ability was magically based. Lying to other people was okay, even lying to Hermione if it was necessary. Lying about this would be wrong. You did this yourself. She gasped, looking back at the handkerchief. How long did it take you? When did you do it? It must have taken ages. A moment later she was hugging me, while I stood awkwardly. I wasn't expecting anything from anyone, I admitted. Not this year. Getting something on Christmas Day was a total surprise. She grinned, letting go of me. So did you have a good Christmas? She asked. It had its moments. My conversation with Moody had not been followed up on. I assumed it was because the story had never gotten out into the ministry proper. Otherwise I would have been inundated with people making accusations about me luring the boy who lived out into the woods to be killed, no matter how nonsensical that was. Moody had presumably been smart, keeping it to a small group that he trusted implicitly. Although I'd spent much of the rest of the week under close observation, I'd had my bugs working on the secret passages. I'd found a passage that led up to the abandoned girl's bathroom. I still hadn't figured out how to open it. I didn't tell her about what had happened with the Death Eaters. Hermione was still a little high-strung, and facing actual Death Eaters might have given her nightmares. It had surprised me how well the Potter boy had taken it all, despite literally being tortured. It hadn't lasted long, but I'd seen adult men who'd had more obvious psychological effects. Maybe he was just resilient, or maybe, like me, he had a past that didn't make it seem quite as bad. That was the disturbing idea. The general perception was that the boy had lived a charmed life despite being an orphan, hidden away from wizarding society. Comments he'd made during our tutoring sessions had made me think otherwise. As we were walking down the hallway, I lowered my voice. Have you ever heard about a creature like a giant snake that kills things by looking at it? Why? She asked suspiciously. I came across some legends about something like it, and I'm interested, I said casually. Maybe you could look into it and see what you can find out. And what would you do with something like that if you found it? She demanded. I still hadn't decided, actually. The thing seemed to be sleeping in its chamber below the castle, which made sense given that it was winter. I wasn't sure whether it was cold-blooded or not, its breath had been warm after all. But a lot of creatures hibernated in winter. It was a good strategy for reducing caloric needs at a time when calories were scarce. The problem was figuring out just how many calories a thing like that would need. I'd once read that male African elephants needed 70,000 calories a day. If they'd been carnivorous, that would translate into over 100 pounds of meat a day. When the thing awoke fully, would it need the equivalent of a full person a day to survive? Just how vicious was it? Those were questions that I needed answered before I decided whether to kill it, or use it as an ally. Get it some sunglasses and ride it into battle, I said, grinning a little. She stared at me, and then laughed. Where would you attach the sunglasses? She asked. Snakes don't have ears. Magic, I said knowingly. It wasn't even a lie. If the snake could be an ally, we'd have to eventually see it in the light, and that meant that there had to be a way of neutralizing its gaze. Killing allies would make it worse than useless in the fight that was coming. Our detentions were over with. The last thing Dumbledore needed was for people to ask what we'd done to get detentions over the holidays. He'd given us a slap on the wrist, really. I suspected that he'd have preferred to have awarded us points, except that Moody and the few others in the know expected differently. Should it get out that I'd endangered the boy who lived, it wouldn't look good politically if people knew that I'd been rewarded instead of punished. The punishment had been almost pro forms. I hadn't been bothered by it at all. Potter had seemed to understand too. We'd endangered ourselves, after all, even if not intentionally. Harry Potter is joining our group, I said casually. What? Hermione asked. Why? I've spent some time with him over the holidays. I think he'd be a good fit, I said. And given the circumstances, he's the only half-blood that's as much at risk as us Muggleborn. He's practically one himself. He was raised by Muggles and didn't know anything about the wizarding world until shortly before he came here, the same as us. Hermione frowned. You'd have though the ministry would have taken better care of him than that. After all, he's a national treasure. He's a boy, I said. The same as any other. In some ways, he's had it worse than we have. Worse than you. I knew my parents, I said. And they loved me. That goes a long way to keep you from turning bad. And you think he's at risk from that? She asked. I think he's at risk of splatting like a bug on a windshield, I said. It was a reference that a lot of purebloods wouldn't have got, but Hermione did. She pursed her lips. Can he keep the meeting secret from everybody, even his friend Ron Weasley? She asked. She had a point. Gryffindors tended to be obsessed with looking brave and with fame. That made them more likely than people from other houses to want to talk about things, especially if it involved their accomplishments. The younger Weasley boy seemed fun-loving, but he probably didn't have the motivation to join our group. Worse, he seemed prejudiced against Slytherin. While that was actually justified, I wasn't sure that he could look past my inclusion in the group. I already let him know what would happen if he did, I said. I left the implicit threat hanging. Actually what I'd told him was that I'd tell Snape about the monster in Hogwarts basement. He and Snape had never gotten along and he was certain that the man would cut the snake up into potion parts just to spite him. No, Potter wouldn't be talking to the Weasley boy. Whether he'd be smart enough not to be followed was entirely a different matter. I had some plans to deal with that. The longer we went on, the greater the chance that we were going to be discovered. It had been a miracle that we hadn't been discovered already. The smartest way to deal with that would be to go public with it, in a way that was socially acceptable. I'm thinking that if we should get discovered, we should claim to be starting an underground dueling club, I said. Oh. And maybe we should turn it into a legal one eventually, I said. Or maybe it would be better to start one in advance, and make sure nobody knows we're the ones who did it. After all, there might be some people who would boycott it just because it was related to me. If the idea seemingly came from a professor, things might go better. Won't that mean that everyone else will get better as fast as you? Hermione asked. I gave her a look, and she chuckled sheepishly. The real enemies weren't the students in this school, it was the Death Eaters. Getting better in relation to them was the important thing. Still, it showed that she was starting to think strategically. Apparently I was rubbing off on her. It's fine sparring with the Weasleys, but you learn better when you have a lot of different styles to fight against. Even for the people who are too good for us, we could learn by watching them fight. I felt myself getting enthusiastic. We could probably even get Travers or Snape to supervise, I said. Professor Flitwick was a dueling champion, Hermione said primly. Just because he's small, you shouldn't forget him. She still had some house pride. Was that a good thing? I didn't know. Do you think people would go for it? I asked hesitantly. I'd probably be able to convince the Muggleborn, assuming I was able to convince them of the danger they and their families were in, but the rest of the students were a lot less likely to join. For the chance to fight you and not get stabbed to death. Hermione shook her head. Any wizard with an ounce of pride would jump at the chance to join. Of course, there's a lot of lazy duffers at this school. Well, you'll never be able to get everyone, I said. There were always some people who refused to defend themselves, either out of fear or a belief that they weren't going to be the ones affected. Those people wouldn't be useful anyway. Troops who broke and ran left their comrades in a worse situation than if they'd simply never been there at all. You could plan for a lack of numbers, but a lack of conviction was harder. I had an ulterior motive for this as well. It was possible that this war against Voldemort might be a drawn-out thing. If it was, having a populace who didn't know how to defend themselves was going to be a serious impediment. Whether Voldemort or the Ministry won, it was possible that either side might turn against me, in which case I was going to need an army. I would need a group of people who were loyal to me, people who were used to listening to me no matter how young or girlish I looked. Voldemort had sent people to my home in order to kill me and Harry Potter. It was a violation of the rules that I'd mostly lived by since I was 15. The unwritten rules didn't really mean anything, they'd been a way to keep para-humans from killing each other before they could be thrown into the grist mill that was the Endbringers. Yet it bothered me in a fundamental way. He'd come to my home and he'd tried to have me killed. That made it personal. Before I'd been fighting one of his minions, in a fight that had been petty and impersonal. This had been ordered by the big man himself, which took him from a distant, impersonal project to something more immediate. The fact that his bases were being overrun was probably going to make me a somewhat bigger priority. I doubted that it would be soon, but sooner or later he would be coming for me. At the very least I needed to be training harder. Having people to watch my back would be even better. Who should we ask first? I asked. Snape, Travers, or Flitwick? Start with Flitwick, Hermione said. He likes you. She was right, I suspect that Flitwick saw something of himself in me. He was a creature of two worlds, having to prove himself to a wizarding population that looked down on him just for what he was. He'd probably become a dueling champion to rub their noses in the fact that their pure-blood superiority was pure idiocy. Also, Flitwick respected competence. In that way he was like Snape, although he was less harsh with people who weren't. We'd managed to keep Neville's disasters to a minimum, and I suspected that Snape knew we were working with him. He'd backed off of him a little, and the boy had been doing better. It didn't make Snape warm or fuzzy by any means, he was still acerbic. He was the opposite of Mr. Gladly in a way. Gladly had wanted to be liked by all the students, and he'd bent over backwards to make that happen. Snape almost seemed to try to push the students away. I wasn't sure whether this was because he genuinely disliked children, which I suspected was at least somewhat true, or whether it was because as a double agent he couldn't afford to get attached to anyone. Voldemort presumably had spies among the student population, and anyone Snape favored would make a perfect hostage for his loyalty. Make a mistake large enough to make Voldemort doubt him, but not enough to eliminate his usefulness as an agent? Use someone he loved as a whipping boy. It was a lot like that threat I'd made to the Death Eaters. I'd been bluffing, of course. I wasn't going to go after innocent women or children, although it was possible that their families might be following the same path they were. Voldemort, though, wouldn't hesitate. All right, I said. We'll talk to Flitwick. I still needed to give Snape my gift. It was a small carving of a lily. I'd thought about making a rose, giving him a gift with thorns seemed appropriate. But the romantic meaning behind something like that was a little creepy. I'd seen a book in his office about the meanings of flowers. Lilies were about purity and innocence. I suspected that he would like the irony of me giving it to him. I'd created it by taking a branch dropped from the whomping willow, and using the cutting spell to carve away at the wood a piece at a time. It had taken a lot of work, but given the gift he'd given me, I suspected that it was worth it. Cheating a little by having my insects sit on the outside of a real lily wasn't something I felt bad about. It had been like I was sculpting from feel, and unlike a normal sculpture, when I make a mistake, I could use magic to repair it. The final result had been something I was proud of. I had one more detention with him, and I planned to let him know that I'd cut the wood myself. After that, I'd have my talk with Flitwick, and maybe we could get the ball rolling. Gifts. What is this? Snape asked. He looked wary at the small, brightly colored box on his desk. McGonagall had taken an almost vicious delight in making the wrapping paper as bright and gaily colorful as possible. Your Christmas present, I said. I know it's a couple of weeks late, but it took me a while to make it. I'd already given my gift to Neville, another handkerchief like I'd given Hermione. Potter I'd given some wizard cards. I hadn't seen Draco yet. Staring at the box as though he thought it held a severed head, Snape looked back up at me. I do not require gifts from students. That faux glass you gave me was kind of a big deal. I like to pay people back. He was silent for a moment, and then he smirked. I'd certainly paid Voldemort back. The fallout from that debacle was still being felt all through the wizarding world. It was a sign of just how small the wizard population was that the deaths of less than a platoon's worth of men had such an outsized impact. I shrugged, and held the box out to him. Although I was pretending to not care about his opinion of the gift, I'd put a lot of work into it. Having him reject it was going to irritate me. He opened the box cautiously, looking as though he wanted to use his wand to check it for traps. He didn't, though, for which I gave him props. What is this? He asked. He was staring at the wooden lily as though it was a rattlesnake in his hand, a combination of horror and apprehension on his face. His entire body was tense for some reason. I made it myself, I said. With a cutting spell. What flower is this supposed to be? He asked, and there was a strange edge to his voice. It was almost as though he was ascribing some meaning to the flower that I hadn't meant to give it. I'd looked through his flower book. Had I made a mistake? A lily, I said cautiously. It's a symbol of purity. He was silent for a long moment, staring at the flower with a look that showed a sudden, old sorrow. For just a moment he looked as though he had aged 10 years, but then he straightened up. I know what it is, he said tersely. Who told you? Told me what? I asked. For once my confusion was genuine. He was silent for a moment. He studied my face, as though he was looking for any hint of deception. For once, I met his gaze unflinchingly. I find myself beginning to believe that you just know more than just about things that put you in danger, he said finally. I shrugged. I still wasn't sure what this was all about, but I'd apparently stumbled onto a sensitive subject. I'd noticed that the pages in his book talking about lilies were more worn than the other pages. I'd assumed that meant that they were a favorite of his. Perhaps I'd been wrong. This must have taken time, he said. He stared at it. The cuts are very precise. I'm getting good at cutting things, I said brightly. And it was good practice for later. And I wanted to do something nice for you. It is not your place to be nice, he said. And it could be dangerous for both of us for you to be seen giving me gifts. There are individuals who would see you dead, people who I am forced to interact. It would go poorly for both of us for this to be discovered. I rolled my eyes at him. I wouldn't give this to you in front of anyone else, I said. I'm not an idiot. You are somewhat less of a dunderhead than your classmates, he admitted reluctantly. But you are not an adult. Children sometimes make foolish mistakes. So do adults, I said. They join up with people they never should have and get involved with a bad crowd. My tolerance for your impudence is not unlimited, he said. Some conjecture is not simply dangerous to you, but to me. They sent 6 Death Eaters to kill me, I said. Here. You know that I'm not like other kids. I'm not going to lay down and die. If they kill me, I'm going to take as many as I can with them. The faintest ghost of a smile appeared on his lips. It was so faint that I could have been mistaken that it even existed. Was that approval, or was he enjoying the thought of what I might do to his Death Eater buddies? Please attempt not to drag others along with you, he said. He was silent a moment. Some enjoy living and do not have a Gryffindor-like tendency to throw themselves into danger. I don't do that. I protested. Danger throws itself at me. It's like I'm a magnet for trouble. On that we can both agree, he said. I blame the hat. Staring at me for a moment, he nodded. The Sorting Hat is beholden to no one, he said. It is an artifact of a bygone age. It is as old as the oldest of the ghosts in Hogwarts, and is possibly one of the oldest minds in the world. I hadn't done a lot of research on ghosts, although their use as spies was obvious. I lived in a castle full of portraits that served the same purpose. They couldn't damage me physically, and they couldn't take over my mind, so I'd preferred to focus on more immediate concerns. I spoke with the hat, he said. Questioned its choice. It told me that its mandate was not just to do what was good for the individual student, but what was good for the school and for all of Wizarding Britain. It thought that you would be an agent of change. I shook my head. I don't want to be an agent for change. I'm tired of all of that. Why can't I simply move on into obscurity? I fear you would find obscurity to be rather boring, he said. You have chosen the only path that is in your nature. I looked at the lily. What did it mean to him, really? Your Dark Lord won't win, I said. He's too petty and short-sighted. Someone like Grindelwald might have had a chance, but Tom is no Grindelwald. You don't know what you are talking about, he said stiffly. He'd once fallen for Voldemort's line. He's got vision and determination, I said. Unwavering conviction. People mistake that for charisma. Everyone wants to be significant, most people channel that into work or family or achievement. And you know this at 11, because I ignored him. People who feel that they can't do that, it's easy to tell them that they deserve better, because of their race, or their gender, or their religion. People like that, all you have to do is tell them that an enemy is attacking their group, and they have to defend it. That gives them permission to use violence. I'd studied radicalization, especially in reference to the Fallen. They'd worshipped the Endbringers, and while they hadn't been anything nearly as dangerous as the Slaughterhouse 9, they had been fanatics. Get a group of them together, and they will feed on each other. Violence begets violence. He was staring at me. You've researched how to become a Dark Lord, he said. There was an incredulous note in his voice. I've read between the lines, I said. And if you win, then you aren't a Dark Lord. You're just Minister for Magic, or the Emperor or whatever. No one would accept a Muggle-born Dark Lord. You never know until you try, I said, grinning at him. You just have to find the right leverage. You win by taking existing prejudices and widening them. Tell them you know how the world really is. Make them think they can make a real change. Ultimately the only thing that changes is who's in charge. They'll tell you that you are better than everyone else. If something bad happens to you, it's not your fault, it's the others. His lips tightened. Had Voldemort used some of those tactics against him? Was I essentially calling him a fool, a sap? I didn't mean it that way. I'm not planning to become a Dark Lady, I said. That's a whole lot of work I really don't want to be bothered with. Have you considered running for Dark Lord? What? He asked, startled. I suppressed my urge to laugh at the look on his face. He looked like a deer caught in the headlights. Hadn't the thought of taking over ever occurred to him? He might not have Voldemort's sheer power, but he was at his side constantly. Even Hitler had generals who had wanted him dead. You've got the look already, I said. All it would take was giving the right people a little push. Make people believe that what you're offering is better than what the Death Eaters or the Ministry is offering. He regained his composure. My position is precarious enough, as apparently you seem to know. I would prefer to keep my head, instead of having the entire wizarding world after it. Well, if you change your mind let me know. Enjoy the present, I said. Before he had a chance to either thank me or give me detention for some weird reason, I turned and left. Marching up into the Slytherin dorms, I headed toward the boys' stairs. There were no protections on those to prevent the girls from entering, which I thought rather stupid, really. Given the nature of teenagers, it was surprising that there wasn't an explosion of teen pregnancies every year. Maybe there was a section in the syllabus where the boys and girls were separated and we were given a lecture on contraceptive magics. Likely it was in the restricted section. Maybe it wasn't, and I just hadn't bothered to look it up. After all, it wasn't something I was going to have to worry about for a good, long while. It didn't take long for me to find Malfoy. He'd just returned from the holidays with his family, and he was the only one in the common room. Malfoy, I said. We need to talk. The look of apprehension on his face was amusing. How much had he heard from his father, who was likely in contact with their master? In retrospect, I likely could have discovered whose parents were active Death Eaters simply by their reactions in the aftermath of my adventure in the Forbidden Forest. Those who didn't react differently were at the very least not being kept in the loop by their parents. Those who were probably were acting as spies for their parents anyway. Deciding that I would watch everyone around me closely over the next few days, I pushed forward. I wanted to thank you for your gift, I said. The look of relief on his face was palpable. I brought you a gift as well, I said, pulling the brightly colored box from behind my back. The look of anxiety on his face was suddenly back. What was it with these people? Why did they assume that if I was giving them a gift that it contained some sort of hidden trap? Didn't they know that I tended to be more direct when I intended to move against someone? He took the gift gingerly. As I watched, he carefully opened the gift. As he opened the box, I watched his face carefully. Snape wasn't the only one I'd made a statuette for. I'd put effort into this one. It was a carving of an acromantula, made up as a pendant. His face paled. I was right that he'd been informed about what had happened. I'd assumed that the chess set was a message from his father. In a way this was my message back to him. It was a message that what had happened wasn't a coincidence, that the deaths of the Death Eaters had been planned. People like Malfoy respected strength. The question was whether or not he would share this message with his master, or whether he would keep it to himself. That would give me a measure of his loyalty. It would tell me whether I actually had an opportunity to turn him toward me, or whether I was barking into the wind. Voldemort ruled by fear. How would he deal with this defeat? It made him look bad, but it was being concealed by the Moody. The series of defeats they were suffering was more damaging than the initial loss, though. There had been other Death Eaters captured, although some of them had escaped already. Undoubtedly this was because some of them were released either by people who were sympathizers in the government, or by people who were controlled by magic. What is this? He asked. A gift, I said. And a reminder. He understood what I was saying immediately. He looked at it more closely. This wasn't transfigured. How did you make it? With the cutting charm, I said. It was good practice for the future. I didn't smile when I said it, not like I had with Snape. He paled a little. There were more than one kind of message, and he was bright enough that he got it. It likely boggled his mind that I would have expended this much effort just to make a point. In truth, it had been my proof of concept before I'd worked on Snape's lily. I was very familiar with the shape of spiders, after all. The spider was actually almost as good as the lily. I'd made fewer mistakes because I'd used actual spiders as models, and because my familiarity with it had made it relatively easy. I'd made some mistakes, but I'd repaired them. It was a nice piece of work overall. The fact that it reinforced his idea of me as slightly crazy was only a bonus. I've decided to make this my symbol, I said. In honor of, well, I guess you might know. Is it true? He asked in a low voice, looking around. There was no one around us, and there were no portraits in the Slytherin common room. This was by design, as Slytherins more than those in other houses did not like being overheard while they were making various plans. My bugs confirmed that there were no invisible watchers, either, at least not any they could hear of smell. Wizards using invisibility was common, controlling their sound was less common but not unheard of. I doubted that most of them would think about masking their smell. I had some bugs who had acute senses of smell, and this was something I was habitually doing now. I had no intention of being surprised by invisible attackers in the bath, not again. Are you asking if Potter and I decided to take a walk out in the forest? I asked. If anything, his face paled even further. That was impressive given that his complexion was already pale to begin with. I'm not confirming anything, I said. But if it was true, what would that mean for you? How did you know? He asked. I know a lot of things, I said. The question is what you intend to do about it. What do you want me to do? He asked. Use your head, I said. Keep your eyes open. Consider who it would be wise to be loyal to, someone that you may never meet, or someone who has the ability to make a real difference in your life. He looked conflicted. You don't understand, he said. What being disloyal means. It's not just what they do to you, it's what they do to your family. And you think I'm different? I asked. I think you go after people who go after you, he said. But you aren't cruel. He'd obviously been watching me carefully, more carefully than I'd thought. Obviously, I'd made a big impression on him. No one says that loyalties have to be obvious, I said. Sometimes it is good to keep your true loyalties to yourself. He frowned. No one says you have to openly ally yourself to a mudblood, I said. But there are little things people can do to help. There's a difference between being obvious like a Gryffindor, and subtle like a Slytherin. His look turned considering. I've looked your family up, I said. After my encounter with Malfoy Sr., I'd been interested in what I could learn, mostly about his history, but wizards were very interested in family histories. They've become successful by knowing which way the wind blows and turning their sails in that direction. They started with nothing, and over time they became one of the richest houses in Wizarding Europe. The third richest, he said. It's smart, I said. And that's all I'm asking now. Be smart, watch which way the wind blows, and do what you have to do to keep yourself and your family safe. He frowned and after a moment he nodded. I stepped back, and I smiled. We shook hands. King. A dueling club. Flitwick looked surprised. I just thought that it was a waste, Hermione said. Hogwarts has a dueling champion as a professor, and we aren't taking advantage of it. It's an unused resource. I was letting Hermione make the pitch for multiple reasons. First, he was her head of house. Second, although her connection to me was well known, it was better that the request didn't come from me. It would give us a measure of plausible deniability. Flitwick was sure to be questioned about who had originated the idea, and I wanted him to be able to be honest about it. While the man had many sterling qualities, an ability to lie didn't seem like one of them. Of course, that might simply mean that he was a better liar than everyone else. The best liars cloak their lies in truth, giving them an aura of respectability. I hadn't thought. Flitwick said. Do you think that people would be interested? I've asked around, Hermione said. I thought there wouldn't be a point in bringing it up to you if nobody was interested. There are a lot of Gryffindors who would like a chance to show off. The Ravenclaws think it's an interesting idea. I'm sure we can get the Hufflepuffs to come around. She didn't say anything about the Slytherins, we hadn't canvassed them for multiple reasons. For one thing, we weren't sure that we wanted to empower people we might be facing later. Secondly, those who chose to join the dueling club on their own would be those who were probably more open-minded. After all, this was going to be a club in which mudbloods were going to be participating. The pure-blood hardliners would likely refuse to participate, unless they saw it as an opportunity to hurt mudbloods with impunity. Those we'd find ways to weed out. The ones who remained would be those who were willing to overlook their pure-blood prejudice, which meant that they weren't so firmly entrenched in Voldemort's camp. That would give me an opportunity to know who I might eventually suborn. The only way that things were going to change in the wizarding world was if we could change hearts and minds. One of the problems with the wizarding world was that people lived twice as long as ordinary muggles. Even worse, they remained active for much longer than muggles. Dumbledore was over 100, and he was busier than any 3 people. There were wizards who were in their 16th decade who were still out and working. It had the effect of concentrating power in the hands of those who were old, and this meant that ideas that had long since died off in the muggle world were deeply entrenched. The best chance to change things was to change the minds of the children. New ideas spread in Hogwarts would propagate out, and they would last potentially for 2 centuries. There would never be another opportunity to have as much of an impact as right here, and right now. Unfortunately, I didn't have a lot in the way of political capital. I'd been focused only on survival for months now, but if I was going to be successful, I needed to do more than that. I needed to be proactive, and work at changing the situation that was making my life so hard in the first place. This was the world I was forced to live in, and so making it some place that was pleasant to live was only going to make my life easier. Assuming that I wasn't murdered in the meantime, there was a chance that I was going to have to spend the next 200 years living here. Spending that time living with a group of racist assholes was only going to make my life miserable. Changing their minds wasn't going to be easy, though. As I'd told Snape, Hitler had preyed on pre-existing prejudices, writing them to create the world he'd wanted. Voldemort was doing the same thing. That was the easy way. Actually, changing what people believed was a lot harder. It was going against the grain, and it took a lot more groundwork. Furthermore, it wasn't the sort of thing you could just throw in people's faces. People would fight back against that. Accusing them of being racist simply made them stop listening to you. Once people had made up their minds, it was very difficult to get them to change it. People loved being right, and even more, they hated being wrong. When they were confronted with the idea that they were wrong, they tended to resist and double down on the original idea. When people had anecdotal evidence that they were wrong, they often ignored it. There was a tendency to remember the things that confirmed what you believed and to deny the things that did not conform. Sometimes people went through mental gymnastics to keep their beliefs. Muggleborn weren't good at magic but Taylor Bear was. Then that meant that something was unusual about Taylor Bear. Maybe she was some sort of mutant, or maybe she wasn't really a Muggleborn at all. Wizards weren't always discriminating in their entertainments with Muggles after all. The dueling club would help because it wouldn't just be me. Hermione would be decent, I'd made sure that she had a leg up with our study group. I suspected that there would be other Muggleborns who were anxious to prove that they weren't duffers. We'd all heard the whispers after all, and I'd seen the looks on the faces of those Muggleborns who'd heard them. We'd all heard the jokes that were whispered when people thought we weren't listening. Sometimes the jokes were made deliberately in earshot, far enough that people could pretend to be appalled if we said anything. It didn't happen much around me, for obvious reasons, but it happened to the others. I suspected that this was creating an undercurrent of anger. It would eventually lead to problems further down the line. Right now, the Muggleborn were too afraid to do anything, but people would eventually find ways to repay the constant insults they were being given. I blinked as I realized Flitwick was speaking again. I never realized you had such an interest in dueling Miss Granger, Flitwick said. This wouldn't have more to do with your friend, Miss Bear. The man was short, but that didn't mean he was stupid. Would that be so wrong? Hermione asked. For a Muggleborn to be interested in bettering themselves? I'm sure you've heard what has been happening to us. What's wrong with making sure that we have at least a chance at defending ourselves? So this would be a club just for the Muggleborns? Flitwick asked. I think we all need to learn to defend ourselves, Hermione said. Pure blood, half-blood, Muggleborn, in the end we're all going to have to stand up eventually. If not for this Dark Lord, then for the next one. I'm surprised that you didn't ask Mr. Travers, Flitwick said. You shouldn't have to be worrying about such things at your age, Miss Granger. Taylor talks all the time about wanting to be just an ordinary student, Hermione said. By the same token, I think we would all wish that these were ordinary times. They aren't. It's a good idea, Flitwick said. I'll speak to the headmaster and to Mr. Travers and we'll see what we can do. I expect that I'll have an answer by this weekend. Hermione nodded. I wasn't anywhere in the room, of course. Being seen going in would be a tacit admission that I was behind the whole thing. Hermione came out of Flitwick's office. He went for it, I said. That means that we have a lot of planning to do. She didn't even ask how I knew. Isn't it going to be up to the professors? She asked. You think they won't kick it down to the people who suggested it? I asked. Flitwick's one of the better professors, but none of them like to take work that they don't have to take. Offering to help will buy us points too, not house points, but it makes them think better of you. She nodded. Being a Slytherin is complicated, she said. I shrugged. It's mostly about thinking about what people want, and getting that for them. If you can do that, then you are more likely to get what you want. It was strange, listening to the Slytherins all these months had slowly changed my way of thinking. I'd never been particularly socially adept. When I was young, I'd lived in my own little world. When I was older, I was focused, first on the bullying, and then on my career as a supervillain. Later I'd been focused on saving the world. Emma had always been the one who'd been focused on being popular. She'd paid attention to what was in style, to who was interested in what. Being popular took as much work as being good at academics. It was just a different skill set, one I'd never been that interested in acquiring. But listening in on their conversations, I'd begun to understand things I hadn't before. Doubtlessly, the children weren't anything as skilled as their parents in the art of social manipulations. But compared to me they were much better. Ideally, I'd get the loyalty of someone who knew more about social manipulation than I did to act as my propaganda minister. None of the people in my inner circle currently were particularly skilled in that. I wasn't sure if I'd be able to trust someone like that with my plans either. It would be easy for them to turn out to be a mole. That assumed that anyone assumed that I would be important enough to make that kind of an effort. So far the attacks against me had been blatant and open, but I couldn't trust that this would always be the case. Voldemort was likely busy right now with his current problems. If he thought of me at all, he'd likely have his Death Eaters send their children against me. Most likely it wouldn't be a blatant attack, instead they'd test my supposed seer's ability. They'd try to see what its limits were, and they'd poke and prod until they found something they could give to the people who would make the actual attacks. What can we do? Hermione asked. Look up dueling clubs and find out what the generally accepted rules are. Even if Flitwick doesn't want any help, it might give us a leg up over the others. We'll start practicing with the Weasleys so that we make a good showing when it actually starts. As we went down the passage, I was glad that Potter and I had spent a couple of weeks figuring out how to enter from the girls' bathroom. The solution turned out to be simple. Parseltongue was useful as a code because it wasn't spoken by hardly anyone. It had turned out to be the solution to several of the other secret passages in the castle, some of which turned out to not have been entered in what looked like centuries. Some of them were dangerous and others were still well preserved. According to Hermione, what we were facing was Slytherin's monster. It was a basilisk. Given its size, it was very old. They grew throughout their lives, much like lobsters, and they usually didn't age. The ways to kill it were relatively simple. It involved using a rooster. Like lobsters, this was part of the reason that there weren't many that were very old. Otherwise this was considered a wizard killer. We shouldn't be doing this, I muttered. You want her to get hungry? Potter asked. She might come looking for something to eat, and that wouldn't be good. I'd told him about the monster's size and about what I'd discovered. A monster like this would be useful, but only if it was unknown that we had it. Given preparations, wizards could deal with it fairly easily. We were wearing blindfolds now, even though the chamber beneath us was pitch black. The possibility that someone might turn on the lights was too strong to be ignored. It took more walking this time. Apparently this entrance wasn't directly over the chamber the way the hole we'd fallen into had been. I used bugs to keep from stumbling, although I could feel their instinctive fear of the monster within. I could smell it now, without the distractions of the last time I could recognize the light scent of snake. Snakes tended to have a stronger scent when they were stressed. The fact that the smell now was light was a good thing. I could hear it now, rustling up ahead of us. Practicing what I'd been taught, I hissed, bringers, food, we. Gamp's law was something that in the normal course of things we wouldn't be learning in first year. However, it had been in Margaret's book of household spells. Apparently, wizards couldn't simply create food out of thin air, it could be summoned from elsewhere, or replicated however. Apparently, a template was needed for something as chemically complex as food. It didn't matter if a wooden chair was off a little chemically, as long as it held most of the properties of wood that was good enough. Something that you put in your body was a lot more finicky, and small variations could lead to poisonous or otherwise disastrous results. The books Hermione had found didn't have a lot of information about the dietary habits of basilisks, so we had to make some assumptions. The snake said something I could not follow, with Potter responding. She asked if you were stupid, Potter said. I explained that you were just learning. I grimaced. Having a snake think I was an idiot wasn't flattering. It had been difficult learning as much of Parseltongue as I had, which was probably why most wizards didn't bother. It was probably because speakers were rare to begin with, and so it was hard to find anyone who could speak it. Still, I'd get better. Pulling out the package we'd brought from dinner, I set the roast beef from dinner on the floor. I cast the spell from Margaret's book over and over again. A pound of roast beef became something else, 100, 200, 400 pounds. It required multiple applications of the spell, but that didn't bother me. Ordinary snakes could go without eating for weeks at a time, hopefully this thing was the same. I assumed that was the case, otherwise we would have heard about people and animals going missing. It was possible that the exit we'd found to the Forbidden Forest wasn't the only exit, but I doubted it. Hagrid was in contact with the centaurs in the forest, the holidays had offered several chances to talk to him, and he'd been open about the likely dangers in the forest. He'd had no inclinations about a giant snake, and presumably the intelligent denizens of the forest would have had at least some idea. 800 pounds, 1600. The snake slithered forward, and we could hear the sounds of scales against stones. We both took a long step back, and we heard the wet sounds of food being devoured. Thank. The thing said, I couldn't understand much of what else it was saying. She says that it hasn't eaten since the last speaker came to feed it, decades ago, Potter said. She's not clear about how long because it's not like she has clocks down here, or a calendar. Can you ask her about the speaker? I asked. Boy, he said. Smelled like parchment and ink, like both of us. Another student? I asked. I had an uneasy feeling that I knew who the last speaker had been. My luck wasn't good enough for it to have been a random student. It seemed almost inevitable that Tom was the one who had done it. He'd almost certainly gone to Hogwarts like everyone else, and decades ago would have been long enough for him to have been a child. She didn't know his name. I don't think snakes care about those as much as humans do, Potter said. I have a bad feeling about that, I said. Ask her if she's still loyal to him. There was an exchange that I could not quite follow. She was put here by Slytherin, Potter said. And she's supposed to follow the orders of the heir, who was going to be a speaker. She thought that was the boy, but now she's not so sure. I was going to have to work hard to make sure that the thing switched allegiances to me and Potter then. That meant feeding it fairly regularly, although it was possible that the summer break might not be terrible. It had been down here for 1,000 years after all, and presumably it had spent a lot of that time sleeping. You are the heir of Slytherin, I said. What? He asked. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not. I'm betting that the boy was you-know-who, or at least somebody that worked for him. Do you really want them in control of a giant murder snake right beneath a school with 1,000 helpless students? He was silent for a long moment. I couldn't see his expression, of course, but I could imagine his confusion. I guess I am the heir. If you say something long enough, eventually it might come true, I said. We need her to work for us instead of him, and we need her loyalty. I considered. It might actually be true. How much do you know about your own genealogy? I'm willing to bet that almost everyone in the wizarding world is pretty much descended from one of the founders. There have been 50 generations between us and them, which means that everybody but the Muggleborns is probably related to everybody else. It might even apply to the Muggleborns. I'd heard theories that Muggleborns were actually the descendants of squibs who had interbred with the Muggle population. It made sense to me, presumably the wizarding gene was either a mutation, or the result of interbreeding with almost human magical species. There had been legends that Merlin was the son of a human and a demon, and maybe that was just the origin of the wizarding race. In either case, it was possible that it had come from a single origin, either a mutant, or a fertile half-breed. I didn't bother telling this to Potter. Just because the snake spoke Parseltongue didn't mean it couldn't understand English. That only occurred to me now, which was possibly a disastrous mistake. Parseltongue is pretty rare, though, I said. So the odds of you being the heir are pretty high. He was silent for a moment. I've never been the heir to anything, really. Well, all hail to the king, I said without irony. Club. It was a couple of weeks before the dueling club was announced, and another week before the first session was to begin. In the meantime, we'd made several more trips down to visit the snake, feeding it, and practicing my parcel tongue. I was apparently still terrible. According to Potter, my accent was thick and I was barely intelligible. My vocabulary was limited to a few words. It didn't roll off my tongue naturally the way it did Potter. It felt like I was talking with a mouth full of rocks. Speaking snake wasn't easy. It was almost like my mouth struggled not to speak it. Was there other languages for all animal species? Were there people who could speak to rats, or even worse to insects? I spent a couple of sleepless nights worrying about the possibility. An insect speaker would be able to learn things about me that I didn't want them to know. The only thing that comforted me was the fact that parcel tongues were supposed to be rare. Insect speakers would undoubtedly be even rarer. Only the insects near Hogwarts would know anything about me, and the odds that the one of the students was one seemed unlikely. Still, I'd been looking up acromantulas. Apparently, they were sentient, even though they were perfectly willing to eat other sentients. I might be able to learn insect from them, which could be useful. After all, once insects left my range I knew nothing about them. If I was able to speak their tongue, I'd be able to spy on anyone anywhere. Of course, it was possible that insects didn't have enough of a mind to have a language. It surprised me that snakes did. It wasn't only magical snakes either. Potter said he'd spoken to regular snakes in the past. There had been one at a zoo, and he'd spoken to garden snakes in his own yard while he was gardening. Was there something special about snakes, or did wizards somehow grant temporary sentience to snakes when they were around them? The alternative was disturbing. What if all animals were sentient? The billions and trillions of insects that I had callously sent to their deaths during my career as Skitter, had they had internal lives, a sense of self? Eventually I had concluded that it was likely just a property of wizards, or maybe snakes. The alternative was unthinkable. Were we supposed to be like some Buddhists, avoiding walking anywhere for fear of accidentally killing an ant? Insects, at least the non-magical ones, were non-sentient. I'd felt the difference with the acromantula, and I was betting that I'd feel the difference with other sentient insects too. I hope there's a good turnout, Hermione said. If not many people show up, it's likely they'll shut it down before it really gets started. I've got a good feeling about it, I said. I'd listened in on the discussions between Traverse and Flitwick. They'd assumed that the club would be worth continuing with a minimum of 10 participants. I could sense at least 50 people waiting in the Great Hall now. More were filtering in. Undoubtedly, we'd lose at least a third of that number later on, as people realized that it was hard work, or less fun than they thought, or simply that they didn't have time along with their other activities. Still, there were a lot of familiar faces. The Weasley twins, Potter, Neville, the younger Weasley, even Percy Weasley. The Muggleborns were overrepresented. I'd had Hermione and the others putting quiet words in ears about the situation in the Greater Word. They'd talked about the need to learn to defend yourself in a world that hated you. At first they'd been awkward, but eventually they'd gotten smoother. The thing that surprised me was just how aware of the situation the Muggleborns turned out to be. Strangely, some of the pure-blood and even half-blood members of Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff seemed much more ignorant. It made sense. The Muggleborns were the most affected and so they'd paid the most attention. There seemed to be a good mix of the years, too. I saw everything from first years to 7th years. Some of it was undoubtedly Flitwick's reputation as a duelist. A lot of people were wanting to see him in action. As we stepped into the Great Hall, Hermione gasped at the numbers who had shown up. I tried not to look smug. Part of the reason so many people had shown up was because of our efforts at promoting it. I'd been afraid that some of the purebloods would have organized a boycott, but that hadn't happened. There were even a few Slytherins in the group. Most of them were half-bloods. Had they come to spy on the proceedings for the others, or were they here for their own improvement? I could see heads turning as I entered the room. There were a lot of knowing looks on faces. At Winslow I would have been worried about another locker, but here I figured it was something else. Everyone had to know that I would show up to something like this. It was almost inevitable. I suspected that almost as many people were curious to see how I did as Flitwick. "Welcome, everyone," Flitwick said. "To the first meeting of the Inter-House Dueling Club. We are open to other names, but for the moment the IDC is here to promote house unity as well as to improve the skills that every wizard should have, especially in these dark days." I was surprised that he even mentioned the situation outside. A lot of the professors liked to pretend that Hogwarts was an isolated island, and that things which happened outside didn't affect the students who were there. The fact that he was willing to admit it, even tangentially, was an indicator of how bad things had gotten. All of the students were quiet. "We are supposed to teach the basics here," Flitwick continued, "but there is a difference between having a basic mastery of spells and being able to use them in the heat of battle." Traverse spoke up for the first time. Participation in this club will be considered extra credit for defense against the dark arts, he said. I can think of no better way to prepare for danger than to actually face another wizard wand to wand. He'd proven to be a competent teacher over the past few months. He seemed to care that the children learned what they were supposed to learn, and he was good at getting the ideas across. There were a lot of hints that he was prejudiced against Muggleborns and Muggles in general, but it didn't seem to affect his grading and he seemed to be generally fair. As long as he was able to set his prejudices aside when it counted, I was willing to annoy the occasional digs that he made. I wasn't even sure he was always aware he was making them. It was as though he had a basic set of assumptions that he didn't question. Still, he was competent as a teacher, and that was important right now. We will organize this club by grade level. The best 3 in any particular grade level will be allowed to participate in the next grade up. I raised my hand. Yes, Miss Bear. He asked. How far can we take that? I asked. Is it limited to a single grade level? He stared at me, considering, then said, if a student is able to fight above their weight class, they will be allowed to advance until they can no longer continue to advance. I nodded. I saw looks from the people around me, but I ignored them. Asking the question had been risky. I suspected given my performance against the Weasleys that I might be able to score in the low 3rd year level in a fight. There were aspects of luck to the whole thing, though, and it would be embarrassing if I found myself stuck in 2nd year. We will begin with some basic combats to see where people rank, Flitwick said. This will help us determine each student's strengths and weaknesses. Quickly, they separated us out by year. Notably, they didn't separate us by house, something that I was pleased to see. The simmering anger between houses had lessened somewhat, but only because the professors had tamped down on incidents in the hallways hard. Things like this that forced people to interact with each other might help to reduce that tension. It might even create an outlet for people who wanted to blast their enemies. If they were both in the club, it would be a socially acceptable pressure valve. I suspected that this was why the headmaster and the others had decided that the club was a good idea. Keeping order in the school was very important to them, and if a little time investment here made their jobs easier elsewhere, then they would be all for it. I watched as the first of the students lined up. One of the reasons I'd wanted to start this club was to get a better grip on what the difference in skill levels were between different groups of wizards. Once I was able to compare my skills to others, I'd know just how much work I had to do. Non-lethal spells only, Flitwick said. These are not duels to the death. No one is to be permanently injured or maimed. He glanced at me and I frowned. I hadn't maimed anyone in months. Why was he looking at me? Not much is expected of first years, he said. But that's not a reason to slack off. Watch what the ones who go before you do, and learn from them. Wizarding combat is all about strategy. There is a Muggle game called Rock Paper Scissors. It is one that wizarding children play as well. Wizarding combat is much like that. Some spells work better against some defenses than others. Traverse spoke up. Wizarding combat is an unending arms race. A wizard will discover a new defense, one that is superior from whatever came before. Eventually, someone always comes up with a new attack to counter it. Some people think that is what has happened with the unforgivable. There is no defense against Avada Kedavra, but that does not mean there will never be. Technically he was wrong. There were defenses against the killing spell, mostly they involved the same sort of defense that were used against guns, keeping something solid between you and it, and keeping cover. Talented wizards like Dumbledore would move the environment around him to use as a defense, the rest of us had to learn to dodge. The performance of the first years was terrible. Most of them barely seemed to know what they were doing, even with the few vaguely useful combat spells we'd been taught. I was pleased to see that Hermione was easily able to overcome her opponent. So was Neville. Potter didn't do quite as well, but he still easily outmatched his opponent. It was impressive because he hadn't been training all semester like the rest of us. Finally, it was my turn. I was facing Seamus Finnegan. He was a Gryffindor and a half-blood. I didn't know much about him except that he was always talking about Quidditch. There was a subtle look of apprehension on his face, one that he obviously tried to quell as he faced me. What did he think, that I was going to cut off his leg? Begin. Flitwick shouted. Expelliarmus, I said, almost casually. The boy's wand flew out of his hand before he could react. He scowled, but he didn't look too disappointed. In fact, he looked relieved. I could hear the whispers around me about how fast I had reacted. I hadn't even cheated using bugs. Expelliarmus wasn't taught in our year either. I'd had years of experience in fighting capes. In those kinds of fights, being slow often meant being dead, unless you were lucky enough to be a brute. Even then, depending on your toughness would eventually get you in trouble. Eventually you would fight someone who was a lot stronger, or whose special attack sidestepped your defenses. If that didn't happen, then you'd end up fighting Leviathan, and shortly after that you were dead. The first lesson you learned as a cape was that you dodged or you were dead. It was as much a game of rock paper scissors as wizarding combat, unless you were facing a known combatant, and even then, every cape tended to hold something back. Sometimes it was a little used power. Sometimes it was a strategy, or a technique. Some would pretend to have limitations they didn't actually have, all to lure an opponent into being off guard in an important moment. So me being fast wasn't unexpected, even without cheating. I'd been working on my speed with the Weasleys too. Stepping aside quickly, I carefully kept my features impassive. While I was hoping to get an accurate gauge of my classmates' skills, I didn't want them to be accurate in fighting me. We quickly went through the first rounds, that was followed by a second round in which the winners fought, and then a third. I easily defeated my opponents. Everyone in our group, Hermione, Millie, Tracy, and Neville as well as Potter were the only ones who were left. Potter beat Millie. Hermione beat Neville. I easily beat Tracy. That meant that the three of us were all moving on to fight the second years. These fights were more interesting. The first year students hadn't really had many spells that could be used for fighting, and so some of them had almost stood around like they didn't know what to do. Second year students, though, had access to two spells that were useful, Expelliarmus and Flipendo. This had the virtue of being more visually interesting. Seeing wands fly through the air was fun, and occasionally seeing an entire student fly was even more fun. Despite this, they were slow, painfully slow. I had a feeling that most of them had never faced another student in combat their entire lives, other than occasional scuffs in the hallways. Maybe even not then, most of these students were probably the ones who would have been bullied and probably had never lifted their wands in anger. I and the other members of the study group on the other hand had been practicing for months. Even the Weasleys had gotten noticeably faster. While the first round had been randomly assigned, likely because the professors didn't have an accurate gauge of people's skill levels, the second round students seemed to be more evenly matched. Potter lost the second round, even though he gave it a good try. Unlike most of the others he at least managed to dodge, but he didn't have the offensive spells yet to make a good show of it. He had the speed and natural reflexes though, and I guessed that he'd be very good as a duelist once he had the basic training. Hermione won her first round. I barely moved when I faced my opponent, stepping aside as they tried to use Flipendo on me. My opponent was a pure blood, and I had assumed they would try the more humiliating option against me. It was a mistake, because that was a spell that they'd learned more recently, which meant he was slower with it. Losing her wand in the second round, Hermione looked frustrated. Traverse had put her against a particularly strong opponent, though, one of the few second years who was known for fighting in the school halls. Even so, the fight wasn't ended immediately, and I thought she had done rather well. It was just bad luck that the other fellow was a little faster. My second round was against the strongest second year. Against him, I actually had to dodge. Still, I'd been habitually fighting against third years. I'd graduated from fighting against one of them to trying to fight against two. I hadn't been doing well at that at all, not unless I cheated with my bugs, and I wasn't willing to do that for multiple reasons. Still, learning to fight multiple opponents was going to be necessary. Death Eaters weren't going to fight you like opponents in martial arts movies where they lined up to fight one at a time. I planned to teach my people to gang up on enemies too. Basic tactics for groups in battles were something I planned to pound into their heads, at least once I could get them to respect my opinions. Still, I was moving on to third year, and I suspected that moving past that was going to be difficult. Fourth years had access to spells that the Weasleys were only now trying to master. Still, I'd proven that I was able to fight well above my weight class. The fights from now on would be much more interesting. It was only a matter of time before I lost, but I intended to do the best that I could. Hopefully the fighting would help us all get better, which was going to be important in the days to come. Although the fight against Voldemort was going fairly well, the reports of cells being found and destroyed were getting fewer and fewer. They were learning and adapting. In a way, the battle between the Ministry and the Death Eaters was just as much of a game of rock paper scissors as individual battles were. I was moving to the third round and I could hold my head high. Interlude, Ron. Ron was worried. He and Harry had been inseparable from the moment they'd met on the train. It had been a relationship that almost seemed destined to be. It wasn't that Harry was famous, although that was what had made Ron introduce himself in the first place. Harry hated being famous, which was something Ron couldn't really understand. He'd lived his entire life in the shadow of his brothers, and the opportunity to stand out, to be known seemed like a gift far more than it was a burden. It was true that a lot of people watched Harry like he was a dead man walking. Voldemort was on the rise, and the general consensus was that sooner or later he'd be coming for the boy who lived. That fear caused a lot of people to avoid Harry. They assumed that when Voldemort came for him he wasn't likely to be too disseminating about who he killed in the meantime. All of that meant that Harry really didn't have anyone other than Ron. It was petty, but Ron really appreciated having someone, anyone all to himself. If that meant that eventually he'd have to face danger, well, he was a Gryffindor for a reason, wasn't he? However, since returning from winter break, things had been different between them. Harry had been distant, and he'd been secretive. He kept sneaking off so that no one knew where to find him. He had shown Ron his invisibility cloak, and so it was possible that he was simply sneaking around in it, but there had been a time where he would have done that with Ron too. Ron found himself wondering if he'd done something to offend the other boy. When he was around Ron, Harry acted perfectly natural, but there was something about his expression that almost seemed haunted. It couldn't have been the war, because for once, things seemed to actually be going right. Death Eater enclaves were falling right and left, and Ron's dad seemed to think that the war itself might be over by the end of summer. The possibility that Harry might be seeing a girl worried Ron. He'd seen how some of his older brothers got when they were infatuated, and it was like their brains fell out of their head. He'd never be that stupid. Girls were disgusting, and the only reason to bother with them at all was because you had to. Everything had become clear though one day when Ron had managed to follow Harry. He'd seen him talking to the A-Bear girl, and they'd been standing close together. Was Harry an idiot? Of all the girls in school, he had to fall for the one girl who was known to be completely mental. The fact that she was a Slytherin was enough not to date her. Slytherins were untrustworthy, and they lied a lot. They were cowardly, too, most of them. They'd attack from behind instead of head-to-head like any reasonable person. Not this one, though. She was as vicious as an undu, and by all reputes would happily maim someone just for looking at her wrong. Even worse, people were saying that Voldemort wanted her dead almost as much as Harry. That doubled the size of the target on his back. When Harry declared that he was joining the new dueling club, Ron had understood. Harry was going to have to fight Death Eaters sooner or later, and getting better sooner might mean that he lived just a little longer. So Ron, being Ron, had joined up too. He hadn't lasted past the first round. It wasn't surprising, really. He'd been more concerned with playing gobstones than paying attention to his homework. That didn't make him that much different than most of his classmates, except that the ones who joined the dueling club tended to be a little better than everyone else. What was surprising was just how much better Harry had done even though he knew barely any spells that would help him. The scary thing though was A-Bear. She was utterly relaxed, showing none of the tension any of the others showed, and she was fast. Harry was fast too, but his speed was undirected. A-Bear moved like she knew what she was doing. She made beating her opponents look easy, almost as though she was bored. "She's fantastic," Harry said, moving beside him. "You said she was barmy before Christmas break," Ron said, staring at him. Harry looked at him. "I spent some time talking to her over the break. She helped me with a few things. She's not nearly as bad as people say." "What things?" Ron demanded. "What could she have possibly helped you with that would change your mind this much?" A cagey look came over Harry's face. "She's just a lot more open-minded than I would have expected." "I don't even know what that means," Ron said. "She beats people up, like all the time." "You can't tell me you wouldn't be beating people up if you had to live with the Slytherins," Harry said. "Especially Malfoy." Malfoy surprisingly hadn't been as insufferable over the past few months as he had been in the past, but he was still a git. Ron had had to deal with him when he was younger and he'd been intolerable. Now though he was just a constant irritant. He didn't brag as much about his father, but that didn't mean he didn't make snide comments whenever he thought he could get away with it. "You know the best way not to have to live with the Slytherins." Ron asked. "Don't be a Slytherin." "The hat didn't give her a choice," Harry said defensively. "She says she asked for Hufflepuff." "Her?" Ron asked incredulously. "She'd have murdered them all in their sleep the first night. The Slytherins are the only thing keeping her from taking over the entire school." Harry shrugged. "Maybe, but she's fantastic at dueling." Harry was talking about dueling the way he usually talked about Quidditch. Ron had a sinking feeling that meant this wasn't going to be a one-time thing. Harry was probably going to be good at it, like he was good at everything else. He'd been pushing Ron to work harder, but Ron had been resisting. Why work harder than you had to, unless you were in a few select professions? Graduating with good grades didn't get you a better job than graduating with poor ones. They weren't ever going to have an opportunity to enjoy themselves like this again. Once they were adults, they'd work in a dreary government job, or work in a shop. If they were barmy, they'd get jobs as an Auror. That seemed likely the path that Harry would take. He'd already saved Wizarding Britain once, why wouldn't he keep doing it? It was probably more interesting than the other limited options available, but the danger wasn't worth it. Ron had seen Mad-Eyed Moody once, talking with his father, and he'd seen what happened to Aurors. People like Granger and the Ravenclaws were mental, they worked hard for something that didn't mean anything in the end. Nobody cared about grades once school was over. If Harry loved doing this, Ron would follow, and that meant a lot of work was up ahead. "Where'd she learn that?" Harry asked. Spells were bouncing off of an area in front of the witch, and everyone in the room was stepping back as the spells were reflected in every direction. Flitwick stepped up beside them. "She's doing really well, isn't she, boys?" Ron looked at him. "Are we supposed to be learning that this year?" "No," Flitwick said. He sounded almost gleeful. She's a little sloppy in her wand work, but at this age, it's astounding. I'd almost think that she'd been doing this for months. As her opponent, a rather competent Ravenclaw girl went flying through the air, they all winced. I suspect Madame Pomfrey is going to have her hands full tonight, Flitwick said. Well, you can't have a duel without breaking a few eggs. Ron wondered if by eggs he meant someone's head. The man had once had a reputation as a vicious duelist. Now you, Mr. Potter, have a natural talent for this, Flitwick said. And should you choose to pursue it, I suspect you may go far. You may be able to catch up with Miss Bear sooner than later if you apply yourself. He slapped Harry on the back, and Harry looked stunned. Thank you, sir, he said. Ron felt something ugly deep within him. He'd never envied Harry his fame, not once he'd seen just what it had cost him. He had envied everything else. School seemed to come easy for him, Ron had to work twice as hard for half the result. Girls liked him, although it mystified Ron as to why he would want them to. Was this another thing that Ron would be overshadowed in? No. Ron had been in the shadow of other people all his life. He was sick and tired of it. I'm going to try to, Ron spoke up suddenly. That's very good, Flitwick said absently. He didn't appear to even be listening. Anger burned in Ron's gut. The winners of the third-year combat are the Weasley twins and Taylor Bear, Travers called out. Even the twins were good at this, they'd demolished their opponents without even trying. Was everybody Ron knew an expert at this kind of stuff? For the fourth round, Travers said. I would like Taylor Bear and George Weasley to stand up. So one of them would be forced to lose. Ron felt conflicted. Bear was untrustworthy, a Slytherin, someone who was trying to take his best friend away. He suspected that she didn't even care that much about Harry. She never even looked at him, although the truth was that she hardly ever looked at anyone. It was part of what made her so creepy. She always seemed to know where everyone was without looking. Yet the twins had tormented them throughout his childhood. He wouldn't want something bad to happen to one of them, but seeing them taken down a peg or two wouldn't bother him one bit. It was probably best to treat it as a win no matter who won. At that decision, Ron felt himself cheering considerably. It didn't matter who won, not really. Someone was going to be humiliated that wasn't him, and that was a win in his book. Begin. Travers called out. Both combatants bowed very low toward each other. Ron suspected that Harry didn't understand the meaning of the bow, he hadn't grown up in the wizarding world. The depth of the bow was an indicator of a wizard's respect for his opponent. A deep bow, like both were giving now, was indicative of a great deal of respect. Opponents who hated each other would barely nod. The crowd around them burst into murmurs. They were acknowledging each other as equals? Ron would have expected a mocking flourish from George, something to indicate that the little firstie wasn't really on his level. Even stranger, Bear had barely bowed at all for any of her previous opponents. Most people would have attributed that to her being a Muggle-born and not knowing any better, but this indicated that maybe she did. Had she had training somewhere? While dueling wasn't Ron's favorite sport, he'd watched as much of it as any other pure-blood. He knew the basics, at least. What? Harry was asking him, pulling on his shirt. Why is everybody talking? It's the bow, mate, Ron muttered. Both of the combatants got into the accepted combat positions. Bear was crouched low, lower than most duelists, presumably she thought that presented less of her to be a target. George was in a more classical pose. Both combatants simply stared at each other for a long moment, and then they began throwing spells at each other. Both were using shields and spells were bouncing off right and left. George was using stunners, which was a spell Ron thought wasn't supposed to be taught until 4th year. Bear was responding, shouting out Flipendo and Expelliarmus. Both of them were running around, dodging despite having shields up. Ron supposed it was possible that having spells hit shields took energy of some kind, if not, why try to dodge spells? That would leave you out of breath and more vulnerable. Everybody cursed as George threw a bunch of sand onto the floor and then used a spell to cause it to spray across the battlefield. Bear ducked and rolled, and George followed up by throwing something onto the floor. The floor began to melt and sink into some kind of swamp. Bear immediately sank into the swamp and her movements slowed. An angry expression appeared on her face, and she immediately dropped down into the swamp until only the top of her head was above the edge of the water. She continued to cast spells at George, but not her shield spell didn't have to cover much. It was over eventually, although it took a lot longer than any 6 of the other duels. Bear hit George with a tickling charm, and then used a summoning charm on his wand. As she strode out of the swamp, she kept hitting George with the tickling charm as he rolled on the floor laughing. Miss Bear! Flitwick called out sharply. She turned toward him, her robe soaked and stinking. She looked angry. Mr. Weasley has forfeited his place by using an item in a duel. You have won. Perhaps you would like to return to your rooms and get cleaned up. She frowned, then nodded. The professors spent the next 30 minutes trying to dispel the portable swamp, but nothing they did worked. The twins didn't know how to reverse it either, and for once Ron believed them. She just dropped down inside it, Harry said. Used it as cover. I thought girls were supposed to be all worried about how they looked, Ron muttered. Harry shook his head. I don't think she cares, really. Isn't dueling great? Harry only thought that because he'd never been around it before. Ron had known about it all his life, and so it seemed like old hat to him. Presumably the shine would wear off for Harry too, but probably not before Ron had been dragged to all sorts of events. Eventually Flitwick transfigured a section of stone floor over the portable swamp. Once it had settled in, the duels resumed. The next duels went by in a flash. Ron couldn't help but watch Harry instead of the duels. Harry's eyes were shining. It wasn't a bear that had him so excited. It was the duels. Ron had a feeling that Harry was going to admire anyone who was good at them, much as Ron would admire a great Quidditch player. It didn't matter that most wizards never got into a fight in their entire life once school was over, what mattered was being able to beat your opponent in as flashy a manner as possible. Potter was watching every duel with an intensity that Ron had never seen before, and he could almost see him learning from everyone. Potter kept muttering to himself as one after the other students made mistakes. Watch your footing, he muttered to himself as one girl stumbled, only to be hit by a stunner. As another boy was surprised by a flash of light that left all of them blinded, he muttered something that Ron couldn't understand. Looking across the room, Ron saw that the A-Bear girl was watching with almost the same intensity. For once, she was using her eyes, she watched every fight like a hawk, and it was like she was assessing everyone who fought, one after the other. Hermione, beside her, was taking copious notes. Ron wondered if she was doing it at the request of the Slytherin, or because she was simply that obsessed with learning. Taylor A-Bear, and Cassius Warrington, Travers called out. Warrington was one of the few pure-blooded Slytherins who'd chosen to join. From the look in his eyes it was because he had a bone to pick with a bear, and he was choosing to do it here, where he wouldn't wake up in the middle of the night with her standing over him with a bloody sock. He'd been friends with Avery, from what Ron had heard, and he'd tried telling everyone in the school that A-Bear should be expelled. Ron felt himself leaning forward, even as Harry started pulling him back. The lackluster nature of a lot of the duels had been boring him, mostly they didn't last long, and then one person lost. A grudge match, though, that was likely to get nasty, and there was a high likelihood that someone was going to try to cheat. They were both Slytherins, after all. Bow, Travers said. The nods they gave each other were almost imperceptible. It was obvious that A-Bear knew who the boy was. Despite that, she was standing loosely, as though she wasn't worried about him attacking. It was a deliberate insult, and Ron could see the realization of that on Warrington's face. The boy scowled, and his expression turned ugly. Beside him, Harry seemed oblivious to the byplay. He was watching their wands and their feet and didn't seem to notice anything else. Begin, Travers said. They did. Duel. Warrington. I had very little respect for him. At least the Slytherins who had attacked me earlier in the semester has done so directly. They'd had the courage to at least risk getting into trouble, even if they were only attacking a little girl. Theirs was a casual kind of cruelty, still cowardly, but at least they'd done something about it. Warrington had been Avery's friend, but he hadn't done anything about it other than run his mouth all semester. I'd ignored it, because the only people he'd been talking to had been the people who already hated me. Letting him talk had actually been useful. I'd listened to the responses of the people he'd been talking to. Some had been enthusiastic about feeding into his delusions. Others had been more reticent, and some had rejected him altogether. I'd considered those last to be the people to watch the most, because they were likely the smartest of the group. The fact that he'd approached them in the first place meant that he'd thought they'd be receptive to what he had to say. He wasn't brave enough to try to change the minds of people who would actually resist him. He'd preach to the choir, but standing in front of the congregation was too much for him. If he'd been smarter, he'd have actively been trying to undermine my reputation. He could have spread rumors, made accusations, caused all kinds of trouble for me. Instead he'd just been petty and whiny, saying enough to make people think he was loyal to Avery without actually doing anything. So he was stepping up now? He looked angry, and his face was red, which didn't bode well for a professional, dispassionate match. I hadn't done anything recently to make him more angry, so I wasn't sure what had set him off. Travers called out, and the match was started. Warrington stared at me, then smirked. He pointed his wand at the floor and mumbled something that I couldn't hear over the sounds of the students talking. Blue light exploded all around us even as symbols appeared on the floor. I've spent the last couple of weeks every night on my knees creating this, he said. It's based on the charms that protect Hogwarts in times of danger. I couldn't hear anything from outside the blue force field, not with my ears anyway, although my connection with my bugs told me that Flitwick and Travers were trying to bring the field down, without success. Some friends of my father showed me how to do this, he continued. He smiled grimly. Also that we could spend some quality time together. I ducked as Warrington pointed his wand at me and a ball of fire exploded from his wand. I quickly put up a shield, and I attempted to grab his wand magically. The fire bounced off my shield and struck the inside of the blue wall separating us from everyone else. It bounced off that wall, and it fizzled out. Expelliarmus, miss. I called out. I didn't expect it to actually do anything. He seemed to have some experience in fighting unlike my other opponents other than George. I was right, he stepped aside and launched another ball of fire at me. My shield this time deflected it up toward the ceiling, and despite the scene of the open sky above, we felt plaster raining down. Warrington then tried to hit my legs with a jelly legs jinx, undoubtedly he was hoping to keep me from moving to set me up for something much nastier. I easily stepped aside. I'm not trapped in here with you, I said. I stared at him. You've trapped yourself in here with me. You can't bluff your way out of this one, Mudblood, he said. I don't know what trick you used to murder my father, but it won't work on me. What's the matter? I called out, as another gout of flame shot past me. I stepped to the side as it struck where my back would have been. Can't hit a Mudblood. He cast stunners at me, several of them bounced off the wall behind me, and I had to be careful not to be hit in the back by one. I kept my eyes firmly focused on him, and used my bugs to keep an eye on what was happening behind me. His face was growing increasingly red and sullen, his expression determined. There was something ugly in his expression. I hadn't seen that on the face of another student since the early days of my schooling here. I had no idea what he was talking about. I hadn't done anything to him since I'd put Avery in the hospital, certainly not enough to warrant this kind of anger. My father is dead, he said. And you are going to pay. There were tears in his eyes, as well as a look of undiluted hatred. He launched something dark at me, something that I didn't recognize. I stepped out of the way, and then I dropped to the ground as it whipped around behind me and tried to attack me from behind. He meant to kill me. I'd known that from the moment he'd lifted the barrier, but I hadn't known why. Had his father been one of the Death Eaters who had attacked us in the forest? The wizarding world was so deeply inbred that it was almost certain that those men had relatives who went to school here. I'd been stupid not to try to find out who they were. I'd need to be on guard against their children. While most people knew better than to try to fight against me, a grieving family member might not care about the consequences. They wouldn't care about being hurt or expelled, only that the person who had ruined their lives was eliminated. If I let this continue, he was only going to escalate, and sooner or later he was going to hurt someone. Your father killed himself, you know, I said. He did not. My father's friends told me what happened. What? That he was out working for the Death Eaters, trying to murder a kid of 11-year-old children. That was brave. Shut up. He screamed. He screamed and more fire exploded out of his wand in my direction. I lashed out with a cutting spell, it flew past him and bounced off the blue wall. It hit him low in the back and he screamed and stumbled. He died like a little bitch, I continued, crying and begging like the rest of you cowards. I wouldn't have said something like that in front of the crowd if they could hear what I was saying. He screamed and lunged toward me, throwing fireball after fireball. I ducked and dodged, and I returned fire, slashing out at him with diffindo spells. I caught him on the calf, and he began bleeding heavily. Blood loss would slow him down eventually, the only question was whether or not he would get lucky before that happened. I grinned at him, although I didn't let it reach my eyes. Can't even hit a Mudblood, I said. Wouldn't Daddy be proud? He cast several spells that left slices in the floor when I deflected them. It was only a matter of time before he tried a spell that I didn't know the counter for. I wouldn't put it past him to try the killing curse, and from what I'd heard those slid through shields like a knife through hot butter. It was time to end this. He was tiring and I took the opportunity to lash out. Oxio shoes. I'd just learned this spell, and I was happy for a chance to use it. As Warrington's shoes jerked toward me, he lost his footing, and he fell on his rear end. He started to slide toward me. He dismissed the spell, and his face red, he cast another spell from the ground. 2 snakes appeared and came slithering toward me. While I couldn't assume that they were poisonous, I had to assume they were. He was staring up at me closely, presumably to see if I was terrified. I couldn't imagine how he would possibly think that, hadn't he lived in the same dorm as me for the past few months? Did he really think that a couple of snakes would be what made me quiver in terror? I considered my options. I could try to speak to the snakes, but I only knew a few words, and these things were conjured. Were they actually snakes at all, or were they simple projections? If they were projections, all my speaking would do was waste time and let them get within striking range. It was better not to take the chance. I flicked my wand, and I said Aqua Eructo. I focused my will, and a jet of water exploded from my wand, striking the snakes and driving them back. I stepped forward. The snakes kept trying to move around the jet of water, but every time it hit them it sent them flying. Finally, they collided with the boy, and then I hit him with the water jet directly between the legs. I could see the snakes lashing out and biting him repeatedly as he frantically tried to dismiss them. Scour Jiffy, I said coldly. I hit him in the face, and the spell began to scrub away at his skin. It had never been meant to be used on flesh, and it was painful to say the least. He screamed and tried to turn away, but this just left me scrubbing at the back of his head. Avis, I said, as he was hiding his face with his arm. I'd been interested in this spell because it was the closest thing to my normal method of operating that wizards had, summoning creatures to use against your enemies. Avis, 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 I said. He was trying to dispel the birds that were increasingly pecking at his body. As I cast the spell over and over again, a massive swarm of birds appeared. They pecked over and over at his body. Welts and blood began to appear on his body. He flailed around and screamed, and I easily pulled the wand from his hand with magic. Densagio, I said. His teeth began to grow, and I leaned down toward him, watching as they grew larger and larger. They were already inhumanly large, and as I focused my will they grew even larger than that. By now he looked like a caricature of himself, almost like a cartoon character. I was barely aware of the sounds of the crowd reappearing as the blue wall surrounding us went down. Apparently whatever Flitwick and Traverse had come up with had worked, finally. I was too focused on the boy in front of me to even notice, other than peripherally. This can kill, you know, I said. If I keep letting your teeth grow, eventually they will pierce the top of your skull and into your brain. You'll be aware of it every second, and it will be a painful way to die. It was only then that I realized that my voice had carried across the room. The students were so quiet you could have heard a pin drop. Miss A. Bear. I heard Flitwick say, sounding shocked. The next thing I knew I was being pulled off my feet and levitated into the air, my wand flying out of my hand. My hand darted toward my fanny pack until I realized that it was Flitwick who was holding me up in the air with magic, and then I stopped. Miss A. Bear and Mr. Warrington have both been disqualified, he said firmly. And both have forfeited their match. He dismissed my swarm of birds after letting me down. Are you all right, Miss A. Bear? He asked in a low voice. I looked up at him. Why wouldn't I be? I hadn't had someone try to kill me in a couple of weeks, so it was about time. You lost control of yourself for a moment there. I didn't, I said. I just needed to make a point. I knew that you or Professor Traverse would stop me. I was lying out of my ass, but I needed Flitwick's approval. He didn't seem like the type who would be alright with making a schoolboy's teeth grow until they exploded through the top of his head. You could have been more gentle with him, he said. No, I couldn't, I said. You understand why I had to disqualify you, he said. I did ask that you not maim anyone. I suspect that you could have stopped him without doing what you did. I saw that the youngest Weasley was staring at me. He leaned close to Potter and said, I told you, mate. Fourth year was fine with me, they were or at least would be good enough that I'd have a workout, but not so good that they'd be regularly beating me. The kids in the higher grades were learning to cast spells non-verbally, which was going to be a nightmare for someone like me, who was just learning. Finding a spot where I was at was a win as far as I was concerned. Do you think I should allow you to continue, Miss A. Bear? He asked, watching me closely. If these matches arouse your bloodlust too much, perhaps it would be better if you watch from the sidelines. No, I said. I don't mind an honest match. But if someone tries to kill me, I take a dim view of that. Do you know why he tried to kill you? I leaned forward and spoke quietly in his ear. He seems to think that killed his father. He frowned. Why would he think that, Miss A. Bear? I shrugged. It might have something to do with the incident over break. He stared at me for a moment, and then his lips tightened. He'd been one of the few who'd gotten the full story of what had happened. Most of my teachers had been told, if only because they were trusted and because they needed to know what to watch out for. After all, if the Death Eaters had attacked once, it was possible that they might attack again. Some of the teachers hadn't been told. The divination teacher didn't know, whether that was because they thought she couldn't be trusted or because they thought she wouldn't be competent enough to protect us. I didn't know. What mattered was that Flitwick knew. There were people nearby who were trying to listen in while not being obvious about it. The only ones who were close enough to possibly hear my voice were Potter and Weasley. Hopefully Potter could keep Weasley in check. Flitwick took a deep breath and looked at the destruction around the Great Hall. We're going to have to clarify the rules, he said. And find better ways to protect those who are watching. We will take a 30-minute intermission while we deal with Mr. Warrington's injuries. He quickly assigned 3 7th years, including a prefect, to take Warrington to the hospital ward. His legs were already swelling up and turning black from the snake venom. Apparently whatever snake he had chosen to conjure was highly venomous. Furthermore, his breath was whistling in his lungs. He was sweating and he was convulsing. From the look on Flitwick's face, this wasn't the normal response to a bite from one of these snakes. Apparently Warrington had changed the spell somehow, and had made it much more dangerous and possibly lethal. Flitwick insisted on having Traverse accompany the boys floating the body to the hospital wing. Likely he would have liked to have done it himself, but with his short legs he would have slowed them down. This isn't an auspicious beginning, he muttered. That's what he meant for me, I said quietly. I have no issues with your performance, he said. You are brilliant at combat. I worry about the streak of cruelty. I only wish that it had not come to this. For a moment he looked as though he was reconsidering the very idea of the dueling club. Having the club end before it had even started wasn't my plan, not at all. This is exactly why we're here, I said, and I realized that my voice was carrying further than I'd meant it to as the entire room had gone silent. I looked around at everyone. I might as well continue. Sooner or later, all of us are going to be facing snakes coming at us in the night. It might not be this year, and it might not be in school, but it's coming. We aren't here because this is fun, although it is. We aren't here for the glory, although there is glory to be found. We're here because this is what is going to keep us alive. Everyone was staring at me, including Flitwick. His lips tightened, and he nodded. Quite right, Miss Bear, he said. We will move on to the final 3 years once Mr. Warrington is sorted out. Flitwick had a discussion with Traverse once he returned, and it was decided to finish up the matches, since the students still seemed interested despite the danger. From the looks on some of their faces, I suspected that the danger only made them more interested. This was no longer a club where people did even more classwork. It was more like watching NASCAR. Most of the fun was in waiting to see if someone crashed and burned. Hopefully that wouldn't be me. Plan. Mr. Warrington is dead, Snape said. It had been a week since the disastrous first dueling club session, and Warrington had been transferred to St. Mungo's. I was now in the headmaster's office, facing Dumbledore, Snape, and the Auror Moody. I had nothing to do with it, I said quickly. He basically killed himself. That's what you say about everyone who dies around you, isn't it? Moody said. He stared at me with his human eye, while his mechanical eye whirled wildly. I shrugged. You aren't bothered by his death? Dumbledore asked. Should I be? I asked. In America, when people try to kill you, defending yourself is allowed. I didn't do anything that would kill him, so why should I feel guilt? I frowned. How did he die? The snakes were summoned from elsewhere, Moody said. They had curses inscribed on them that made their venom impervious to wizardly healing. The boy died in pain. He meant that for me, I said quietly. The Death Eaters meant that for me. It was perhaps a message, Dumbledore said. One intended to encourage you to become more circumspect in your dealings. I am circumspect. I said. I hadn't hurt anybody in months before Christmas. I'm not sure you understand what circumspect means, Moody said. You take more risks than a Gryffindor. Did the boy say anything to you? Moody asked. He said his father's friends taught him to make the circle. I'm assuming they taught him some of the other spells as well. Considering that the Death Eaters are the only people I've killed recently, I'm assuming his father was a Death Eater. Recently? Moody asked, leaning toward me. I rolled my eyes. It's an expression. I'm 11. How many people do you possibly think I could have killed? I don't know, Moody said. Why don't you tell me? Less than you, I lied. The important question is whether this was an escalation, or just them trying to save face given what's been happening recently. I'd have thought the first question on your mind would be whether you are being charged or not. Moody said. For defending myself in front of 50 witnesses. I asked. I shook my head. And if you were going to arrest me, I think you'd have brought more Aurors. You think I need help bringing in a pipsqueak like you? I think you know I wouldn't go down without a fight, I said. And that I'd fight back even if Dumbledore here was trying to take me in. I likely wouldn't stand a chance, not with the 3 of them standing in front of me, but I might be able to escape if I revealed my only trump card, my insects. The weather was starting to warm up, and I'd been intentionally breeding as many of them as I could in the out-of-the-way places in the castle. The number of bugs I could control was growing toward my old levels, although my multitasking still wasn't what it had once been. Also, while there were a lot of bugs in Hogwarts, it wasn't nearly the number that could be found in a shithole like Brockton Bay. He stared at me for a moment, then nodded. There's some people in the Ministry who want to press charges, but they're clearly biased toward the pureblood faction. The Liberals still have control of the Wizengamot, and so nothing is going to be done. That was probably going to irritate more than a few people, but it didn't bother me. I'm assuming that I'm still not a big priority for the Death Eaters, I said. Since they're still using these low-cost, low-risk strategies against me. Oh. Snape asked. Getting an idiot kid to do their work for them isn't a strategy that is likely to work. But what did it cost them? Spend an hour teaching a kid a few spells. If he fails, then he wasn't a member of the team anyway. Maybe he gets lucky and succeeds. Maybe the girl kills him and she ends up in prison. These are cheap attacks that remind people that the Death Eaters are still relevant, even though they are currently on the run. You sound like you admire them, Moody said. I admire good strategy, I said. And what would you do, were you leading the Death Eaters? Moody asked. I wouldn't attack anyone at all, I said. I'd have my people start using the Imperius on everyone who was anyone in the government. Do the same to the people running the papers. The wizarding world seems to be fairly credulous, so whoever controls the ministry and the papers pretty much controls the country. It was the nightmare the Protectorate had worried about incessantly. People who were under the control of masters couldn't be trusted. There was a reason that master-stranger protocols had been invented. It wouldn't be as easy as that, Moody growled. I shrugged. You have contingency plans for when people fail to control someone, I said. I almost said that there were ways to make people disappear, but I saw Moody watching me closely, and so I chose to stay quiet. Most aspiring Dark Lords end up in Azkaban or dead before they get very far, Moody said. It's not a profession to be envied. Because your own minions are always jockeying for your position and you can't trust anyone not to stab you in the back. I asked. Or because you've set yourself against the entire wizarding world. Both, he said. I frowned. Well, I'm not planning to become a Dark Lady, so there is no reason to worry, I said loftily. For some reason not one of the three seemed convinced. I felt a moment of irritation. It had been harder to keep my temper lately. I worried a little. Was it my new brain and new hormones making it harder to regulate things, or was it simply a function of being 11 years old and having more trouble controlling myself? Or was it something deeper? I'd seen heroes who'd been in fights with the slaughterhouse, and sometimes there were long-term effects. Post-traumatic stress wasn't a pretty thing, and sometimes it took effect as anger. Soldiers felt fear as often as anyone else, but they learned to focus it as anger. However, sometimes that fear manifested long after the danger had passed. Did I need some kind of psychological treatment? Possibly. Unfortunately there was no way I could trust any counselor in this world, Muggle or not. I had too many secrets, and in a world where every wizard could mind control people with a flick of their wand, no counselor would be safe. Discovering what I was might well be enough to have be declared a non-human, and I wasn't sure what rights I might have at that point. I was fairly certain that I would no longer be allowed to carry a wand, which would be the end of me. Worse, if my bug control was discovered, then any adult wizard, and half the students at Hogwarts would be able to work around my defenses. I'd be dead within a month. I wouldn't be able to get psychological treatment until my enemies were dead. Are they likely to come after me again soon? I asked. Because the smart play would be to attack when nobody expects it. I doubt that he really cared if you died or not, Moody said. This was just a way of keeping his people in the limelight. It's well known that the Death Eaters don't like you. You've put your head in the news too many times for it not to be noticed. In the bigger scheme of things, though, he's got a lot more to worry about than you. We'll stay vigilant just in case we are wrong, Miss Bear, Dumbledore said. I will do everything in my power to keep you safe. Have you found people for me to stay with over the summer then? I asked. Because it's only a couple of months away now. I have, Dumbledore said. But I will keep it to myself. I trust my own occlumency, but leaving something that important to others would be foolish at this point. You could tell me, I said. Knowing who I was to stay with would give me a chance to research them, and that would give me a chance to figure out how to work around them. It was frustrating being a child. In some ways Hogwarts was wonderful, in other ways it was like a prison. You have natural talent as an occlumens, Dumbledore said. But it is inconsistent. I'm sure you would prefer not to face Death Eaters the moment you step off the train. I stared at him. Why don't we do that? I asked. What? I've pissed enough people off that there will likely be at least a few people waiting on the platform when we leave school. Avery is likely to be one of them, and he's probably mid-rank in the organization. With luck, there'll be more people there waiting to murder Potter. With luck? Moody asked. There are two ways to deal with an ambush, I said. Well, three actually. You can avoid it entirely. You can ambush the ambusher, or you can power through it. The train station is a place you know Death Eaters will be waiting. Why are you so sure of that? Dumbledore asked. Because Tom's organization is flailing right now, I said. I wouldn't be surprised if he wasn't losing members. Not the core fanatics, but the people on the outside. No terrorist organization can survive without help from the population. That's probably somewhat less true in the wizarding world, but I'll bet there's a lot of sympathizers among the regular wizard. The three of them glanced at each other. He needs a win, I said. Something big to convince his followers that he's still relevant. We're better to attack than the train station. The place will be crawling with Aurors, Moody growled. What do you want to bet that half of them get mind-controlled or mysteriously reassigned right before school lets out? I asked. If he manages to kill me or Potter, he doesn't even have to make a big scene. It'll send the message that even in one of the safest places in Wizarding Britain that the Death Eaters can reach anyone. And there are wizards who will join up like sheep just because they are afraid, Moody said. I won't allow it, Dumbledore said. What? You are talking about using yourself as bait, he said. I am not willing to take that risk, and for the moment I am your de facto guardian. There may never be another chance to make as big a strike on his organization, I said. The raids on his safe houses are already tapering off, and he's only going to gain strength over the next year. He won't be nearly as desperate next year. Moody stared at me with an unfriendly look. This isn't how a child your age should think, he said. I had a tough childhood, I said. And it hasn't really changed all that much since I came here. It's actually calmer here than back at home. And America isn't a steaming pile of rubble, Moody asked. Well, I didn't know magic then, I said. And there are limits to what a young girl can do. I frowned. Are there citizenship limits to who can be Minister for Magic? I asked. What do you mean? Moody asked. Well, in the States you have to be a natural-born citizen to become president. Is it the same here? No, Dumbledore said. That would be covered in third-year history of magic. Never happened though, Moody said. Won't happen either. Nobody would elect a foreigner. Why do you ask? Snape asked suddenly. No reason, I said. I smiled innocently. I was needling them for my own amusement. I had no intention of becoming Minister for Magic, but the look on Snape's face made it all worth it. Perhaps it is time for you to go back to class, Dumbledore said. I nodded. Be careful, Moody said. No place is safe. Constant vigilance. I replied, grinning at him. I'd heard him muttering that a time or two, and the look on his face was worth it too. As I left, I heard him muttering to the others, that girl isn't right. I listened to their discussion as I headed toward class. I kept an eye on my surroundings too, no point in getting murdered because I wasn't watching where I was going. I saw Hermione running up. What did they want? She asked. Warrington is dead, I said. The snake venom was cursed so it couldn't be healed. Her eyes went wide. Dead. I nodded. That doesn't upset you. Considering that he meant for me to get bitten, it does, I said. His being dead bothers me less than you might think though. It was really the Death Eaters who killed him. She frowned. I continued. They sent him after me unprepared. I think they meant for me to kill him, so that I'd get sent to Azkaban. Her eyes widened again. Are you? She asked. I'd be moving a lot faster if I was, I said. It was a clear case of self-defense, and the Death Eaters don't have the votes yet to overrule that. Yet. They're using the Imperius Curse on the Aurors, I said. It's only a matter of time before they go after the members of the Wizengamot. Having their own people declared innocent will get them a lot of power. Truthfully, the only way to stop the Death Eaters was going to be to kill as many of them as possible, and then cut the head off the snake. Given their ability to control people, their organization now was a lot like a hydra, cut one head off and two heads appeared in their place. Hermione still seemed dazed at the news that Warrington was dead. It had probably all seemed like a game to her before now. She hadn't been around for most of the attacks on me. She'd heard about them, but not even all of those. Nobody knew about Filch, and the only ones who knew about the Death Eater attacks were probably the Death Eater children. She's watched the fight between me and Warrington though, and know a boy she'd known was dead. We're adding some new members to the study group, I said. Now that the dueling club was a thing, the Weasleys were enjoying their new status as the crack duelers of their year. They wanted to work even harder to stay ahead of everyone else. Who? She asked. Potter, I said. And the youngest Weasley? Him, she asked disdainfully. I shrugged. Potter, George, and Fred think they can keep him under control. He's got a big mouth, she said. It's not quite as important that we keep it secret as it was before, I said. That's not to say I want anybody blabbing. But if he does start bragging to people, we'll find ways to deal with it. He won't like how you deal with it, will he? She asked. Hermione sounded almost gleeful. She had a mean streak buried deep down, possibly it was the reason that we got along as well as we did. For all that she liked to pretend to be a good girl, she had a ruthless nature that I sometimes felt a little guilty for exploiting. In a better world, Hermione would have been allowed to get through school unmolested. She would have sunk or swam with her own charm. In all likelihood, she'd have kept her head down, made good grades, and then become successful in the wizarding world. She might have been Minister for Magic. However, this wasn't a world where she could afford to be a normal schoolgirl. She was going to have to fight in one fashion or another, sooner or later. Whether it was when Death Eaters showed up at her door, or when they assaulted Hogwarts as the last stronghold in a wizarding Britain that had otherwise been conquered, it was going to happen. Helping her, and others like her learn to stay alive, that I couldn't regret. And if that took a certain degree of ruthlessness, then I'd foster that too. There was all the time in the world to foster her gentler nature once Voldemort and his servants were dead and in the ground. I'd put the idea in Dumbledore's head. While he was holding out based on morality, I suspected that Moody was a lot more pragmatic. There would be complications, of course. Operational security was paramount. If the enemy learned that you planned to ambush their ambushers, they'd likely ambush you in return. That meant that operations would be limited to Moody and his team, and I had no idea how large that group was. Moody probably kept them separate from everyone else, otherwise he was risking someone suffering from the Imperius. Sooner or later they'd follow my plan, and maybe we'd finally be able to cut the head off the snake once and for all. Organization. I think they were just being nice, Hermione said anxiously. I was staring at the two cards in front of me with consternation. Neville and Potter had both sent me Valentine's Day cards. Neville sent me one too, she said. She frowned. Does that mean that he's fickle? It means that he's a nice person, I said. Who thought I wasn't going to get any cards and that would upset me? But, it doesn't. I slipped these into Pansy Parkinson's stack and watched her open them, I said. I've seen ghosts that had more color than she did. She'd opened the first one without really looking at it, and only realized what she was holding with the second card. She'd screamed and thrown them away from her like she was holding a bomb. I think Neville sent one to Myrtle too, Hermione said. And she's acting all weird. She'd been 15 at death, and Neville was still 11. I'd have been creeped out myself, and I was a little creeped out now. He says she's been stalking him, she said. All morning. I frowned. My guess is that she never received many of these when she was alive, and probably none in the last 50 or 60 years. Maybe she thinks he's in love with her. When it's more of a friendly think? Hermione asked. She looked relieved. We're too young to be worried about romance, I said. Potter probably thought he was being nice. He got a huge stack, Hermione said. She glanced over at the Gryffindor table where a group of boys were still gathered around Potter's stack. If he was smart he'd have gotten a Pansy. I mean Patsy to check his mail. Pansy gave me the finger from all the way across the table. She'd moved as far away from me as she could manage. She used the American gesture, apparently she'd gone to the trouble to learn that just for me. Apparently she'd been straining to listen in on our conversation as well. Fortunately for her, the teachers had already left the room. We'd been given an hour to socialize. Tonight's the first study session, I said. That was code for our little group. We'll see how Weasley fits in. She made a face. He's been an ass every time I was around him. He grew up with Fred and George, I said. You can't tell me that didn't warp him a little. She nodded. And only one girl in a family of however many of them there are? He may not know how to talk to us, I continued. That's not an excuse, she said, but the tenseness of her posture had relaxed a little. It was important for allies to get along. Strife in the ranks was something the enemy could use to get a foothold in your organization. Not that I had an organization, of course. Yet. Fred and George had people clamoring after them to help them with the dueling club. Hermione had even had some offers. That was likely part of the reason that she had a half-dozen cards herself. The blush on her face told me that she considered them more than just friendly acknowledgements of each other. At this age that was all they should be. Well, we should be getting to class, I said. The day went quickly after that. It seemed like hardly any time at all before it was the evening, and time for our study group. George? Fred? The Weasley boy almost shrieked. What are you doing here? We heard you were going to ask young Taylor here out for a date, George said. And we wanted to see you get disemboweled. The youngest Weasley's face turned a chalky white, almost as much as Pansy's had earlier. George grinned. Potter murmured something in the boy's ear, and he turned red. You've been teaching the terror. He squeaked. She's a Slytherin. She's not a real Slytherin, Fred said, she's actually a Gryffindor spy. Why do you think she gets into so many scrapes with them? A real Slytherin would have just kept her head down and kept quiet. The boy frowned. That's not really a thing. You told me you had to wrestle a troll to pick your house too. And Taylor did, George said. Or at least stabbed one in the googles. That makes her an honorary Gryffindor. He didn't mention the fact that the others had chosen to fight too, even Draco. It was just that my heroism made for a better story. People always got that part wrong. What about all of these others? He asked, staring at everyone suspiciously. Millicent and Tracy were here, as was Hermione and Neville. So far, our group had 5 Gryffindors, 1 Ravenclaw, and 3 Slytherins. We still needed a Hufflepuff. There's more of us than of them, mate, George said. But we don't do houses here. I stood up and walked toward them. You know the real reason we're here, Ron? I asked. He stared at me and shook his head. Because we want to survive. Me and Hermione are Muggleborn. The Death Eaters are trying to kill us all. Millicent, Tracy, and Harry are half-bloods. They'll be next. He frowned. But we're pure-bloods, he said. He stared at me for a long moment. I could almost see the gears grinding away in his brain. But our dad is on the side of the Ministry. He wasn't as dumb as he sometimes liked to pretend then. And sooner or later they'll be coming for you, too, I said. That's how evil wins, when good men look away because it does not yet affect them. We're first years, he protested weakly. Why does it have to be us that fights? The fact that he was asking the question told me that he was already halfway convinced. I just had to keep pushing. I've had the Cruciatus curse cast on me twice this year, I said. Technically one of those times hadn't been me, but that wasn't the point I was trying to make. I'm not the only one. Ron's head snapped around. You. Potter shrugged, then nodded. We had a hard Christmas break, I said. I've chosen to reveal this to you, because right now the only people who know about it are the kids of the Death Eaters involved. Warrington, Ron said. Yeah, I said. His father died and he didn't like it that much. You killed his father. He killed himself, I said. When he came after me. The point is, he came after me and Harry here, at school. They didn't get in, but they could have. I'd already told the twins, they'd heard vague rumors being spread by some of the Death Eater kids. I doubted that it could be kept secret for much longer, not after people were questioning Warrington's death and why he'd chosen to attack me in the way he did. No place is safe, I continued. So we have to be ready. We can't fight adults. He said. I barely know any magic. I'll teach you non-magical things you can do to survive, I said. Which mostly means getting away. Potter was surprisingly good at evasion. He'd mumbled something about Harry hunting when I'd asked him, but he'd refused to say anything else about it. The best thing you can do is surprise them and then hide, I said. And even that won't keep you alive if they know the human revealing spell. That means that you have to try to incapacitate them, and then you need to run until you are out of range of that spell. You have to keep running after that. The boy stared at me, his eyes wide. He was listening, though, and not attempting to argue, which I considered a good sign. I doubted Crabbe or Goyle would have even understood what I was trying to say. Hogwarts is fractured, I said. It's not enough to have the traits of one house. If you want to survive, you'll need to be as brave as a Gryffindor, yes, but you'll also need to be as cunning as a Slytherin. You'll need to be as smart as a Ravenclaw. And the Hufflepuffs? He asked. As hard-working, I said. And that's the kind of loyalty you'll need from your friends. People who have each other's backs have a greater chance of surviving. People who don't. He winced. Good. Potter had described him as bright in some ways but unfocused and undirected. He apparently had some social skills issues, but then so did most of the people in our group. I suspected that we'd self-selected for that. The popular people were too busy being popular to even bother with a study group. So we were a band of misfits. It was something I could work with. The fact that you are here means that you are a little smarter than the rest of them, I said. It was a lie, of course. He was here because he was Potter's friend, and it bothered Potter to have to keep secrets. Still, boosting egos was good for morale. The military broke people down and then rebuilt them the way they wanted them. I couldn't do that to the boy yet, he hadn't agreed to the process, and at the moment he'd go running to his parents. He had a deep-seated sense of insecurity according to his brothers, likely that was in part their own fault. It was also likely where many of his less desirable traits came from. Yet according to them he was loyal enough that they'd thought he might be a Hufflepuff, and we were going to need that. I just had to win his loyalty, and that would take time. He frowned, but he straightened up. Being told that you were special was called making 101. Finding disaffected people who believed that they'd been cheated out of what life owed them, and telling them that you had a way to get them what was due, that was what every revolutionary group did. This will be hard, I said. But in the end we will survive. Some of us, likely. The last thing I wanted to do was start giving them Legend's speech about how many of us were likely to die. I doubted that school children would accept that. Even Hermione was just coming to grips with the concept of death. She'd known it academically for most of the semester, but Warrington's death had driven it home. I'd caught her giving me concerned looks. We fight because we have to, I said. And when we don't have to anymore, we'll go back to playing Exploding Snap. Except me. Potter leaned over. She figured out how to kill someone with 10 decks of cards and some gum. He only thought he was joking. Also, gum wasn't involved. So how are we going to get better? George asked. You don't have the same kinds of spells we do, but you're fast enough to fight both of us. 1 time out of 3, I said. I figure that fighting 2 gifted third years might give me a chance against a 5th or 6th year, at least until they start doing that thing with the silent spells. That was going to be a bitch to work around. I'd seen it in some of the upper year duels. Although none of them had been particularly gifted, it was a huge advantage not to be shouting out the names of your attacks like one of Greg Vadar's anime heroines. Just fighting you has made us better, George said. Practice and all. But we need new blood, or all we'll be doing is getting used to each other. That's why I've called someone else in, I said. I nodded, and Terence Higgs stepped into the room. George and Fred stiffened, and they stepped forward. What? They asked, almost in unison. While they were more open than most, Quidditch rivalry went a long way in their world. I want to be part of your group, Higgs said. He looked uncertain, even though he was the oldest student in the room by a year. Why? Fred demanded suspiciously. Higgs closed the door carefully behind him. My uncle was murdered by Death Eaters 3 days ago, he said. My family swore allegiance to them yesterday. I could hear almost everyone in the room freezing. Admitting that was a bombshell, one that could get every member of his family placed in Azkaban. The fact that he was admitting it to enemies was even more telling. They didn't want to, he said. But it was the only way to keep the other kids safe. Sooner or later I'm going to have to fight. So we're going to teach you how to kill Aurors. George asked harshly. His tone wasn't as severe as it had been moments before. Higgs shook his head. I loved my uncle. He was the one person in my life who convinced me that it was all right to be a good person. If the Death Eaters killed him, then I'm going to fight them, with, or without your help. His eyes were moist as he stared at us, but his mouth was firm. Taylor came to me, and she offered me this, he said. And I'm ashamed that I didn't help more in the past. I'd been spying, looking for Death Eater kids who were communicating with their parents. Most of them did so through letter. I'd read a few of them, and the contents had been eye-opening. Most of the letters had been burned shortly after reading, so I'd had to read them using bug vision, which wasn't the best. How she knew? He shook his head. I turned to the others. Are we going to accept him? George frowned, then stepped forward and held out his hand. He was followed by Fred, and then surprisingly by Potter, then Millie and Tracy. Ron was the last, and he seemed somewhat reluctant. However, eventually he agreed to do so. It took a little while to get everybody focused on what we were going to do. I'm going to teach you the Reductor Curse, Higgs said. It blasts things into pieces. He looked at me uncertainly, and I wondered if he thought that I planned on using that spell to blast people into a fine mist. His mouth firmed, though, and he nodded. You've already got the stunning spell, and the shield spell, he said. But I've been studying ahead. My parents got me a tutor over the summer break, and I'm a year ahead of where I should be. I'll teach you the Banishing Charm, which is the opposite of the Summoning Charm, the Fire-making spell, the Full Body Bind Curse, and whatever else I think you'll need. He looked around at us. All of you have talent, he said. It was the lack of having the right spells that kept you from going farther. Except maybe for Taylor, in her case it was being meaner than the snakes that tried to bite her. Everyone laughed uneasily at that. It was still a little early to be making jokes about the death of a student. Professor Travers had already been pulled off the dueling club as a result of it, and Snape had replaced him. The board of directors had tried to shut the dueling club down, but there were enough traditionalists who believed that the club represented core wizarding values, whatever those were, that dropping the club wasn't going to happen soon, unless there was another incident. I suspected that Travers wasn't going to be back next school year, which was a shame. According to the older students, he was the best student they'd had in a while, even if he was something of a blood purist. Speaking up, I said, this is more than just a study group, you know. Everyone turned to stare at me. We've got a purpose, we have each other's backs. I'd fight for any of you, and I hope you'd do the same for me. That makes us an organization. It made us a gang, really, but I wasn't sure that Hermione would approve of framing it that way. Organizations need names, I said. At least once other people know about them. Maybe we can think of some names that might represent what we aspire to be. The mongooses. Ron said suddenly. Because they kill snakes. I cleared my throat, as did all of the other Slytherins in the room. Sorry. Ron asked tentatively. I'd listened in on his conversations with Potter sometimes, and it still amazed me how sometimes he sounded like an idiot, while other times he was incredibly astute. I suspected that when he actually focused on something he was good at it, but that most of the time he just didn't care enough to bother. With luck, he'd live long enough for me to beat that tendency out of him. With luck, all of us would. Target. I think that we should call ourselves Crucible, I said quietly. There had been several names passed around, but all of them had been as horrible as would be expected when it was preteens trying to come up with them. Hermione, despite her competence in other areas, had proven terrible at naming things. She kept coming up with embarrassing acronyms. Some of the names would have been good except for my own personal history. Calling ourselves the Protectorate, or cauldron just brought up associations in my mind that were unpleasant. Why is that better than cauldron? Ron asked. He'd proven to be a boy of his word over the last month, doing his best to catch up with everyone else. The fact that we met 3 times a week while the dueling club met once a month meant that all of us were rising in the ranks. It was simply a matter of doing more work. Hermione kept notes for us when we watched the matches between the other students. Spells used, tactics, mistakes made, she took notes both from me and from Potter, who was proving to have a tactical mind. We then tried to use what we'd learned in our practice sessions. Sometimes the study group did actual studying, the older students didn't help us with that, considering it to be cheating, but we helped each other in the things we were weak in. Still, Ron tended to be opinionated. There are 2 meanings to crucible, I said. First, it's a pot used to melt things at high heat. We are trying to melt all the houses into one cohesive whole. It can also mean a severe trial in which different things interact, creating something new. The American Marines call their final test the Crucible. Wasn't there an American play called that? Hermione asked. About burning witches. I frowned. Well, crap. The naming had been going nowhere, but our skills were getting a lot better. I'd been fighting multiple opponents for the past month. Without my bugs it usually didn't end well for me. I was getting better though, and in the meantime, they were learning group tactics. Working together, I suspected that they might be able to take down even adult wizards. Against someone like Flitwick or Dumbledore they'd have been meat, but that wasn't the stick they were being measured against. Still, although the boys worked at transmuting various kinds of furniture and I'd been teaching them about the virtues of seeking cover, our biggest limitation was that we had to work in small spaces. An ideal situation would have been for us to stage war games all through the castle. Teaching them how to hide, to snipe, and then move, that was my ultimate goal, but I still hadn't found the ideal space for that. The Forbidden Forest would have been ideal, but that would have left us vulnerable to real sniping from actual Death Eaters. The same thing could be said of the outer grounds. I wasn't about to trust whatever nebulous defenses the castle had, they seemed to be stronger inside the castle anyway. I'd been trying to get the Weasley twins to transmute me a treadmill, but they'd never seen one, and they thought it was some kind of weird muggle torture device. In a way they were right. I still couldn't run around the castle, and yet I'd proven to them that endurance was important. Outfights were taking longer and longer as our defenses got better, and sometimes the difference between winning and losing was who flagged later. It wasn't a matter of magical power, it was simply that as you tired your reaction speed tended to slow, and in wizarding combat, speed and accuracy were everything. We'll figure something out, I said. They can't all be bad. School's about to end, Hermione said. It may have to wait until next year. Has Dumbledore told you who you will be staying with yet? I shook my head. He still thinks someone will try reading my mind, and he's not ready to teach me occlumency yet. Personally I suspected that he was afraid that having my mind entirely blank to him and Snape would be a disaster. I've hit up Fletcher, though, I said. And he says he can get me a book on it before the end of the semester. He's tripling the price that he's paying in Nocturne Alley, though. That's highway robbery. Hermione gasped. That's the black market for you, I said. He's risking his position by moving contraband, so he deserves a profit for it. The twins have been buying things from him too. Some of the things they'd been buying had been for me. I suspected that Fletcher was reporting everything I bought to either Snape or Dumbledore himself, and so anything that seemed more dangerous I had to get through intermediaries. That meant that I owed the twins favors. They'd long since given up on the idea that their training me was a favor, we'd moved past that. They were developing a reputation as duelists in the school, and apparently that had been getting them some attention from the girls. I wasn't sure they entirely knew what to do about that, but they seemed to be enjoying it, so I wasn't going to argue. Neville was passing Snape's class, and Hermione was learning how to be a version of me. All of my associates were benefiting from our arrangement, which was a good thing. Even Ron was doing better at dueling. He hadn't moved up in the ranks yet, but he was reaching the top of his grade. I suspected he'd have been proud of himself if he hadn't kept comparing himself to the rest of us. Hermione was possibly the brightest witch in her year, despite all appearances. Harry seemed to be naturally gifted in combat. The twins were 2 years older and gifted at causing chaos. Riggs was older than any of us. Only Neville, Millie, and Tracy were on Ron's level, and he barely seemed to notice them. He only saw us, the people he compared himself to. Other than Ron, I was the only one who was suffering socially. People had been talking about Warrington's death. I suspected that it had taken some students a while to really process it. Many of them had taken to isolating me even more than they had before. It didn't feel like bullying, it was more like they were afraid to be around me. It didn't bother me, really. I'd been alone for much of my life, even when people were all around me. Even before Emma had turned on me, I'd been a chatterbox, but I hadn't had many close friends. Now I had a few friends and everyone else left me alone, and that didn't bother me much. It gave me more time to study and prepare instead of spending all of my time watching my back. I hoped to get the book on occlumency before the end of term. It was almost certain that Dumbledore was going to put me with a wizarding family. Not only would placing me with muggles be an almost certain death sentence, but he probably wouldn't trust muggles to handle me. If I was staying with wizards, then I most likely would be able to use magic. The system was designed that way nominally due to the secrecy rules, but the fact that it gave pureblood kids a leg up didn't hurt any. Studying occlumency over the summer would let me teach it to the others next year. I had a sneaking suspicion that some of the pureblood parents were going to be teaching their children legilimency over the summer, and we'd need to counter that. A child spy who was able to look into the minds of other students would know what other students' parents were telling them. My spying on people's letters was a less efficient version of that. Having several agents like that in the school would be invaluable. I'd tried to get Fletcher to get me a book on legilimency, but he'd told me that had been specifically forbidden by Snape. It was frustrating, but I planned on trying to get some training as soon as I could. Sometimes I wondered if there was some sort of penalty for trying too much too fast, but I hadn't heard of anything. I suspected that most kids didn't have the emotional maturity to handle the higher level spells, and they had to be taught the basic theory of magic before they tried various higher difficulty spells. Seeing that the others were gathering in the room, I spoke up. Today I want to talk about the basic strategies for entering a room, I said. They all stared at me like I had grown a second head. Imagine that a Death Eater had been waiting in here, planning to kill all of you, I said. Just walking in would have gotten you killed. There are ways to make that less likely. Can anyone think of any? They all frowned and they were silent for almost a minute. A mirror? Hermione asked finally. I smiled and nodded. And if there are a group of you, moving from hallway to hallway checking for enemies, there are ways to have one person watching to help keep everyone safe as you move forward. I'm going to show these to you today. They'd questioned my tactical knowledge at first, but I'd managed to put them off until they'd finally learned to simply accept it. Let's get started, I said. I can't believe they are putting you and Harry on the train, Hermione said. The last month had been punctuated by increasingly vicious attacks on various ministry officials, often in their own homes. The fact that most of these were known to be the most loyal and tenacious people in their departments hadn't been made public, but I'd learned about it from various stray comments made by Dumbledore and Snape. Final exams had been easy for everyone. Even Ron was feeling confident, for all that he'd grumbled endlessly about having to study. At least he'd kept up with his dueling. He'd finished as top of first year, and the rest of us had finished at the top of our respective years as well. Snape had insisted on keeping me with the fourth years, though. They're going to pull both of them off before the train stops, right? Ron asked. I was sitting in the compartment with Ron, Harry, Hermione, and Neville, Millie and Tracy. Higgs and the twins were in another car, in part because there wouldn't have been room for them, and in part because the twins had their eye on a pretty pair of Ravenclaw girls. Higgs was sitting with the Slytherin Quidditch team. I nodded. Word had been spread that the Death Eaters had plans to kill me and Harry. The papers hadn't said anything about me at all, but they'd made a huge deal about Harry. That had given Moody all the excuse he needed to triple the Auror presence at King's Crossing. Unfortunately, there was no way to find out how many of those Aurors had been recruited to the other side. It was possible that this was going to end up as a bloodbath. If Voldemort had subverted 2/3 of them and told them to kill the other third, this could get very ugly very quickly. Moody had arranged for a gas explosion to seemingly happen in the station, with special charms on the exits designed to obliviate anyone who passed through them. Under the kind of heavy use they'd undoubtedly get, they wouldn't last very long, but it would keep the obliviators from having to work themselves to death. No one was yet sure whether Voldemort wanted to break the statute of secrecy and go to war with the Muggles, or to simply rule them from the shadow. That would have seemed like a basic part of the platform to me, but it was possible that he was playing both groups off against each other. It still doesn't make any sense, Hermione said. They've got people who are going to polyjuice into you, into all of us, so why have us get on the train at all? I suspected that the train renewed the trace every time that we rode it, but I wasn't going to mention that to Hermione. I could be wrong after all. Average polyjuice potions don't last long enough, Harry said. Or at least that's how Dumbledore explained it to me. He figures that there are kids on board who will be watching us, and telling the Death Eaters somehow. Probably by mirror, I said. It wasn't like wizards were likely to be using cellular phones. I had a vague thought that they might exist in this time period, but that they were huge. It's an 8-hour trip, Hermione said after a moment. I guess that makes sense. They'd want people to think that we're just in here, unguarded. They'll apparate in once the train stops, I said. Apparently apparaling onto a moving vehicle was more disorienting than onto a stable platform. It wasn't impossible, but if they were going into combat shortly afterwards, they'd want to be at their best. Disillusioning themselves on the train would have been the smartest thing, except that the train was packed with students. It would have been almost impossible not to be detected by someone simply bumping into them. The whole thing made me uneasy. I'd urged them to ambush the ambushers, but now that it was public knowledge that they were after Potter, they had to know that the Aurors would be waiting. The entire thing might be a ruse to gut the Aurors. If I was Voldemort, I'd have put a bomb in the station set to explode before the children arrived. My followers would have been encouraged to show up late. One bomb would destroy a lot of Wizarding Britain, hundreds of Wizarding parents, all of whom were in the opposing parties, and the Aurors, gone in a moment. Then I'd deny responsibility, I'd blame Muggle terrorists. I'd pass new laws requiring that the orphaned children be taken in and educated by proper Wizarding families, and if I was actually against the Muggleborn, well, they could disappear very easily. There were 1,000 ways this could all go wrong. The problem was that the ball was always in the attacker's court. They had the element of surprise, even in a situation like this, because while we knew where they would be and when, we didn't know how they planned to attack. Was this actually an assassination attempt on Harry? Killing him would deal a blow to the morale of Wizarding Britain. People had built up a mythology about the boy who lived. He'd become almost a talisman against Voldemort and his crew. Those who'd gone to school with him knew different, but most adult wizards worshipped him. It made Harry distinctly uncomfortable, but there was going to come a time when we needed that fame. The wizarding world was a sleeping giant. Most wizards could barely defend themselves, they'd let the skills they'd learned in school atrophy, except whatever they used in their jobs. However, I was convinced that in the same amount of time that it took to train a soldier to shoot a gun, I could train every adult wizard to become an army. It wouldn't matter how powerful Voldemort was if he faced an army of 10,000 enraged wizards. That was why I was worrying that he was going to go for a total kill scenario at the train station. This was the sort of operation where he ran the risk of awakening that giant. If people knew he was threatening their children, many would run away, but there were a lot who would fight. The last thing he needed was to empower his enemies, to light a fire of anger in them, or to make them brave because they were protective parents. There was something I was missing. The smart thing to do would be to kill Potter without hurting anyone else. That way they'd ruin the morale of the common people, but they'd claim that they had been merciful to the other children. But killing Potter on the train station would inevitably have casualties. People would die, and most likely children would die. That ran the risk of starting the kind of war that he didn't want to start. An uneasy feeling in my stomach, I closed my eyes and I expanded my senses outwards. It was the beginning of summer in Scotland, and the numbers of bugs had increased to the point that I had large swarms available to me. I expanded my senses out as far as I could, looking in every direction. It took me almost a minute. At this speed bugs kept entering and slipping out of my grasp almost before I could use their senses. However, I tensed as I saw shadows from above. The insects had a natural fear response, usually something like that was a predator bug, but these were moving too quickly to be birds. I'd been a fool, assuming that he'd attack the train station. The train station was well protected and so was Hogwarts. Terrorists rarely attacked hard targets, they preferred to go after soft, easily attacked targets. The Hogwarts Express was worse than defenseless. There were a certain number of people already on the train who would be happy in taking it over, especially if their parents told them to. "They're going to attack the train," I said suddenly. "Trolley. How many of us can you hide under your cloak?" I asked Harry. Although the figures above were blurred, they were still casting shadows on the ground. Undoubtedly they thought they hadn't been detected. 3, maybe 4 in a pinch, he said. Looking around, I grimaced. There were too many of us here to protect that way. "Ron," I said. "Go up and stay with your brothers. They'll be focusing on Muggleborns, so you'll probably be alright if you keep your head down and your mouth shut. Tell your brothers what's happening, but keep it quiet. We don't want to start a panic." He stared at me, his face white, but he nodded. "They're in the second train car." We were at the back of the train. Moody had wanted that because it would make attacks from other students come from only one direction. I'd already planned on that anyway, of course. He hesitated, glancing at Harry. "I'm going to do everything I can to keep Harry alive," I said. "But I can't do that if there are hostages all around me." He nodded, and he was gone a moment later. Turning to Millie and Tracy, I said, "Go and stay with Flora and Hestia Caro. They're fairly decent. If you are questioned, don't be afraid to call me a mudblood, or psychotic, anything to make them think that you are on their side. What you are going to tell them is that you hate me and that you were forced to be my roommates. And only tell them that if you are asked. They aren't going to have a lot of time to do this, and that means they'll be in a hurry. I doubt they'll question you very hard." They nodded, and got up without questioning me. "They're in the first car," I said. That left me with Harry, Hermione, and Neville. "They're going to be after the 4 of us. Me and Harry for obvious reasons, Hermione because it would hurt me to lose her, and Neville because his mother has taken the cure. We can't just go and hide among the crowds. We couldn't do it for the same reason Moody hadn't been able to keep disillusioned troops on board, the quarters were too cramped. We are going to have to get off the train," I said. There were 6 Death Eaters coming. Presumably Voldemort had assumed that without a swarm of Acromantula to protect me, I'd be easy meat. Worse, because of my dueling performance, they weren't likely to underestimate me. There were things I could do to kill them that I didn't dare to do. There were enough kids on the train that using explosions would kill some of them, that would set the entire wizarding world against me. The only option was to get on the train while seeming to be on the train. Reaching into my fanny pack, I pulled out 4 packets of darkness powder. I would have the bugs drop them in the back 4 train cars as I was leaving. Not only would that convince the Death Eaters that I was there, but it would focus them away from the cars in the front, where our friends were. There was a knock at the door. The trolley witch was at the door. Would anyone like something to eat? She asked. I stood up. Death Eaters are about to attack this train, I said. They are on brooms and are disillusioned. Could you please send a message to the Aurors? She looked at me for a moment, and then her face tightened. Apparently she'd been informed of the upcoming attack, presumably for just such an attempt as this one. She pulled out her wand, and murmured something. 3 silver cats appeared, and I felt a strange warmth just being in their presence. It reminded me a little of being around the unicorns. For just a moment I felt a surging warmth of hope, and then they were gone. We'll just have to see about slowing them down until help comes, won't we? She said. She put her wand to her own throat. All students are to return to their compartments, she said. And prepare to be boarded. I'd never really looked at the trolley witch before, she'd always just been a part of the scenery. Now, though, there was something sinister about her expression. The train protects its own, she said. People forget that. A moment later she was gone. I blinked. Somehow she'd gotten onto the roof of the train without my understanding how, and she stood there ignoring the wind. Her trolley was with her. She looked upward, and then she pulled a pumpkin pasty from the trolley. She tossed it up in the air, and then there was a massive explosion. I'd managed to get bugs onto the brooms of all 6 of the Death Eaters, and I could feel them dodging around the explosions. The trolley witch began to throw more and more of the pasties, and they were getting closer and closer to the disguised Death Eaters. Flashes of green light began to lash down toward the top of the train. I could see the frightened faces of students at the window. We need to get out, I said. How many people can ride a broom? At our size we might be able to get 3 on a broom, Harry said. But it would be slow. They'd catch up to us in no time. Then we need to get 2 of their brooms, I said. They probably know that we're in the last car, I'm sure some of the 7th years have mirrors and would have told them. That means that we can't be here. Doesn't Malfoy have one of those trunks that are expandable? Neville asked. I heard him bragging about it the other day. You can put people inside of there. We can't hide in the luggage, Potter said. They'd be looking for something like that. Higgs just taught us the shrinking charm, though, I said. I'd heard that shrinking a human being was complicated and dangerous, but it might be possible that people in an expanded space weren't actually inside normal space at all. There had to be a reason why Moody couldn't see inside my fanny pack. You want us to get inside the trunk, and then shrink it, Hermione said flatly. I nodded. Would you rather face that? I asked. The trolley witch was incredibly fast. Somehow none of the green bolts managed to hit her. Likely it was because the spells themselves were slow, which meant that from a distance they were easy to anticipate and dodge. It was going to get harder for her the closer they got. Let's go, then, Hermione said. A moment later we were making our way up the train. Along the way, I dropped bits of darkness powder. 5 cars up, we reached Malfoy's compartment. Opening the door, we saw a group of boys huddled up the window. Malfoy whirled as he saw us. Give us your trunk, I said, in a voice that allowed for no argument. My wand was out and pointed at him, so that might have had something to do with his acceptance. He pointed, and a moment later, we had the trunk down. Harry and Neville were pulling things out of the trunk, and then a moment later, Neville and Hermione were climbing into the trunk. I closed my eyes and hoped that I wasn't about to crush one of my few friends in this world. Reductio, I said. Draco's face paled even more as he stared at the trunk, now small enough to slip inside my fanny pack. Before I could worry about the implications of putting an enlarged space inside of another enlarged space, I slipped it inside. No matter how well this worked, there was only a limited amount of air inside that trunk. It was likely that we had less than 30 minutes before they started to suffocate. We left before the boys had a chance to say anything. I'm the better flyer, Harry said. That means that you'll have to be the gunner. I nodded. His being the better flyer wasn't in question, people were already talking about how he'd likely make the team next year. He flew rings around everyone else, including me. Our weight is going to slow things down, though, he said. I hope you have a plan. Yeah, I said. They're going to expect us to be huddled in the back. We aren't going to do that. We're going to head to the front of the train, and then we're going to attack them from behind. We only need to get a single broomstick, and then we need to keep them from knowing that we've left, for a while at least. That's a lot, he said. It can be done. Let's go. We made our way up through several more cars before I thought we were far enough. The Death Eaters had landed on the roof of the train, presumably because trying to fire from a broom was too unstable to get a clear shot. They were still disillusioned, but I could see their shields dealing with the exploding pastries. I had bugs on them, and on the roof of the train, it was loud. I was going to depend on that. Opening the door as quietly as I could, I gestured for Potter to lift me up. He grimaced as I put my shoe on his shoulder, but a moment later I was on the roof of the train. The one disadvantage to this was that I couldn't actually tell which direction they were looking. I had bugs in their clothes and on their wands, but I couldn't see their faces or their expressions. It didn't matter. Crouching low and moving as silently as I could, all I could hear was the whistling of the wind and the sounds of exploding pasties. I scuttled forward, and I reached into my fanny pack, pulling out my best knife. I'd made several by now, and this was the pinnacle of my art. The bugs on my opponent alerted me that he was already turning, presumably I'd made a noise that had alerted him. It was too late, though. My knife lashed out, and I hit the subclavian artery in the front of the shoulder. This had the bonus of being his wand arm, which would make it harder for him to simply use the killing curse on me. His disillusionment vanished, and now I could see the expressionless mask staring down at me. I shoved my knife into his armpit, then stabbed him in the side of the neck. That did the trick, blood fountained everywhere, and he stumbled and fell, sliding off the side and falling off the train. I grabbed his broom, and I could feel the Death Eaters behind me turning. They'd seen their compatriot's body flying past them out of the dye of their eye. I dodged as a barrage of green light flew past me. A moment later, I was back in the space between cars. If they were smart they'd keep some people up top while sending some others down below to trap us. As we slipped back into the car, I said, "Hold on to the back of my shirt." Potter complied, and as I saw the door opening all the way at the other end of the car, I sent an explosion that rocked the car for a moment. I threw darkness powder, and as soon as I did, I pulled Potter down. Green light flashed above us dimly, where our heads had been. I scrambled forward and I opened the door to the compartment to the right. It had 4 Slytherin 4th years, but a quick set of stunners made short work of them. In the dark they were helpless anyway. I used some quick spell work to lift their bodies and I arranged them to look like they were sleeping. Pointing my wand at the window, I used a shrinking charm on it, and with a groan, the air inside the chamber was suddenly buffeted by the wind from outside. The window itself was still inside the frame, although tiny now, and likely the wind would pull it out any time. From the way the men inside the hallway were moving, I suspected that they'd lit a hand of glory. My use of the Peruvian darkness powder was well known, and they'd have brought the counter to that. With luck it wouldn't matter. "Up," I said, and the broom in my hand was suddenly levitating. Harry crawled on in front of me. "Wrap us up in your cloak," I said. "After I enlarge it." A quick spell later, and the cloak was more like a tarp than a cloak. We both struggled with it, trying to cover not just ourselves, but the broom as well. We put the front of the cloak so that the wind would help to drape it over us. It would leave our backsides uncovered, but there wasn't a lot that we could do about that. A moment later we were outside. I enlarged the window, which appeared back in its frame. "Go low," I said into Harry's ear. "Otherwise they'll be able to see us from underneath." It wasn't really from underneath that they could see us, but from behind, but he got my meaning. We dipped on low, and from above, there was only a shadow from behind as the cloth whipped and fluttered madly behind us. We dipped until we were only a few feet from the ground. They were checking the compartments one by one, convinced that sooner or later they'd find one of us. The ones up top were still distracted by the trolley witch, who'd somehow managed to transform her hands into blades and was using those to deflect spells. Who the hell was she? "Let's get the hell out of here," I said. "Away from the tracks. Hopefully they won't know where they lost us, which will cost them time, and make us harder to find." We stopped and floated in midair. I grabbed one side of the cloak to keep it from slipping away, and Harry grabbed the other. We let the train pass by us as we sat, invisible. As we passed the compartments behind, I used my bugs to drop darkness powder in them one by one. We only had 30 minutes before I had to pull Harry and Neville out, and we only had a single broom. I didn't know the geography of Scotland. Not only was I an American, which was notorious for its lack of interest in the rest of the world, I had been educated at Winslow, which had a particularly bad educational system. Harry was from Surrey apparently, and I really had no idea where that was either. As we flew so low over a passing lake that I could feel the spray of water on my legs, Harry said, "This is a Nimbus 2000. I've never gotten to fly one before, but they're the fastest brooms on the market." Apparently Voldemort hadn't wanted to spare any expense when he'd decided to murder us. "It'll go 100 miles an hour with one person," he said. "And the two of us probably weigh about the same as one adult." That was likely true. "Where are we going?" I asked. "Don't you know?" he asked. "I thought you were the seer." "There are limits," I said irritably. If I knew everything, I'd just murder the Death Eaters in their sleep. That was pretty horrible, what you did back there, he said quietly. I never really believed the troll story until now. I thought it was just something that Draco made up. It was him or us, I said. It's always been that way. Kill or be killed. You think I wanted to do that? We were silent for several long minutes. I was acutely aware of the fact that Hermione and Neville might be smothering inside Draco's box, but we had to get far enough away that the Death Eaters couldn't find us. With any luck, they'd waste 10 to 15 minutes searching for us on the train cars due to the darkness powder. That would put them 10 to 15 miles ahead of us, and given our broom's speed, it would make us as much as another 25 miles away. However, there were undoubtedly ways for them to track us. Find us a cave, I said. Right, he said. We were above another mountain lake now. We'd find a cave, I was sure. The only question was how long it would take them to think of writing a letter to us, and how long it would take the owl to reach us. Would Dumbledore and company find us first, or would I have to murder a couple of more of them in a last stand? If we survived this, I could only hope that my summer went better. Interlude, Death Eater. Did you see what she did to Nigel? Thomas asked. He was sweating despite the wind whipping into his face. It felt like a nightmare. An easy job, they'd been told. Fly down to the train, the kids they were supposed to kill had been deliberately placed in the last car. Slip in, kill them, slip out. It should have been as easy as taking gold from a Bowtruckle. Given that Bowtruckles had no interest in gold. Done while disillusioned, no one should have even known they were there until the Potter kid and the Terror had been found dead. They'd have left a message for all of Wizarding Britain. The boy who lived was a talisman, a symbol of hope to the masses. Kill him, and people would learn that there was no hope. There was only compliance or death. Even more so, the Hogwarts Express was considered sacred ground. Having the deaths occur there would shock people. It would remind them that their own children were not safe, and if Hogwarts, the safest place in Wizarding Britain, couldn't protect their children, then no one was safe, even in their own homes. Of course, the better wizards might be able to protect their homes with Fidelius's charms, but those were very difficult, and it was rare for wizards to be skilled enough to cast them. Furthermore, even if they did protect their homes, there was only so long they could hide there. They'd have to come out sooner or later for food. Copying food was well and good, but it didn't preserve the original forever. Food got old and rotten, and food preservation magic was still in its infancy. Killing 2 first-year students should have been a task for a single Death Eater. Instead, the Dark Lord had sent 6. He'd sent others to distract the Aurors at the train station too. 6 of them should have been overkill. Instead, the trolley witch had been waiting for them, and she was a nightmare. They'd managed to escape mostly unharmed, due to good shields and quick reflexes, but the Terror had lived up to her name by murdering Nigel while their backs were turned. The killing curse was kinder. It killed without pain, instantly and mercifully. Thomas had never held with using the Cruciatus curse like some of his peers. No matter what the Muggleborn had done, it was better to put them down mercifully than to torture them. The world would be better without them, but no one had ever said that it was necessary to be cruel. Shut up, Jurgen said. They're wizarding kids. They'll screw up and use magic sooner or later, and then we'll have them. They had agents in the trace department. As soon as the owl was sent complaining about the use of magic, they'd finally be able to put this whole mess behind them. Fortunately, the Aurors couldn't apparate into places they didn't have a good mental image of, so wherever they ended up killing the kids it would take a while before the enemy reached them. Unfortunately, that also meant they couldn't simply apparate to the Terror and kill her for what she'd done to Nigel. There had been so much blood. He'd slipped under the train as he fell, and he'd still been alive at the time. The look in the Terror's eyes hadn't been human either. She'd stared at them as though she could see straight through their disillusionment, and there hadn't been the slightest bit of shock or horror at what she was doing. She'd killed a pureblood as easily as Thomas might have killed a bug. It hadn't bothered her at all. It was almost as though she didn't realize that purebloods were the only actual humans. How in the hell did they get past us? Gerald asked. We had people watching. I went through that whole damn train, and we didn't see anything. It doesn't matter. We'll get them, and then the Dark Lord will reward us, as well as Nigel's family, Jurgen said. And we'll make them pay. Thomas shivered. Jurgen was one of those who liked to play with his victims. His parents had come from Germany, and there were things he'd learned there that made Thomas afraid of him. It wasn't the killing, it was what came before that bothered Thomas. Jurgen pulled out a mirror shard and he stared at it. The bird's been sent, he said. It should be passing by soon. Soon was a relative term when it came to owls. Some seemed to take their sweet time, while others seemed to appear at their location faster than should have been possible given their visible flight speed. They spent the next 30 minutes hovering, stuck in their own thoughts. Thomas didn't dare say too much. Free thought wasn't particularly valued in the Death Eaters, not unless you were a rich pure blood. Being a poorer relative meant that sometimes you had to bow and scrape. Even though Jurgen wasn't a proper British wizard, he'd proven himself to be cruel enough and good enough at what he did to be higher in the organization. He didn't have patience for fools. None of the higher-ups did. You never wanted to say anything that an enemy could bring up to the superiors. It was a cutthroat world, and the only benefit of joining the Death Eaters was that it meant being part of something bigger. It meant a chance to change a world that had been going deeply, horribly wrong for most of his life. Young wizards didn't have a chance in their world, unless they came from the best families. Older wizards had all the best jobs, and because they stayed hale and hearty until shortly before they died, that meant that they kept their jobs for decades, some for as long as a century or more. Thomas had heard that Muggles were so short-lived that their whole careers were over in 30 or 40 years. Young people would have a chance in a world like that, especially since Muggles got sick and died all the time for practically no reason at all. But in the world they lived in, it was hard to get a meaningful job, and even harder to advance, since the people above hardly ever left or died. There was a line of wizards waiting for every good job, and for every one that got it, a dozen would be forced to live like paupers, forced to scrabble by only on their magic. It was hard enough being a poor pureblood. Now that the Muggleborn thought they deserved their share of the good jobs, it was even harder. Even worse, the Muggleborn were willing to work for wages that no pureblood would ever dream of accepting. It drove wages down for everyone. Worse, they were given benefits, like a full education at Hogwarts that most of them didn't even pay for. They lived off the backs of hard-working, honest citizens, and they didn't give back. Finding out that he wasn't the only one who had felt this way had been a relief. With the Death Eaters, he'd found a community of people who had understood the danger just as he had. He hadn't been willing to kill people, not at first, but eventually he'd understood why it was necessary. The Muggleborn were a plague on the world, one that wouldn't stop until they'd eaten every last scrap and destroyed everything that was good and wholesome. If the Muggleborn were allowed to continue, they'd have every wizard living in a tiny Muggle house that looked exactly the same as every other Muggle house. Muggles were slaves to something called a television that hypnotized them and made them fat. They ate crappy food and lived horrible lives, and if the Muggleborn were to get their way, wizard lives would be no better. They'd destroy everything that made the wizarding world great. He'd heard that some of them even lived halfway in the Muggle world. A wizard could live like a king there, if he wasn't worried about the statute of secrecy. Using magic to copy things and then sell them to Muggles, then use that to live high. They took money from honest, hard-working wizard shops, and gave it to stinking Muggles, who by all reports didn't even have souls. They didn't care that there were 6 or 7 billion Muggles who would love to murder every wizard man, woman and child the moment they realized they still existed. Only creatures with souls could do magic, and even among those there was a hierarchy. Muggleborns weren't good at magic, and that was because they only had a sliver of a soul. He'd even heard rumors that they'd gotten their powers by stealing them from the children of wizards. There had been more and more squibs born of late, which was all the proof he needed that it was true. He wasn't entirely sure that creatures like house elves and goblins had full souls. If they did, why not allow them to use wands? Clearly it was because they were dangerous and could not be trusted. They were doing God's work in stopping the Muggleborn, and killing the Potter brat was part of that. Killing the Terror was just an added bonus. Keeping something like that in a school with proper pure-blooded kids wasn't just an affront to common decency, it was a constant danger. She'd started out by beating multiple boys, and now she'd killed the kid of someone Thomas knew. Avery had offered a reward for whoever killed her, one that was half as large as the one on Potter's head. Potter was the only thing standing between the Dark Lord and the return of Wizarding Britain to its roots. It was a pity that he had to die. It wasn't even his fault. From all reports he was a fairly decent kid. He was a half-blood, of course, which meant that he wasn't as good as a real person, but some half-bloods weren't too bad. It was the fault of Wizarding Britain, for making him a symbol and setting him against the Dark Lord. They should have known better. The girl, though, her James wouldn't mind killing. She'd murdered Nigel, and there hadn't been a trace of a soul in her eyes, only hatred and anger. Here it is, Jurgen called out. The owl flew past them, ignoring them as it shot directly toward its target. Thomas felt a rising sense of excitement as he fell into formation. They ducked down, flying among the trees. The canopy here was open enough to fly easily, and there was no point in flying above the trees, because they'd never see where the owl went. This was the thing that would finally get him out of the bottom ranks. He would be recognized, and that meant good things for his future. Once the Dark Lord took over, he'd be the one strutting around with all of the power, not. There was a sudden gout of blood from in front of him. Jurgen's body was falling to the ground, his head falling separately. Blood was fontaining from his neck as his heart beat rapidly for a few moments before death. Thomas pulled back on his broom, and he barely managed to avoid being decapitated himself. He stopped in midair and he squinted as he saw the thing that had killed Jurgen. It looked like spiderweb, but it seemed to be made of razor-sharp metal instead of being an actual web. In the dim light it had been almost invisible, but now that blood was dripping from it, he could see it clearly. The others had pulled up before being struck by it, although for some of them it had been close. Now they were down to 4. What the hell? Samuel screamed. Thomas held his wand up and a moment later it shone as brightly as he could make it. For a moment he was blinded by his own light, and then he saw it. Now that they were looking, they could see that the entire forest around them was draped in spider webs. All of them glistened in the setting sun. There was nothing back the way they had come, but it almost looked like the forest in front of them was covered in thin lines of web. There wasn't space to fly over it, not without going over the canopy, and below was filled with underbrush. Was this some diabolical trap set by Moody? If that was the case, then they howled apparate away right now. They'd lost 2 of their members, and losing any more would be. A blast came from among the dense underbrush, and a moment later Samuel exploded into a gout of blood and flesh and gore. Thomas immediately brought up shields. It wouldn't do anything against the killing curse though, and everyone knew that the girl had enough hatred within her to cast that, so he dove down. The other 2 Death Eaters did the same, but one of them, the younger guy that he didn't know very well, backed up and got tangled in wires that hadn't even been there a moment before. The boy dropped his wand, and his body dropped, his legs kicking for a moment even as his neck snapped. His body shook convulsively, even as his face turned purple with a lack of oxygen. Thomas lashed out with a cutting spell, and the boy's body fell, but Thomas knew it was too late. The fall itself was likely to have killed him. They were 30 feet up, and this wasn't a Quidditch pitch with softening charms on the floor of the forest. It was only Thomas and Malcolm now. As a bolt flew over his head, Thomas lashed out with the killing curse at the place in the underbrush where the alt had come from, but there was too much underbrush. While the killing curse sliced through shields like butter, places like this weren't where it performed the best. Instead he cast a blasting curse into the underbrush. With any luck he should be able to kill her, and then he'd pick the Potter brat off easily. Returning without killing one of them, in a fight where 4 of his teammates had been killed, that would mean hours of being tortured. The Dark Lord was already convinced that he had a mole in his ranks, and coming back empty-handed wouldn't do him any good. Thomas apparat to the forest floor even as he heard screams from up above. Gerald's body came falling heavily, and as it fell beside him, Thomas realized that something had happened to Gerald's eyes. It looked like it had been stung by thousands of insects, causing his eyes to practically implode. What kind of curse had she used to do that? Gerald's tongue was swollen, and it looked like he had already been choking on it when he'd fallen from his broom. The girl wasn't a girl at all. She was like the trolley witch, an inhuman abomination. She was the trap that Moody had set, and even if he was punished for hours, it would be better than what the girl had planned for him. Discretion was the better part of valor. The girl could be hiding anywhere in the forest, and the attack would come from wherever he least expected it. Grabbing his broom, Thomas grimaced. He'd be tortured, but going back to tell the Dark Lord was the better of his 2 choices. This wasn't where he was meant to die, not to some prepubescent mood blood. Thomas gathered his will. He felt a pricking sensation on his wand hand. Looking down, he saw a bee land on it. He tried to shake it off and gather his will again, but he felt another prick and then another. Looking down, he saw a massive swarm rising from below. It was dark and writing, and it looked like the sea. It was only a moment until it enveloped him, and he felt a moment of panic. He should have apparat, but instead he flew straight up toward the canopy above. If he could get over the trees then the terror wouldn't be able to see him, and he'd be able to apparate home. Something snagged at him, and pulled him off his broom. He was falling suddenly, and a moment later he was in the middle of the bugs. The world around him turned chaotic and dark, and he couldn't see or hear. He felt stinging on his eyes and hands, and bugs entered his mouth. Suffocating, he didn't have the ability to focus, not enough to apparate, and especially without his wand. Where had his wand gone, and where? As he hit the ground, everything turned dark for a moment. He lost consciousness, but then he woke in incredible pain. He had broken bones, he'd had them before from Quidditch, but never so many, and now he couldn't feel his waist. There was a shadow above him. It took him a moment to realize that it was the girl. She was using a blasting spell on the bodies, one after the other. She was destroying them, but why? Everyone would know what she had done. There would be no hiding it. There wouldn't be enough of any of them to reconstruct. As she approached him, he realized that she wasn't a child at all. She was a demon. There were bugs crawling all over her, including her face. As she stared down at him, they covered every part of her face except her eyes, which glittered in the dim light. She hardly seemed to realize that he was alive at all. He tried to call out as she lifted her wand. It didn't matter. Everything went dark. Decision. We didn't see anything, Harry insisted. Taylor made us hide in a cave while she went out to face them alone. What he wasn't saying was that I'd had them hiding under the expanded invisibility cloak, inside Draco's box turned on its side. The inside had been large enough that they'd have cover, and they could blast away at anyone who found them. It would have left them vulnerable to anyone who thought to just close the box, but if the Death Eaters had gotten that far, I doubted that they would have had much of a chance of survival anyway. You're telling me that an 11-year-old girl went out to face 6 Death Eaters by herself? The Auror asked him skeptically. I assumed that he'd been vetted by Moody himself, since he was allowed in the room alone with Harry. All of us had been separated and were being questioned one after the other by the Aurors. I don't know what happened, Harry said. There were some screams, and the sounds of explosions, and then nothing. It didn't last very long. I'd barely had time to transfigure the metal webs back into ordinary spider webs and have the spiders gather them up by the time the Aurors had arrived. What did she do then? Came back, he said. Told us the Death Eaters had vanished. You didn't see the blood out in the forest? The Auror asked. She wouldn't let us out of the cave, Harry admitted. Not until she was sure the people coming were on our side. I'd been a little sloppy when I'd been doing cleanup, and I'd missed a man's decapitated head. A fist slammed on the desk in front of me. What happened to the Death Eaters? Moody was asking me. He stared at me with his artificial eye. It was probably supposed to intimidate me, but I'd known people in my old life who'd looked almost as bad as he did. I shrugged. They're gone, and they aren't coming back. Isn't that good enough? We'd been having this discussion for what seemed like hours, and I could see that Hermione and Neville in the other rooms were flagging. Harry seemed to be filled with energy, though. It couldn't be adrenaline. I wasn't sure what was keeping him so chipper. Maybe it was just because every minute that he was with the Aurors was a minute he didn't have to go home. There's no way an 11-year-old girl kills 6 Death Eaters on her own, without help, he said. I never admitted to killing anyone, I said coolly. We'd been over this multiple times. It was an old law enforcement technique, interrogate someone long enough, and eventually they'd break, and admit to anything just to get out of the room. Except for one Death Eater on top of the train. That one had been witnessed by the trolley witch and Harry, lying about it would get me nowhere. I've seen Potter's Pensieve memories of that, he said. You knew just where to cut him, didn't you? Like I said, I came from a bad neighborhood. Which neighborhood was that again? Moody asked suddenly. This was something he hadn't asked before, and I forced the alarm it roused in me into my bugs. I didn't say, I said. It was a little place near Boston. You wouldn't have heard of it. It was safe enough to name the region, a skilled linguist could have narrowed it down that much just by listening to me speak. It wasn't as thought I could pretend to be from Texas, not at this late date. Try me, he said. I've been a few places. If you've seen Potter's memories, why are you still holding us? I asked, changing the subject. I couldn't afford for him to take this line of inquiry. I haven't seen yours, he responded, challengingly. And you won't, I said. At his look, I explained. Let's say for the sake of argument that an 11-year-old did defeat 5 Death Eaters. There's no way even a full-grown adult wizard could do something like that, not unless he's had the kind of training and experience that someone like yourself or Dumbledore has. He nodded slowly, staring at me. Could he do legilimency through his artificial eye? So she'd have to use every dirty trick she could think of, and then some, I said. Your department is filled with people loyal to the current Dark Lord. Once they got hold of that, it would be easier for them to kill the girl the next time. So you want to keep your tricks a secret, he said. Even how you managed somehow to decapitate a man when there wasn't a spell like that in your wand. I'd used Death Eater wands for some of the later spells I'd cast. I'd cast the transmutation spells on the webs with my second wand. I'd realized that I'd never be able to completely clean the forest floor in the time I had, and so I had used my primary wand for a few spells. You can do a lot with the right equipment, I said, shrugging. Hopefully he'd think I was talking about magical tools. Given that he was a wizard, he'd probably think I'd used some sort of magical sword or something. He was silent for a moment. You've killed more people than half the prisoners in Azkaban, Moody said. And there are people who are calling for your head. For protecting Harry and the others. I asked. If I'd been alone, I'd have just ridden my broom into Muggle Britain and vanished until next year. They'd have sent owls to you until they finally got you, he said. If it turns out you can kill 5 Death Eaters, then next time he'll send 10. Not until he figures out what I did, I said. He can't risk something like that happening again. It's going to hurt his reputation as it is, and his morale. If he keeps sending people into the blender, eventually people are going to start deserting. Is that what you see yourself as? He asked. He shook his head. He gestured at himself. You won't be lucky forever. Nobody gets through things like this unscathed. His entire body was a mass of scars, presumably from curses that couldn't be cured by wizarding science. I wondered if plastic surgery might have helped, not that he seemed like the kind who would try something like that. His appearance made him more intimidating after all, and that probably made him a better interrogator. He probably could have gotten a much better prosthetic leg though, even way back here in the early 90s. Meshing wizarding healing with Muggle science would probably create some amazing results. It might even be possible to make a lifelike prosthetic that actually had feelings through magic, much like some of the best tinker tech I'd seen. There are people who want you expelled for unauthorized use of magic, Moody said. I'm sure you can guess who they are. Could I have a list? I asked sweetly. It would not help your case for members of the Wizengamot to start ending up disappearing, Moody said. As it is, Potter is going home, so are the others. You are going to be incarcerated until it can be decided what to do with you. Killed you mean, I said flatly. I'd viewed as much of the ministry as I could on our way here. I suspected that I could find my way out, although I wasn't sure what defenses I'd have to face. I cursed myself for not learning the disillusionment spell sooner. It had seemed useless when the human revealing spell was so easy. However, if no one was looking for you they wouldn't bother with the spell. Moody had taken my wand and my fanny pack this time. He wasn't taking any chances. He was carrying a wand, though. I eyed his wand and I measured the distance between us. The desk would be an impediment, which was probably why it was here instead of a formless room as was usual. I could use the desk as cover, though. There were bugs in the vents. I wasn't sure if I would be able to get enough to him to work as a distraction long enough for me to get his wand though. He was reputed to be one of the best orators, and while I hadn't seen him fight, I suspected I'd have a hard time getting the drop on him. You won't be killed, Moody said. It'll be my people watching you. I snorted. The Death Eaters are going to want vengeance on me. Leave me with no wand, and tied up in a room whose location they know, and I'll be dead by morning. We'll put you in a room under the Fidelius charm, he said. Only I and Dumbledore will know its location. And if both of you die, then I'll starve to death. I asked. Suspicious little thing aren't you? He asked. You've got the ministry to watch your back, I said. I have no one. Even the wizards who consider themselves on the side of Muggleborns tend to look down on us. Crying racism? He asked. I'd have thought better of you. Says the person who's not a Muggleborn, I said. This society is sick and reforms are needed. That's what every Dark Lord always says, he said. Why do you think there's so many of them? I asked. People are unhappy, and when that happens, someone always rises up claiming to give them what they want. Before I could say anything, Moody lifted his wand. I woke up in a cell somewhere. I could hear water dripping, and yet it was dark. Presumably that was to demoralize me. I still had my bugs, though, and many of them didn't need lights to get around. I could use their senses to get a measure of the room I was in. There was a toilet, and a sink, a bed, and that was about it other than a single door. There were no windows, and while there were vents, there was nothing remotely small enough for me to get into even at my current size. There were bugs outside, but while I could control them, it was as though when they got within a certain radius of the room they forgot where they were. That was going to make it difficult to use them to do much. The best I could do was have them look for a key and possibly pass it as close to the door as possible. I spent the next 3 days looking not just for a key, but for anything I could use as a key. I explored the ministry with my powers. There were parts of it that were outside of my range, but not much, and I learned more than I would have ever thought. They had rooms filled with magical devices, and I spied on unspeakables doing secretive research into things the government didn't want the wizarding public to know. There were secrets here, not many of them were spoken out loud, but some of them were, and I began making mental notes. Blackmail didn't bother me, compared to what I'd done in the past. Blackmail was the kinder option. It was like the difference between assassinating a leader and going to war. One way would kill a single man, the other would kill millions. Of course, sometimes killing that single man wouldn't change anything, and might even inflame the hearts of the masses into war, so it wasn't as simple a choice as it seemed. Still I listened into conversations, and I had my bugs write down names, people I thought were Death Eaters, who I thought were controlled, and who I thought were simply sympathizers. It was possible that I wasn't right, only in a couple of places did I hear actual damning speech. It still gave me something to investigate, assuming that I was released. The arguments in the Wizengamot raged fiercely. There were people who believed that not only should I be expelled, but that I should spend my life in Azkaban. Many of them blamed me for the death in the duel. Others wanted me kissed. I wasn't going to put up with that, if I had to call every insect in the place to rain hell and havoc down on the entire ministry. I had my supporters too. There were people saying that I should be awarded the Order of Merlin for saving the boy who lived, saying that I was a hero. The lines were closer than I would have liked. Finally the decision was made. I was to be released, but no mention of my role in the killings was to be made to the press. The attack on the train was to be blamed on werewolf terrorists, and the official story would be that Harry Potter had been carried away by his protective detail. The ministry would look good, and I would be forced into anonymity. The consensus was that I was becoming too famous, and that giving me more attention was a terrible thing. However, Traverse was going to lose his position for not controlling me, and Dumbledore was going to be censured. It didn't seem to be anything that would have any binding power, though. By the time the door finally opened, it had been 4 days, and my legs felt weak. I'd been spending so much time in my swarm that I'd hardly moved the entire time. Dumbledore and Moody were on the other side of the door. "Give me my wand and my fan, bumbag," I said. "You don't want to know how the trial went?" Moody asked. "I know how it went," I said. "The only question is what happens to me now." Dumbledore shook his head. "I had a perfectly acceptable family lined up for you. They had children, and there was a possibility that you might be able to enjoy a normal life. After what has happened, they were understandably reluctant to accept you. Because I protected Harry Potter. Because you are an unrepentant mass murderer," Moody growled out. "If I had children, I wouldn't want them within a continent of you. So what are you going to have me do?" I asked. "Intern at Azkaban or Gringotts? If I could do to either of those places what I'd done at the Ministry, I'd be even farther ahead of the game." "No," Dumbledore said. "I had to call for help from someone who is otherwise unsuitable." "Who?" I asked. "Remus Lupin," he said. "Oh, it's because he's a werewolf, right?" I asked. I'd seen his name on a list in Werewolf Support Services, which was a division of the Being Division of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. "How did you know that?" Moody asked. He stepped toward me angrily. "His name is a little on the nose, don't you think?" I asked. At Moody's look of confusion, I said, "Remus was one of the brothers, Romulus and Remus, who fought over the control of Rome. They were raised by wolves. Lupin literally means wolf. Is his name a pseudonym?" It was like a cape name, intended to broadcast to the world his true nature. Was calling yourself Remus Lupin any different than me calling myself Skitter, or Weaver? "I assure you that Remus Lupin is his birth name," Dumbledore said. I stared at them both. "His name wasn't a pseudonym? So is werewolfism hereditary?" I asked, confused. "No. He was bitten." "Weird," I said. Of course, it was strange that we had a Professor Sprout teaching herbology, but I'd just assumed that was a pseudonym too. Maybe her family had been farmers or something. Maybe her name had inspired her to go into herbology. Or maybe no one would have taken a Professor Sprout seriously if she was trying to teach defense against the dark arts. "It does not bother you that he is a werewolf?" Dumbledore asked carefully. "If I understand right, that means he's only got a problem a few nights a month, right?" I asked. "My bigger concern is whether or not he's working for the Death Eaters." "You don't know?" Moody asked. "My abilities can be spotty sometimes," I said. "Which means I have to stay on my toes." "I assure you that he is not," Dumbledore said. "I have used every means at my disposal to determine that he will be safe for you to stay with." "All right," I said. "But I still want my wand." Moody scowled and tossed my wand and fanny pack onto the floor in front of me. Was he afraid of my taking it directly from his hands? It wasn't like I ever intentionally hurt my allies, at least not if it wasn't absolutely necessary. I crouched down, keeping an eye on both of them. Grabbing my fanny pack, I flipped through it. I had a few remaining pieces of Peruvian darkness powder, but my knives were gone. I'd slipped my extra wand down the back of Hermione's shirt before the Aurors had stormed into the cave. Fortunately, Moody hadn't seen her, he'd been focused on me. "Where are my knives?" I asked. "They have been confiscated for the good of Greater Britain," Moody said. "As evidence. You aren't getting them back." I scowled. "Fine. Take me to see this Wolfie-Wolf face, or whatever his name is. If the man was any kind of wizard, I might be able to wrangle some training out of him over the summer. If he was enemy, I'd have to be on my guard." "He was a friend of Harry's father," Dumbledore said quietly. "And I would take it as a personal favor if you do not stab him." "I'll try," I said. If my bugs had had fingers, they would have been crossed behind their backs. "Fairy." Remus Lupin looked sick. He was a tall and lanky man, but his face was pale, and although he was young, his skin had premature wrinkles. His brown hair already had slight traces of grey. His robes were shabby and worn. He looked exhausted. If he was a classmate of Harry's parents, then he shouldn't look this old. If I was an actual 11-year-old, then I wouldn't have noticed, likely, but I wasn't. This was not a healthy man. Dumbledore was standing beside him, and the look he was giving him indicated that maybe there was more to this man than initial appearances would indicate. "Miss Bear," he said. I nodded to him. My wand was in my hand inside my robes. While I was sure Dumbledore thought this man was safe, there was nothing in this world we lived in that could be certain, not when every wizard could be a mind controller or shape changer. The bugs didn't smell polyjuice on him, but there was a sick, acrid scent to him, something like a dog that was ill. If that was the smell a werewolf had, it'd be useful to know. It was possible that given his general look that he was sick with something else. "Mr. Lupin," I said, nodding. "I must admit that I have no idea how to raise a child," he said. I barely remember how to be one, I said. Treat me like an adult, and I'll return the favor. He frowned. I fear that's not what Dumbledore here wanted for you. He fears that your circumstances are doing you mental harm. Making me a sociopath, did he mean? He might be right. Dumbledore wisely remained silent. He'd made his position clear during those times I'd spoken to him. He'd wanted me placed with a normal family where I could socialize with normal people. I've had to be on guard for the past few months, surrounded by enemies, I said. That can be a little wearing. I hadn't really been able to enjoy myself much, not really. There had been places and times where I'd found small pieces of joy, but they'd been few and far between. Perhaps we'll be able to find a place for you that is more to your liking, he said. I nodded. Anything would be better than being constantly on my guard. Unfortunately, I couldn't really trust this man. At best, he was a spy for Dumbledore, there to find out as much about me as he could and report back to his master. At worst, he was working for Voldemort, possibly even against his will. Yet despite knowing that, I couldn't help but instinctively like him. He reminded me a little of my father. My father had been a man downtrodden by life, one who'd fought the system and lost. He'd done everything he could to make his city better, and nothing he'd ever done had mattered. This man had that same slump in his shoulders. It was a combination of a lifetime of defeats and an indomitable will that despite everything he was going to keep fighting. The hardest part will be getting out of here, Lupin said. There will be people watching for us, and there are anti-apparition wards up throughout most of the ministry. Have Dumbledore accompany us, I said. Is there a way to track where someone has apparat to? No, he said. Not unless you grab onto them as they go. So it's not a problem, I said. Apparate us somewhere random, and then do it again several times until we get to where we are going. As you can see, there is nothing wrong with Miss Hebert's mind, Dumbledore said. Your trunk, he said. I pulled out my wand, pointed it, and I shrank it. I made to put it in my fanny pack. Your trunk isn't expanded on the inside, is it? Lupin asked. I shook my head. Good. Why? I asked. Putting an expanded space inside another expanded space can sometimes be unstable. Sometimes the things inside get crushed into a fine paste. There are wizards who have tried living in expanded trunks, only to end up crushed to death when the spells failed. I winced. I'd been luck with Hermione and Neville. I'd have to make sure that I was never in that kind of a situation again. There are some spells I'd like to learn over the summer, I said. Things that will help me protect Harry and myself better. Disillusionment was the first spell I wanted to learn. It wasn't perfect, but there had been times when I would have been able to slip away without fighting if I'd had it. If I could cast it on other people, it might be even more useful. Lupin glanced at Dumbledore. Undoubtedly the man had suggested that he limit what he taught me over the summer. We'll discuss it later, he said. I'd have an entire summer to get his trust, and with luck I might be able to wheedle some training out of him. Let's go, Dumbledore said. I nodded, and I stood between the two of them as we stepped out into the greater ministry. I'd seen all of it before, through my bugs, but it was more impressive with my own eyes. My vision through bugs was often looking down on the scene from above. In my current form I wasn't very tall. It was likely that I would never be as tall as my original body. There was a fountain in the main hall. It had a noble-looking wizard, with his wand pointed up in the air. Beside him was a beautiful witch. Surrounding him, and lower down were statues of a goblin, a centaur, and a house elf. The non-humans were looking adoringly up at the wizard and the witch. The message given by the fountain was clear to everyone who entered the ministry. Wizards and witches were the pinnacle of creation, and all other creatures were lesser. The fact that they hadn't even bothered to have a muggle made me wonder. Was it because a muggle would be indistinguishable from the wizard, or was it because muggles weren't considered good enough to even adore wizards from afar? Except for certain Christian groups who had fundamental issues with the concept of magic, I suspected that most muggles these days would react to wizards the same way people in my world had reacted to capes. They'd have feared them, accepted them, and idolized them in equal measures. I doubted that even those Christian groups that didn't approve would try to bring back the Inquisition. The world had moved past that. More likely they'd have simply been worried about the state of the souls of wizard kind and tried to get them to voluntarily stop using magic. They might even get some converts. There would always be the radical, lunatic fringe, of course. However, that was true of any group. The statue of secrecy might be entirely unnecessary. When it had been instituted, ordinary people had been superstitious and vindictive. In the minds of the wizards, muggles were still that way, and in their imagination the response would be the same as it had been in the 1600s, except with better weapons. But I'd lived in a world where people had powers, and they'd been accepted. Part of that had been the Endbringers, and through the continuous public relations efforts of the Protectorate. But that just meant that integration would have to be handled carefully. It would require some sacrifices on the part of the wizards. They were essentially self-governing now, and the people in their government would essentially lose their jobs. That was the reason that the statute would continue to be enforced even if the people in power knew that it would be safe. People in power never wanted to give it up. Hold on tightly, Lupin said. I grabbed his left arm, and a moment later it felt as though we were being pulled through a tube. I blinked as I realized that we were in a small cottage. It wasn't very well kept up, and the whole thing looked just as shabby as his robes. The man wasn't rich, it was clear. I'd heard about the limited employment opportunities offered to werewolves. It didn't make sense to me, unless you had a night job, it wouldn't even interfere with work, so why bother? We aren't staying, he said. I'm going to grab my things and we'll be leaving. There should be a team of Aurors arriving in. There were several pops as people appeared all around me. Lupin had his hand on my wand arm, and he tightened it. They'll be coming, he told one of the Aurors. So you'd better be ready. The man nodded grimly. People know where I live, Lupin said. Which was the entire point of parading me and you through the halls of the ministry. They'll be coming to kill you, and we're going to leave a little surprise for them. It took him only a couple of minutes to grab his bags. I could hear popping sounds coming from outside. That's our cue to leave, Lupin said. He grabbed my arm, and the world compressed all around us. It felt like something was wrong, the squeezing sensation lasted much longer than it normally did, and the pressure grew until it was hard to breathe or even think. We emerged onto a street by the docks. They were putting up an anti-apparition jink, Lupin said. His face was pale. They responded a lot more quickly than I thought they would. Given that I'd killed between 6 to 12 of their men, the only surprising thing was that they hadn't responded even faster. It'll illegal to apparate to another country, Lupin said quietly. And countries have ways of watching for that. We can't be sure that you know who doesn't have agents in France, so we'll have to be careful. I'm going to disillusion us both, Lupin said. And we're going to sneak aboard a Muggle ferry. He pointed his wand at me, and tapped me on the head. It felt as though he'd cracked an egg on my skull, and I felt a cold sensation surrounding me. Looking down, I could see that my clothes and skin were taking on the exact color and texture of the surrounding environment. I'd seen Tinkertech that could do things like this, and there were rumors that the US military had been trying to reverse engineer Tinkertech to do exactly this, using cameras. Lupin whirled his wand around himself and he disappeared as well. I could still sense him through my bugs, I could hear and smell him perfectly well. He was effectively invisible, though. Which ferry are we going to hitch a ride on? I asked. The port that was around the corner was filled with a variety of ships. Taking the ferry made sense because it would have been harder to hide on one of the smaller ships. The one with all the cars on it, he said. You know what cars are, right? I'm a Muggleborn, I said dryly. I wasn't raised in a cave in Africa. What are the odds that they've got someone waiting for us? There are 63 ferry crossings a day across 10 routes, he said. There's a chance that he'll have someone waiting, but we'll deal with it when we can, I said. I found myself wishing that my faux glass was smaller, I'd have liked to look at it about now, but it was packed away and shrunk inside my luggage. I'd tried using my bugs to look at it before, but it typically only showed the bug's nearest enemy, which were typically spiders or one of the cats that roamed Hogwarts. We walked down the slope toward the docks. I don't know much about you, Lupin said quietly. You're an American. Born and raised, I said. In one sense I was telling the truth, even if I was in the body of a British girl. You've killed, he said. That doesn't bother you. I like living, I said. I like for my friends to stay alive. If people insist on trying to kill us, I've got a right to defend myself. I don't like having to do it. I'd rather that people just left me alone. But from the moment that Damhat put me in Slytherin, this was all inevitable. In my career as a warlord, it had been a long time before I'd killed anyone. It had gotten easier over time, but it wasn't supposed to be easy. I'm good at pushing things off, I admitted. At doing what needs to be done, and worrying about it later. Killing damages the soul, Lupin said. That's what Dumbledore always says. Which may be why he's so passive in all of this, I said. He's got enough power to take on half the Death Eaters at once, and if he did, we wouldn't be in the mess we are in. Even politically he's got a lot of power that he's not using. It's complicated, Lupin said. His position isn't as secure as you might think, and if we lose some of the swing votes in the Wisengamot, the government may fall to the Death Eaters without a single spell needing to be cast in anger. So he lets them keep impersing the members until the whole government is a puppet of the opposition. I asked. I actually liked Dumbledore, somewhat. That didn't blind me to his faults. Reaching the ferry, which was backed up against the pier, we moved cautiously. Be careful, Lupin said. If they do have someone waiting, they'll be watching for us. We walked beside a truck as it was being loaded onto the ship, moving carefully around the people who were waving the truck into place. It took 45 minutes for all of the trucks and cars to be loaded into place. According to Lupin, we were looking forward to a 3-hour trip across the water, and then we'd have to dodge wizards in France who'd be watching for us. I'd have preferred to have gone through the channel, but apparently in this time period it wasn't finished yet. The last of the cars was finally settled into place, and the ferry began to move. I felt myself relax a little. There were a lot of people on the ferry, but I'd been watching all of them carefully. Most of them seemed like ordinary Muggle tourists. None of them had the distinct oddness of dress that most purebloods affected, pretending that they knew nothing about Muggle fashion. Of course, if they were really trying to catch us undercover, they'd be more careful than that. I closed my eyes and focused. What would be different and distinctive about wizards, something that I could use to differentiate them from the Muggles? No one seemed to be paying any sort of undue attention to their surroundings. If Voldemort had sent a team, he'd almost certainly have sent more than one person. After all, I'd killed 5 of his people by myself. The fact that he'd need to have a team of at least 10 meant that he probably didn't have enough people to cover all the ferries, much less the airplanes, private boats, and other ways of getting across the channel. Still, I couldn't help but feel paranoid. I caught a glance between 2 rough-looking men who didn't look like they should have known each other. "They're here," I murmured to Lupin. "Who?" he asked. "The man in the wool overcoat and the other one in the leather jacket," I said. "There are likely others that I haven't spotted yet." I felt something wash over me. "They've spotted us," Lupin said. He grabbed my arm, but nothing happened. "It's an anti-apparition jinx," he said. People that I wouldn't have thought would be working for Voldemort started making their way in our direction. There was a woman with a stroller. Now that I looked more closely, what she had in the stroller wasn't a baby at all, but was something twisted and hideous. A heavy-set man with a reddened face was coming too. "You should get under the truck now," Lupin said calmly. I glanced at the empty space where I knew he was, and then I didn't argue. I was at a disadvantage here on the water. There were bugs, but not so many terrestrial bugs as I would have liked. The human revealing spell was good at revealing intruders, but it wasn't specific enough to reveal how many people were hiding or even exact locations. It was possible to work your way through. The woman with the baby carriage turned, pulling out her wand and pointed it at the man in the coat. Green light flashed out, but the man in the coat managed to dodge, ducking behind a car while returning fire. Suddenly light was flashing everywhere as people began launching spell after spell at each other. They'd used me as bait. I wasn't sure whether I should be angry or admiring of them. They'd had people waiting just in case the Death Eaters came running, or maybe they deliberately slipped the information to someone they knew was compromised. It wouldn't have surprised me if they'd used the vote against me as a sort of test to see who had been taken over. It would have been easy enough to compare someone's previous voting record to their current one and get an idea of whether something had changed. Master Stranger techniques relied on having a baseline as well. The battle seemed to go on forever, and there wasn't a lot that I could do. From my position under the truck I didn't have an angle on any of the Death Eaters, and I wasn't entirely sure who was on our side anyway. The last thing I needed to do was attack and kill an Auror and end up in Azkaban for a real crime. The Muggles on board were screaming and huddling, and all I could think was that the Obliviators would be working overtime with this. The fight took almost 5 minutes, and the end result seemed to be 7 stunned and captured Death Eaters and 3 dead Aurors. People were already popping in to obliviate the Muggles and to clean up any superficial damage that had been done by the battle. By the time we reached France no one would know that anything had happened. As I slipped out from under the truck, Lupin dispelled the disillusionment. "From all reports, I thought you'd insist on participating in the battle," he said. "I'm not a Gryffindor," I said irritably. "I don't kill people just for the glory." "This lot will give up more information," he said. "And maybe things will be calmer by the time we return." I nodded. "Say, do you think I could get a beret in France?" I asked. My friend Hermione admired the one I wear sometime, and wanted one like it. "We're meeting up with her family," he said. "Dumbledore thought it important that you interact with other children outside of school, and he felt that as your friend, Miss Granger needed a little more protection than most Muggle-born students, so we're killing 2 birds with one spell, so to speak."